Hunter Sung Jin arrived at the funeral, dressed in a black suit, immediately drawing the attention of reporters who began snapping photos. The ceremony was held to honor the hunters who had perished in the Jeju Island raid, a mission that had captured the nation's attention. This raid had marked Sung Jin first mission since being re-evaluated as an S-rank hunter, making it his public debut. The world had watched in awe as he defeated the fearsome Ant King while his summoned creatures handled the relentless ant horde. The mission's success became a major event, with people flocking to the internet to discuss every detail. Sung Jin name was on everyone's lips, praised for his extraordinary strength. Yet, not all the comments were positive. Some criticized him, speculating that if he had joined the raid earlier, fewer lives might have been lost. Though many supported him, the shadow of those lost lives loomed large, and the criticism lingered. Under the overcast sky, Sung Jin stood before the memorial, his face reflecting the somber mood as he paid his respects to the brave hunters who had fallen during the raid. The atmosphere was thick with grief, and the white flowers scattered around the memorial silently spoke of the sacrifices made. Mourners gathered, united in their sorrow. Among them, Baek, filled with emotion after the loss of his friend Byung-gyu, approached Jin-woo. Baek had always believed no single person could end a war, but after witnessing the events of the raid, he reconsidered. Despite the tragedy, he acknowledged that Jin-woo had ended the nightmare on Jeju Island. A total of 4,801 hunters, along with 727 awakened civilians, had participated in the 5th Jeju Island raid. Though 64 awakened beings and 32 civilians lost their lives, the casualty count was the lowest compared to the previous 4 attempts, marking a bittersweet victory. Later, Sung Jin sat with President Go Gun-hee to discuss his future plans. As an S-rank hunter, Jin didn't need the usual process to become a guild master. President Go explained that one phone call to the Hunters Association would suffice to establish his guild. Jin considered this, thinking it might be worth looking into the benefits of being an S-rank hunter. During their conversation, President Go brought up an odd incident on Jeju Island. Soldiers and hunters, sent to clean up the aftermath of the raid, had mysteriously lost consciousness on the island. This included A and B rank hunters from the Knights Guild. Go wondered if Jin had placed some sort of magical barrier that he had forgotten about. Jin, confused, clarified that he hadn't done anything like that. President Go believed him, but was left puzzled, as those affected had no memory of what happened before they blacked out. The association was at a loss, unsure whether it had been a trap set by the ants or something else entirely. Their conversation was cut short when an association employee approached to inform President Go of an early arriving guest. Apologizing to Jin, Go excused himself, and Jin, not bothered, decided to leave. Just as he was about to get into his car, a voice called out to him. Jin turned to see a man approaching, introducing himself as Adam White, a senior official from the Federal Bureau of Hunters. Jin was surprised, as he had never had any dealings with the Bureau before. Adam explained that it had been hard to track Jin down, even stopping by his office. This reminded Jin of something Jinho had mentioned about a man giving him a card. Curious, Jin asked why Adam wanted to meet him. Adam revealed that he had important information to share. Information no other country or institution could provide, except the Bureau. Jin was intrigued, but wondered why they would share such valuable knowledge with him. Adam explained that the Bureau benefited from working with special individuals like Jin. Impressed by Jin performance during the Jeju Island raid, the Bureau's deputy director wanted to meet with him personally. Adam offered to take Jin to meet the deputy director. Though skeptical, Jin agreed to consider it. As he opened his car door, he expressed his doubts about the reliability of the information. But Adam then mentioned something that stopped Jin in his tracks: an upgrader. According to Adam, an upgrader was an awakened being who could enhance the abilities of other awakened individuals. This piqued Jinwoo's interest, and he agreed to ride with Adam to meet the deputy director. Arriving at their destination, Jinwoo was introduced to Michael Connor, the Deputy Director of the Federal Bureau of Hunters. Connor wasted no time, presenting Jinwoo with immigration documents that promised instant American citizenship if he accepted. However, Jinwoo was more focused on the information about the upgrader. Connor confirmed that such a person existed and called for her to enter. A middle-aged woman named Norma Selner walked in. Connor introduced her as the world's only upgrader, someone capable of enhancing an awakened being's abilities. Jinwoo immediately sensed she was a unique type of awakened being. Ms. Selner explained her abilities, noting Jinwoo's initial skepticism. She acknowledged that most people doubted her power at first, but assured him that once they experienced it, they would believe. She explained that every awakened being had limits to their strength, and without a second awakening, they couldn't surpass those limits. However, she could help them break through these limitations in a 3-stage process. Connor confirmed her claims, adding that Ms. Selner could only help a few individuals per year due to the toll her power took on her. Jinwoo considered the weight of her abilities. If true, they were extraordinary. When Jinwoo asked how effective the process was, Ms. Selner explained that it varied from person to person, but typically resulted in a 20 to 30% increase in strength after all 3 stages were completed. This revelation shocked Jinwoo. He now understood why powerful hunters like Hwang Dong-soo had moved to America, despite the public backlash. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up for any hunter. Jinwoo realized that if news of Ms. Selner's abilities got out, it could cause chaos. Connor, aware of this concern, assured Jinwoo that they safeguarded Ms. Selner and compensated her well in exchange for her services to select hunters. The Bureau wanted to extend this rare gift to Sung Jinwoo, recognizing the profound impact her abilities could have on someone as powerful as him. Sung Jinwoo weighed the offer carefully, reflecting on the so-called gift that Michael Connor and Norma Selner were proposing. Connor assured him that if he joined the Federal Bureau of Hunters, he would be given top priority, preferential treatment, and assistance in securing the best possible contract with any guild he chose. Norma Selner added that there was no rush to make a decision. They were merely presenting what they could offer. Still, Jinwoo remained skeptical, questioning why he would receive such a valuable service for nothing. Both Connor and Selner reiterated that this was a complimentary gesture of goodwill, aimed at forging a relationship with someone of his caliber. Jinwoo remembered Selner's earlier confidence, how she had claimed he would be desperate for more once he experienced her abilities. With a gentle touch, Selner took Jinwoo's wrist, smiling as she beckoned him closer. She instructed him to look into her eyes as she began the first step of her process. Connor, watching closely, felt a sense of satisfaction. He believed Jinwoo had taken the bait. In his mind, once the first stage was complete, Jinwoo would be eager for more and might even sign the papers on the spot. But something unexpected happened. As Selner locked eyes with Jinwoo, her world suddenly plunged into darkness. Panicking, she searched for light, but saw nothing until a shadow emerged, creeping toward her. Its presence was overwhelming, and when it opened its eyes and stared directly into hers, terror gripped her heart. Selner screamed, stumbling backward and falling from her chair, utterly consumed by fear. The 2 agents guarding her reacted instantly, drawing their guns and pointing them at Jinwoo, their panic evident. Michael Connor, horrified by their rashness, immediately stepped in, shouting at the agents to lower their weapons. He reminded them of who they were dealing with, warning that if they had acted like this towards someone like Thomas Andre or Liu Zhigong, they wouldn't have lived to regret it. Realizing their mistake, the agents hastily holstered their weapons and rushed to assist the trembling Selner. Connor bowed deeply to Jinwoo, apologizing profusely for the reckless actions of his men. Jinwoo, still processing the surreal event, assured him it was fine. Meanwhile, Connor berated the agents, making sure they understood the gravity of their actions. Shaken and fearful, the agents could only acknowledge their fault, aware of how badly things could have gone. As the situation calmed, Michael knelt beside the visibly shaken Norma Selner, who was drenched in sweat and trembling. Concerned for her well-being, he asked if she was feeling unwell. Realizing the severity of her condition, Michael decided it would be best to reschedule the meeting with Sung Jin. Jin, intrigued by what had just transpired, agreed to leave, and Michael instructed Adam White to escort him out. After Jin exited, Michael remained alone with Norma, desperate to understand the cause of the unsettling scene. He leaned in closer, his face full of concern, and asked her what had gone wrong. Still visibly shaken, Norma pressed her hand to her chest, struggling to catch her breath before she finally spoke. She revealed something astonishing. Jin was no ordinary hunter. Norma described Jin as a king, but not just any king, a being far more powerful than anything she had ever encountered. Michael's eyes widened in disbelief at her revelation. Could this mean Jin was as strong as a national-level hunter? Michael pressed her for an answer. But Norma, still trembling, explained that it wasn't something as simple as raw strength. She admitted she had never experienced anything like it before. When she gazed into Jin, something beyond him stared back at her. It wasn't Jin himself, but rather an unfathomable darkness within him, an infinite, terrifying presence that had stared directly into her soul. The experience left her deeply unsettled. Before ending the conversation, she gave Michael one last critical piece of information. There was no limit to Jin power. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, Chairman Go Gun-hee sat alone, deeply troubled. He was reflecting on recent events, especially the tragic death of Hunter Min Byung-gyu during the Jeju Island raid. Though Min Byung-gyu had retired, his sacrifice weighed heavily on Go Gun-hee's heart. The realization that the future might bring even more sacrifices filled him with a growing sense of dread. As Go Gun-hee sat lost in thought, his phone rang, snapping him out of his reflection. When he answered, an urgent voice on the other end informed him that a B-rank gate had opened up in the middle of a busy road. Go Gun-hee's eyes widened in alarm. A B-rank gate wasn't something an ordinary hunter squad could handle, and it required immediate attention. He began considering which of the major guilds to call in, but then he remembered. Hunter Sung Jin had recently opened an office near the area. Meanwhile, Jin was driving along a congested road, lost in thought. He was still trying to make sense of what had happened during his meeting with Norma Selner. He knew she had been terrified, but he couldn't quite grasp what exactly she had seen in him. As he pondered, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Go Gun-hee, chairman of the Hunter Association. Curious, Jin answered the call. Gun-hee's voice was filled with urgency as he explained the situation. A B-rank gate had appeared on a main road, causing major traffic disruptions. He asked if Jin could help by taking care of it. Surprised by the request, Jin questioned whether he could intervene without the proper permissions. Go Gun-hee reassured Jin with a light-hearted remark, reminding him that, as chairman of the Hunter Association, he had the authority to grant permission. Jin couldn't help but smile at Gun-hee's playful tone. With the chairman's blessing, Jin stepped out of the van, ready to handle the task at hand. Following the trail of manna, he approached the gate. Reporters had already gathered, their cameras flashing as police and association employees worked to cordon off the area. As Jin neared the portal, a female employee stopped him, demanding to know what he was doing. But her demeanor quickly shifted when she recognized him as an S-rank hunter. Her surprise was apparent, and soon the crowd began to buzz with excitement, realizing Jin was here to handle the situation. Still trying to enforce protocol, the employee reminded him that even as an S-rank, he couldn't just enter the gate without proper authorization and sufficient backup. Sensing that things were getting complicated, Jin calmly made a call to Chairman Go Gun-hee. Handing the phone to the employee, Jin told her to speak to someone she couldn't ignore, the chairman himself. Trembling slightly, the employee spoke with Gun-hee, and after a quick conversation, she gave Jin the go-ahead to proceed. Without hesitation, Jin entered the gate, disappearing from sight. Frustrated by how things had unfolded, the female employee muttered to herself, half-jokingly hoping Jinwoo might trip or hurt himself. But before she could dwell on the thought, screams erupted from the crowd. The once black surface of the gate had turned a chilling blood red. It was a red gate. Fear washed over the crowd as the terrifying sight spread panic, and the employee's heart sank. She wondered if her ill wishes had somehow triggered this disastrous change. A red gate meant the exit would remain sealed until the mission was completed, and anyone trapped inside would have to fight for survival. Inside the gate, Jinwoo felt the shift immediately. The heavy, oppressive atmosphere told him this was no ordinary gate. A red gate was a dangerous place where even the strongest hunters could meet their end. He knew he'd have to push himself harder than ever before to emerge victorious. His thoughts briefly wandered to a recent conversation with his mother. She had expressed her hopes for him, understanding that his awakening as an S-rank hunter had changed everything. She had reminded him of his father, who had once been a firefighter before becoming a hunter. Jinwoo's mother had fallen in love with his father after seeing him risk his life to save others, and she understood that Jinwoo had inherited that same sense of duty and courage. As he prepared himself for the battle ahead, those words echoed in his mind, fueling his resolve. He wasn't just fighting for survival. He was living up to the legacy of the man who had come before him. Jinwoo recalled his mother's warning, her gentle reminder to not push himself too hard and to stay cautious. Despite the dangerous path he had chosen, it was a relief knowing she didn't oppose his life as a hunter. Her words echoed in his mind as he readied himself for the battle ahead. "This won't be too much for me," he reassured himself. The battle erupted as Jinwoo's shadow soldiers charged forward, clashing with the swarming magic beasts. Amid the chaos, Jinwoo stood calmly, directing his shadow army with precision and purpose. His soldiers were powerful and relentless, tearing through the ranks of monsters like a well-oiled machine. For Jinwoo, the true challenge of being a hunter wasn't just slaying beasts. It was staying ahead, never allowing the roles to reverse. A hunter could become the hunted in an instant, and Jinwoo understood this harsh reality all too well. Yet he had no intention of stopping. He was not one to falter. With a cold, calculated gaze, he surveyed the battlefield. The first wave of enemies had been utterly crushed, but he knew the real challenge was yet to come. Determined to finish this job quickly, Jinwoo moved forward, ready for whatever lay ahead. Suddenly, the boss of the gate emerged, flanked by his elite guards. His presence radiated authority and confidence as he scanned the battlefield, searching for the intruder who had decimated his forces. The boss spoke, his voice filled with a mix of rage and grudging respect. He had noticed how far this small human had come, slaughtering his people with such ease. And what baffled him even more, this human spoke their language. But his confidence quickly turned into confusion. He called out for his remaining forces, expecting them to close in and surround the intruder. Yet, the only response was silence. The eerie stillness hung in the air, and the boss's eyes darted around in disbelief. He shouted again, demanding his forces appear. But there was nothing, just the oppressive quiet of an empty battlefield. What the boss didn't realize was that Jinwoo's shadow soldiers had already decimated his troops, leaving none to respond. The battlefield was already in Jinwoo's control. Amused by the situation, Jinwoo couldn't help but think to himself, "Small? Now that's funny." With a smirk, he commanded his shadow soldiers to reveal themselves, their forms rising ominously from the ground. The hunt was far from over, and Jinwoo was just getting started. One by one, the magic beasts fell, ambushed by Jinwoo's shadow soldiers who had been lying in wait. Their strikes were swift and precise, cutting down the beasts effortlessly. As Jinwoo surveyed the battlefield, he realized that none of the enemy forces remained. The boss of the magic beasts stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his once mighty army had been annihilated. Desperation flickered in the boss's eyes as he rolled out his palm, summoning his hidden soldiers from the trees. The ground trembled as the trees broke apart, forming new beasts from their shattered trunks. But before these reinforcements could even take a single step, Baru, one of Jinwu's most formidable shadow soldiers, moved with lethal precision, sniping off their heads one by one. Jinwu and his shadow army advanced, their overwhelming presence impossible to ignore. The boss, now gripped by terror, found himself paralyzed, unable to utter a single word. The stark realization of his defeat washed over him as Jinwu's forces pressed forward. Jinwu gave the command, and his shadow soldiers surged into action. Leading the charge was Baru, the ant-like soldier whose power sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The remaining magic beasts, sensing the looming threat, lunged forward with all the ferocity they could muster. But they were no match for the shadow army. The battlefield descended into pure chaos as Jinwu's forces ripped through their enemies with brutal efficiency. No mercy was shown, and the clash grew even more intense. Two towering centaur-like beasts, far more menacing than the rest, charged at Jinwu with their weapons drawn. But before they could reach him, Tank, Jinwu's fearsome shadow beast, intercepted them with crushing strength. With a single, violent motion, Tank tore the centaurs apart, adding to the growing carnage on the battlefield. The boss of the magic beasts, witnessing the utter destruction of his army, screamed in agony, calling out for his fallen comrades. His cries were met with silence. Baru, moving at lightning speed, rushed toward him. With a swift strike, Baru's sharp claws pierced through the boss's body. At the same moment, Igris appeared, slashing the boss's arm clean off with a graceful yet deadly motion. The boss collapsed to the ground, fluid pouring from his wounds as he howled in pain. Tusk, one of Jinwu's powerful shadow mages, activated his skill, Hymn of Giants, growing to an enormous size. Then, using inverse gravity, Tusk slammed the already weakened boss into the ground with immense force. The impact shook the entire battlefield, leaving the boss broken and bleeding, unable to resist any longer. Jinwu approached the fallen creature, his presence cold and commanding. He looked down at the barely conscious boss and demanded answers. His voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of authority. Jinwu promised the boss that his suffering would be eased if he cooperated, but the magic beast remained silent, blood dripping from his mouth. With a sigh, Jinwu suspected that the system was interfering once again, preventing the boss from speaking. "You've got nothing to say, huh?" Jinwu thought to himself. "It must be the system blocking you, but I'll uncover the truth sooner or later." Jinwu opened his inventory and, with a focused expression, pulled out a key. This was no ordinary key. It had come from the cursed random box he had received after defeating the demon monarch, King Borin, in the demon castle. Back then, the key had been a mystery, offering no information about its purpose, leaving Jinwu confused. But now, after reflecting on his recent achievements, he recalled how things had changed. During the Jeju Island raid, he had reached level 100, a milestone that unlocked new details about the key. The system had finally revealed its purpose. The conditions had been met. The key unlocks the entrance to the Katanon Temple. It can be used at the designated gate. The location of the designated gate will be revealed after the allotted time passes. The name, Katanon Temple, rang in Jinwu's mind, striking a deep sense of familiarity. As he connected the dots, memories flooded back. The double dungeon, the old temple at its end, the stone statues, the stone slate held by one of them. It all came rushing back with crystal clarity. The puzzle pieces were falling into place. Jinwu realized that the system was guiding him back to where everything had started. The dungeon where he had first encountered the terrifying stone statues, the same place that had marked the beginning of his transformation as a hunter. And now, it was calling him once more. But this time, it felt different. If everything had been orchestrated from the very beginning, if the system had been waiting for him to return, Jinwu knew he couldn't ignore it. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, Jinho sat in front of his computer, eyes narrowed with fierce concentration. His gaze was sharp as he scanned through various posts and comments online, his determination evident. Like a hawk hunting its prey, Jinho meticulously combed through the internet, looking for anything that could tarnish Jinwoo's reputation. His mission was clear: protect Jinwoo, no matter the cost. Just as he leaned back, taking a brief moment to relax, Jinwoo appeared silently behind him, causing Jinho to jump in surprise, startled out of his focused state. Without warning, Jinwoo asked if everything was all right, startling Jinho and causing him to leap from his chair in surprise. He quickly spun around, recognizing his boss standing there, dressed in his hunting gear. Jinwoo's sudden appearance prompted concern as he inquired if there had been any trouble, but Jinho reassured him there wasn't. Curiosity getting the best of him, Jinho then asked why Jinwoo was geared up. Jinwoo casually explained that he had just returned from clearing a gate, mentioning they needed funds for the guild and that he had brought back high-level magical cores. Jinho was awestruck, realizing that Jinwoo had just cleared a high-ranked gate and secured their guild's financial stability in the process. This meant that they wouldn't have to worry about paying salaries for their future employees. Jinwoo seemed confused when Jinho mentioned employees. Jinho then reminded him they needed at least one more member to officially establish the guild. As if to further emphasize their situation, Jinho brought up another important matter: the guild's name. Jinwoo seemed to think it was a trivial issue, but Jinho was adamant, explaining how crucial it was for their identity. He enthusiastically suggested several names: Sung Yu Guild, combining their last names, or Wuho Guild, based on the final syllables of their names. He even floated the idea of Sung Jin Guild, pulling from their middle syllables. But Jinwoo, without much thought, proposed Solo Play Guild, reflecting his independent playstyle. Jinho was taken aback, wondering if Jinwoo was being serious, or if this was some attempt at humor. Despite his immense respect for his boss, Jinho couldn't help but think humor wasn't one of Jinwoo's strengths. The name felt odd, reminding him that even someone as extraordinary as Jinwoo had quirks that made him human. Their discussion was cut short by a knock at the door. Jinho paused, unsure of who could be visiting at such a time. He opened the door cautiously, only to hear a voice asking if this was Hunter Sung Jinwoo's guild office. When Jinho confirmed, he was stunned to see none other than Hunter Cha Hai-in standing before him. Jinwoo, equally surprised, stood frozen as she walked in. Unable to grasp why someone of her caliber was here, Jinwoo quickly asked what had brought her to his office. Hai-in's reply was simple but shocking. She wanted to join his guild. Jinwoo was confused and pressed her for more details, wondering if the president of the Hunters Association had sent her, or if she had been dismissed from her previous guild. But Hai-in denied both suggestions. When Jinwoo inquired why she wanted to join his small guild, especially one he had jokingly named Solo Play, Hai-in seemed flustered, clearly unprepared for such a name. Jinwoo saw nothing wrong with it, explaining that both he and Jinho had agreed. Jinho, caught off guard, quickly corrected him, insisting no such agreement had been made. Jinwoo, however, remained convinced they had reached a consensus, brushing it off with characteristic nonchalance. The conversation grew more perplexing as Jinwoo tried to clear his mind. He carefully observed Hai-in, her pulse, her breathing, her expression, sensing that she was hiding something. Why was she so intent on joining his guild? Jinwoo then brought up the fact that it had been 2 years since Hai-in had awakened as a hunter and assumed she was still bound by a contract with her current guild. To his surprise, Hai-in revealed that she was willing to pay the penalty herself to break the contract, expecting no compensation from Jinwoo's guild in return. Perplexed, Jinwoo pushed further, asking why she would go to such lengths to join a guild that had little to offer her. Hai-in hesitated, bowing her head in silence. She couldn't bring herself to reveal the real reason, that ever since they had first met, she had been drawn to him, captivated by the unique scent only she could sense. She recalled the overwhelming emotions that had flooded her during the battle on Jeju Island, when she had been certain of her impending death. Yet, when she awoke in the helicopter, alive against all odds, the first name that came to her mind was Jinwoo. Even the president of the Hunters Association had confirmed that it was Jinwoo's presence that had brought her comfort in those terrifying moments. Embarrassed, Hae-in found it difficult to admit the personal reasons behind her decision, that she wanted to be by Jinwoo's side in moments of life and death. It was too personal, too raw to confess. Meanwhile, Jinwoo recalled her unusual behavior at the funeral and realized she had likely been contemplating this decision for some time. Finally, Hae-in lifted her head, her expression composed, as she met Jinwoo's gaze and gave a simple, rehearsed response. Hae-in offered a simple explanation. She wanted a quieter, simpler life. Yet Jinwoo could sense that there was more to it than she was letting on. As he weighed her words, Jinho chimed in, reminding him of the immense pressure hunter Cha Hai-in must have faced from the Hunters Guild to stay with them. She was still young, only 22 or 23, and being an S-rank hunter came with its own burdens. The guild had suffered heavy losses during the Jeju Island raid, and losing their strongest remaining member would be another devastating blow. Jinwoo understood the weight of such expectations all too well, but he also knew he had to be cautious in making his decision. To test her resolve, Jinwoo decided to implement an entrance test for his guild. Hai-in blinked in surprise. There had been no mention of a test in the recruitment notice. Jinwoo, however, smoothly deflected, claiming it was an established rule and perhaps an oversight on Jinho's part. Before they proceeded, he sent Jinho to fetch drinks and snacks, giving them a moment to prepare. The moment Hae-in heard the word test, her entire demeanor shifted. Her casual stance was replaced by a steely determination, her expression sharp with focus. Jinwoo found himself caught off guard for a moment. Was she being serious, or was this just stubbornness? But the fire in her gaze told him she had already made up her mind. Jinwoo explained that her opponent would be one of his summons, his strongest one, in fact. Still, Hai-in showed no hesitation, no fear. She was ready. Without delay, Jinwoo suggested they conduct the test at the Hunters Association gymnasium. As if moving in perfect sync, they both rose from their seats, their decision made. Then, Jinwoo had an idea. The gymnasium was quite far from their current location, but he wanted to test whether his shadow exchange skill could transport both of them together. With a calm reassurance, he told Hae-in that there was no need for them to leave the usual way. They could take a shortcut, if she stayed close to him for a moment. Hae-in felt her breath catch as Jinwoo stepped toward her, closing the distance more than she had anticipated. Before she could react, Jinwoo activated his skill. In an instant, the world shifted beneath them, and they sank into their shadows without a sound. Meanwhile, back in the office, Jinho returned with tea and snacks, only to find an unfamiliar presence in the room. A high orc shadow soldier, sitting in Jinwoo's place. The orc, realizing the opportunity before him, wasted no time. Without hesitation, he grabbed the snacks and began devouring them, completely unbothered by Jinho's bewildered stare. As Jinwoo and Hai-in traveled through the shadows, Jinwoo confirmed his hypothesis. Shadow exchange didn't just allow him to move alone. It created a gate through which he could transport others as well. Their entry point was the shadow on the ground, and their destination was determined by the location of one of his soldiers. It was a remarkable ability, allowing him to cover vast distances instantly, though it carried a 3-hour cooldown. They emerged in the gymnasium, the motion-sensitive lights flickering on as they registered the presence of their mana. The vast, brightly lit space stretched before them, and Hae-in couldn't hide her amazement at what she had just experienced. She took a moment to take in her surroundings before turning her attention back to Jinwoo, who was already preparing to begin the test. Just as they were about to start, Hai-in suddenly realized she had left her weapon behind. When Jinwoo teased her about the time she had used a pickaxe during one of their missions, she blushed, clearly embarrassed by the memory. Jinwoo chuckled lightly, reassuring her that he was only joking. Hae-in considered borrowing a weapon from the storage and made her way to the door, using her hunter's license to access the keycard reader. Jinwoo mentioned that while hunters could use the gym's reserve weapons, they were mainly for practice and not of the highest quality. After inspecting the selection, Haein chose a sword similar in length to the one she usually wielded. Feeling confident in her choice, she nodded, ready for the challenge ahead. Jinwoo, however, voiced concern about her comfort with an unfamiliar weapon, but Haein brushed it off. In real battles, monsters never fought on their opponent's terms. Jinwoo agreed, knowing that adaptability was key to survival. Satisfied with her resolve, Jinwoo summoned one of his shadows. A few paces away, a knight materialized silently from the ground, none other than Igris, his most skilled swordsman. Jinwoo laid out the conditions for victory. Haein would win if she destroyed Igris, while defeat would come if she chose to surrender. Jinwoo, recalling that bringing out his strongest shadow, Baru, might overwhelm her, decided Igris would provide a fair yet formidable test. Haein readied herself with the borrowed sword, but Jinwoo hesitated, recalling her earlier statement about weapons not mattering. He asked her to turn around for a moment. When she did, Jinwoo retrieved the Demon Monarch's sword from his inventory and handed it to Igris, elevating the challenge. With everything in place, Jinwoo signaled the start. As Haein turned back, she noticed Igris now holding a sword crackling with blue electricity, a weapon far more powerful than what he initially wielded. Without a moment's delay, Igris struck first, sending a bolt of lightning toward Haein with deadly accuracy. She instinctively leapt back, narrowly avoiding the attack with the agility of a cat. The lightning slammed into the wall behind her, leaving a charred mark that revealed its destructive power. Jinwoo observed, impressed by Haein's reflexes. He knew that anyone else might have been severely injured, if not killed, by such a close call. Haein tightened her grip on her sword, her gaze focused and unwavering. She charged forward, meeting Igris head-on, their blades colliding in a brilliant clash that sent sparks flying through the air. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the main association building, President Go Gun-hee was reviewing confidential reports. His office, located on the highest floor, offered a clear view of all the association buildings and the surrounding area. Something outside his window caught his attention. The lights in the supposedly vacant gymnasium were on. Confused, he buzzed his secretary to check if anyone had reserved the gym that day. When the secretary informed him that there had been no bookings, Gun-hee requested the surveillance cameras be turned on and displayed on his monitor. Curiosity piqued, he watched as the feed came to life, showing a battle unfolding in the gymnasium. His eyes widened as he recognized Jinwoo and Haein mid-combat, the sight of lightning strikes and clashing blades filling the screen. As the screen flickered to life, President Go Gun-hee was surprised to see Jinwoo and Haein sparring in the gym. His initial shock quickly softened into a smile as a thought crossed his mind. Were the two hunters involved in something more personal? He recalled a recent moment when Haein had warmly greeted Jinwoo after a mission. The realization made him grin fondly. Deciding to give them some privacy, Gun-hee instructed his secretary to turn off the gym surveillance, recording it as a routine maintenance check in the logs. After the screen went dark, Gun-hee chuckled softly to himself, feeling nostalgic. He returned to his reports, but the faint tremor from the gym, strong enough to make the walls in his office ripple, reminded him of the sheer power those two wielded. Even then, he didn't look up, the smile on his face lingering. The thought of youth, vitality, and the energy that came with it warmed his heart as he contentedly resumed his work. Meanwhile, Jinwoo watched the match closely, realizing that Haein was proving to be far stronger than he had anticipated. Even with Igris wielding the formidable Demon Monarch's sword, Haein's strength and skill were overwhelming. Igris, after being thrown into the wall with a heavy crash, was clearly outmatched. Jinwoo, seeing no need to push the fight further, called off the match, but to his surprise, Haein wasn't satisfied. "Is Igris really your strongest summon?" she asked, her voice filled with determination. Jinwoo hesitated. He was worried about her safety, but Haein, with resolve burning in her eyes, insisted. She wanted to face the strongest shadow Jinwoo had, even if it came with risk. After a moment of reflection, Jinwoo finally agreed, impressed by her spirit. He summoned Baru, the ant-like shadow soldier with a menacing aura. Unlike the others, Baru had been created for a singular purpose: to kill hunters. His presence was overwhelming, and despite being a shadow, he retained the deadly abilities of his former self. Baru appeared with a quiet yet palpable intensity, and before engaging, he turned to Jinwoo for confirmation. Jinwoo gave him his orders: to fight and defeat Hyen, but under no circumstances was she to be harmed. Baru nodded, his loyalty unwavering, and unleashed a fearsome battle cry. The sheer force of it shattered the lights above them, plunging the gym into darkness. The raw power of his roar rippled through the air, sending chills down Hyen's spine. Baru's bladed claws extended from his fingers, sharp and deadly, ready to strike. Hyen braced herself, feeling a wave of unease wash over her as she sensed Baru's sheer power. But before the tension could peak any further, Jinwoo reminded Baru sternly of his command: no harm to Hyen. Baru's fierce resolve softened instantly, his obedience to Jinwoo stronger than his bloodlust. He retracted his claws, though his intent to win the battle remained undiminished. Sensing an opportunity, Hyen moved swiftly, ready to strike. But before she could even react, Baru vanished from her sight. In an instant, he reappeared behind her, his speed and power making him an impossible foe to track. Recognizing the move from a previous encounter, Hyen steeled herself, determined not to fall for the same trick twice. Though Baru's speed momentarily stunned her, her reflexes took over, and she unleashed a flurry of attacks. Her sword danced in the air, striking out dozens of times, but Baru avoided each blow with minimal effort, not even needing to step aside. His movements were a blur, precise, efficient, leaving afterimages as he effortlessly dodged. The gap in their power became glaringly obvious. Baru, confident in his abilities and Jinwoo's command to defeat Hyen without harming her, planned to demonstrate the vast difference in their strength. His aim was simple: to make her lose the will to continue by showing her just how outmatched she was. Hyen, however, was in disbelief. Despite her relentless strikes, Baru dodged everything, remaining calm and unmoved. Even at such close range, her efforts were futile. When she aimed for his neck, he merely tilted his head back slightly, evading the attack with ease. It was as if he was predicting her every move. Frustration began to gnaw at Hyen. How could a mere summon, a shadow of a creature long dead, possess such power? And if Baru was this strong, what kind of monstrous strength did Jinwoo hold to command him so easily? Her thoughts raced, but she had little time to ponder. Suddenly, Baru closed the distance between them, and a wave of dread washed over her. The stench of death, thick and oppressive, emanated from him, filling her senses. She felt her body freeze for a moment, believing it was over. But instead of attacking, Baru unleashed a deafening roar, one filled with sheer, unbridled magic power. The force of it blasted Hyen backward, leaving her momentarily stunned. Jinwoo, watching from the sidelines, grimaced. He took no pleasure in the one-sided spectacle and asked Hyen if she was ready to yield, hoping she would recognize the difference in strength. But the fire in Hyen's eyes hadn't dimmed. She refused to give up, insisting she could still fight, even against the overwhelming odds. Jinwoo watched intently, trying to understand Hyen's determination. He hadn't expected her to persist, especially after seeing just how outclassed she was. Baru, unlike Jinwoo's other shadow soldiers, still retained the instincts of a killing machine. Though intelligent, the primal hunger for battle and bloodshed simmered beneath the surface. Even now, Jinwoo could sense Baru suppressing his violent urges. He worried that if Hyen made a misstep, especially one aimed at a weak spot, Baru's restraint might slip. Just then, something shifted in Baru's stance. His instincts flared. His predator's nature could no longer tolerate a prey that continued to defy him. His claws extended with a deadly sharpness, and in a flash he lunged at Hyen. But she was ready. With skill and speed, she dodged the attack. The tension between them was palpable as their eyes locked, each refusing to back down, the room charged with the intensity of the impending clash. Hae-in decided to unleash her most reliable move, a skill known as sword dance. Her movements became increasingly fluid and graceful, her sword cutting through the air with mesmerizing speed. It was as if she was performing an intricate dance, the sound of her blade clashing against Beru's claws echoing through the gymnasium. Despite Beru's calm expression, his growing displeasure was clear. He was tiring of the game. Deciding to end it, Beru caught her blade mid-swing with his bare hand and, with a flick of his wrist, shattered it. The sword broke in half, leaving Hae-in with only a short, jagged piece. Yet, Hae-in's resolve never faltered. Her eyes burned with cold determination, and she funneled all her magic power into the remaining fragment of her weapon. It began to glow with an intense light, and Hae-in prepared to unveil a skill she had never used before. 4 swords of light. The blade shimmered brilliantly, and seeing an opening, she seized her moment. Beru, having momentarily dropped his guard after breaking her sword, was unprepared for the sudden shift. Hae-in leaped forward, thrusting her glowing weapon toward him with a fierce determination. Jinwoo, watching the battle with growing astonishment, quickly realized the impending danger. In that brief instant, something shifted in Beru. The command Jinwoo had given him to defeat Hae-in without harming her vanished, replaced by a far more primal directive from his former queen: annihilate all enemies. Beru's mindset changed completely. He now saw Hae-in as an enemy to be obliterated. With deadly intent, he extended his claws and launched himself toward her with terrifying speed. Hae-in, frozen in fear, closed her eyes, bracing for what seemed to be certain death. But just as Beru's claws were about to strike, Jinwoo intervened. In a flash, he caught Beru's outstretched claws with his bare hands, stopping the attack just in time. Beru, recognizing his master's presence, trembled as his eyes met Jinwoo's. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, Beru immediately leaped back and dropped to the ground, bowing deeply in submission and begging for forgiveness. Jinwoo stood still for a moment, staring at Beru. He understood what had happened. Beru's primal instincts, his old programming as a weapon of destruction, had briefly overridden Jinwoo's command. With a deep sigh, Jinwoo turned to where Hae-in had collapsed, utterly exhausted from the battle. Concerned by Hae-in's relentless determination, Jinwoo couldn't help but question her motives. Why was she pushing herself so hard? This was just a test, a mere entrance exam for a guild that had yet to make a name for itself. A hunter of her caliber didn't need to go to such lengths, especially when her life was at risk. It simply didn't make sense. Jinwoo asked her why she was doing this, hoping for an answer that would explain her actions. But Hae-in remained silent, her expression unreadable. Her refusal to answer only deepened Jinwoo's confusion. He asked again, wondering if there was something more behind her actions. Then a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that she had feelings for him? The idea seemed absurd, but it was the only explanation he could think of for her intense determination. Hae-in's eyes widened slightly, as though Jinwoo's question had jolted her from her thoughts. Seeing her reaction, Jinwoo quickly tried to brush it off, thinking he might have been mistaken. Perhaps there was another reason for her resolve. After a moment of silence, however, Hae-in quietly confirmed his suspicions. She admitted with some hesitation that he was right. She did have feelings for him. Jinwoo was taken aback by the simple admission, realizing that her actions had stemmed from something deeper than he had initially thought. Meanwhile, across the ocean at the Federal Bureau of Hunters in the United States, the atmosphere was tense. In the Hunter Command Center, Director David Brennan wasn't pleased with the recent reports coming across his desk. Director David Brennan's frustration was palpable as he paced in his office. His team had failed to recruit Sung Jin, the one hunter they desperately needed in their fold. The assistant director, Michael, entered the room with Norma Selner, a specialist with unique abilities. Brennan, eager to understand the situation, wasted no time and demanded an explanation. He wasn't looking for excuses. He needed the truth. Michael quickly explained that, according to Norma's observations, Sung Jin wasn't just another hunter. He was something far more dangerous. Her words sent a shock through Brennan. Michael elaborated, Jinwoo is one of the kings, a term that immediately made Brennan pause. A king? Did this mean Jinwoo was on par with national-level hunters, individuals with unmatched strength and influence? Norma Selner stepped forward to explain. She described how all awakened hunters draw their powers from a dimension known as the other side. The connection between a hunter and this realm was what she could sense. Usually, some hunters glowed brightly, their power shining through like blinding light. Those were the kings. However, when she gazed into Jinwoo's presence, what she encountered was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. When I looked into Sung Jinwoo's eyes, she said, I didn't see light. I didn't see a connection to the other side. I saw darkness. Absolute, consuming darkness. He doesn't borrow his power from anywhere. He is the source. There's nothing else feeding his strength. He is the darkness. Norma's description left the room in stunned silence. Brennan, trying to comprehend, asked, Does that mean he's evil? Norma shook her head. This isn't about good or evil. It's about the nature of his power. Jinwoo's strength doesn't come from an external force like other hunters. It comes from within, meaning there are no limits, no restrictions. He doesn't follow the rules of other awakened. The room grew tense. Michael, visibly shaken by this revelation, muttered under his breath, No limits, no weaknesses. The words hung in the air like a chilling realization. Norma nodded, confirming the terrifying truth. Director Brennan, now fully grasping the gravity of what they were up against, thanked Norma for her insight. The air in the room was heavy as they all tried to process the implications of what they had just learned. Brennan stood abruptly from his desk, his mind racing with a plan. His sudden movement caught Michael's attention. Where are you going? Michael asked, his curiosity piqued. Brennan didn't hesitate as he instructed, Follow me to basement level 24. The command was stern, leaving no room for questions. Michael hurried behind him as they made their way to the elevator. As they descended in the elevator, Brennan began to explain. If we can't recruit Sung Jinwoo using Norma's abilities, then we'll have to find another way. We need to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Brennan's tone was sharp, with an undercurrent of urgency. Michael's thoughts raced as the elevator doors closed. Brennan's reference to basement level 24 made his stomach drop. It was the most secure and secretive area of their headquarters. As they descended deeper, Brennan continued, his voice steady. Do you remember the first S-rank gate that ever opened? He asked. Michael nodded slowly, recalling the horrors of the event that had shaken the world. The dungeon break that had annihilated the entire West Coast. An event that no one could forget. Following the catastrophe, the United States had responded by assembling the strongest hunters from around the world, offering them immense rewards to face the unprecedented threat. Of the many who joined the raid, only 5 survived. These hunters were later known as the national-level hunters, granted authority and status equivalent to that of a nation. The raid, however, was infamous for one key reason. Kamish, the dragon known as the Inextinguishable Flame. Kamish had slaughtered hundreds of top-ranking hunters single-handedly, etching a tragic chapter in the history of awakened hunters. As the elevator doors opened to the basement level, Director Brennan turned to Michael. Can you believe that there was a silver lining to that disaster? Brennan asked. Michael was momentarily confused, but then it dawned on him what the director meant. Brennan nodded, confirming Michael's realization as they entered the final room on the floor. Brennan led them to a heavily fortified safe, which he carefully unlocked. Inside, resting within a tempered glass case, was a runestone unlike any other. It was the runestone extracted from the remains of Kamish. As Michael's eyes widened in recognition, Brennan began to explain. It's been 8 years since the Kamish raid. Brennan said, his tone measured. "And in all that time, we've never seen a mage-class national-level hunter. This runestone has been sitting here, waiting in this cold, dark basement, with no one strong enough to claim it." He gazed at the runestone thoughtfully before continuing. "But I believe Kamish might still hold one last gift for our country. A gift that could change everything." Brennan's eyes fell on the powerful artifact. His mind raced with possibilities. This runestone, born from Kamish's remains, could hold the key to resolving their current dilemma, perhaps even to controlling a force as overwhelming as Sung Jin. The director's hope was now anchored in the untapped potential of Kamish's last remnant, a relic that might be the nation's best shot at surviving whatever was to come next. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stood before the bathroom mirror after his shower, examining his reflection. He noticed subtle changes in his appearance. He had grown a few inches taller and had become more muscular. He wondered if his reawakening was responsible for these changes, as he had always considered himself rather average in appearance. The thought crossed his mind that the buffs from his will to survive might have affected his physical appearance, possibly even healing his skin. Curious about how others perceived him, Jinwoo peeked into the living room where his sister, Gina, was lying on the couch. He grinned, deciding to ask for her opinion on his appearance. However, Gina wasn't impressed and teasingly called him a bum. Jinwoo retaliated by pinching her cheek, prompting her to kick him in the shin. But she ended up hurting herself in the process. Amused by their playful exchange, Jinwoo reminded her of his strength, jokingly asking how she had managed to get into school with such a bird brain. Gina proudly declared that she was at the top of her class, but Jinwoo pointed out that it was only for her mock exams. The conversation shifted when Jinwoo mentioned his plans to form a new guild. Gina, intrigued, asked what name he had in mind. Jinwoo suggested the Solo Play Guild, but Gina quickly pointed out that it didn't make sense since he summoned shadow soldiers and wasn't really a solo player. After thinking for a moment, Gina suggested the name Jin Guild. She explained that the characters Ah meant I, and Jin meant to go forward, creating a clever play on words. She revealed that it was also her name spelled backward, which Jinwoo found amusing. He agreed that Jin was a fitting name for his new guild. That night, Haein lay under her blanket, embarrassed by the events of the day. The memory of her confession to Jinwoo kept replaying in her mind, making her cringe with discomfort. She couldn't believe she had admitted her feelings for him so easily. Burrowing deeper into her blanket, she wondered how Jinwoo had reacted to her words. Earlier, Jinwoo had asked if there was another way for her to handle the situation instead of joining the guild, and at the time, Haein had used the excuse of needing time to think to avoid further conversation. Now, as she lay in bed, her face flushed with embarrassment, she couldn't stop reflecting on the moment. She told herself that it was only natural to be interested in Jinwoo, given how he had saved her life. But deep down, she knew her feelings were far more complicated. Her thoughts shifted to Min Byung-gyu, the healer who had actually saved her life. A faint memory suddenly surfaced, a voice she had almost forgotten. It pulled her out of her thoughts, as if a dream was slipping away just before she could fully remember it. The voice spoke urgently, warning her to be careful around Jinwoo, urging her to warn him about the power he possessed. The realization struck Haein like a cold wave. She finally recalled the encounter with Hunter Min Byung-gyu. At the Knights Guild, the tension was palpable as Yuntae relayed important news to Jong-soo. A new gate had opened the previous day, and Yuntae informed him that obtaining a raid permit would be difficult due to the gate's high rank. While it wasn't an S-rank gate, it was dangerously close, and the guild's concerns were growing. Jong-soo acknowledged the looming threat of the situation. The guild was walking a fine line, and they couldn't afford to underestimate the risks of the raid. Yuntae explained that if the gate had been classified as S-rank, the best course of action would have been to abandon it entirely. The Knights Guild simply didn't have the manpower to assemble a capable assault team for such a high-level gate. However, as one of the country's 5 major guilds, their reputation was on the line, and failure was not an option. Jong-soo's frustration was evident. He knew that many people misunderstood the true danger of A-rank gates, thinking they were all relatively the same. Yuntae then mentioned that if they passed on this gate, the Fame Guild would likely seize the opportunity, and that idea made Yong-soo's eye twitch in irritation. The thought of letting such a valuable gate slip through their fingers, so close to their own territory, was maddening. As they discussed their options, Jung Yerim, an A-rank healer, joined the conversation. She suggested forging an alliance with another guild. Jong-soo, however, was skeptical. He doubted any guild would be willing to cooperate, especially since it would be obvious that the Knights Guild was seeking help, because they didn't believe they could clear the gate on their own. Undeterred, Yerim proposed a different idea, recruiting a single individual hunter, rather than relying on a guild alliance. Jong-soo was initially dismissive, questioning how one hunter could make a significant difference in such a high-stakes raid. But then, Yerim dropped the name Sung Jin. At the mention of his name, Jong-soo's expression shifted. Sung Jin wasn't just any hunter, he was a force to be reckoned with. Joining forces with him might not only improve their chances of clearing the gate safely, but it could also elevate the Knights Guild's image. Yuntae added that Jinwoo had recently cleared an A-rank gate on a highway, but had kept a low profile since. After a moment of consideration, Jong-soo decided that they couldn't afford to wait any longer. Instead of handling things over the phone, he resolved to visit Sung Jinwoo in person to discuss the matter and make the proposal directly. The next day, Jinwoo arrived at the office, having made his decision about the guild's name. He proposed Arjin Guild, and Jinho couldn't help but smile. It was a name that made sense, and more importantly, it wasn't something as silly as Solo Play Guild. With that settled, all that remained was recruiting one final founding member to complete the team. Curious, Jinho then asked about Cha Haein, wondering why Jinwoo hadn't chosen her. After all, she was an S-rank hunter, young, with a stellar record, and, by all accounts, very attractive. Seemingly the perfect fit for the guild. But Jinwoo had a different vision. He explained that while Haein was undoubtedly impressive, she wasn't the right match for their guild. Jinwoo was looking for someone with a hunter's license, someone who had no interest in joining a guild, but who was still reliable and trustworthy. Just as they were discussing potential candidates, there was a knock at the door. Jinwoo wondered if it might be Cha Haein, perhaps reconsidering her offer. But when he opened the door, he was met with three unfamiliar faces. Park Jong-soo, the guild master of the Knights Guild, stood with Yuntae and Jung Yerim as they greeted Jinwoo. Jong-soo quickly introduced himself before showing Jinwoo a video of a massive gate that had recently appeared in Busan. The gate, enormous in size, emanated an overwhelming amount of mana, indicating its power. Though it hadn't been officially classified as an S-rank gate by the Hunters Association, it was the largest gate ever to appear in Busan, and the situation was dire. As Jinwoo watched the video, his mind briefly wandered to Busan, where he considered visiting Juhi for some sashimi during his trip. As the conversation progressed, Jung Yerim, an A-rank healer, shyly asked if Jinwoo might give her an autograph. But before the topic could shift any further, Jong-soo steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. He informed Jinwoo that the Hunters Association had refused to issue a raid permit for the gate due to the absence of any S-rank hunters in the Knights Guild. The association had deemed the raid too risky without the required strength. However, there was a possibility they could secure the permit if Jinwoo agreed to join their assault team. To make the offer more appealing, Jong-soo offered Jinwoo 20% of the profits, a generous share compared to the typical 10% S-rank hunters received. Jinwoo, however, had a different proposition. He suggested a 50-50 split, much to Jong-soo's surprise. Jinwoo explained that he would only agree to join them if they treated him as part of a guild, not as an individual hunter. He also mentioned that he was in the process of forming his own guild, Arjin. A bead of sweat formed on Jong-soo's forehead as he tried to negotiate, countering with a 40-60 split in favor of Jinwoo. However, Jinwoo was unmoved, clearly not interested in haggling further. Realizing he had little room to maneuver, Jong-soo, acknowledging Jinwoo's formidable resolve despite his young age, finally agreed to the 50-50 split. But he added one condition: Jinwoo would need to defeat the dungeon boss. Jinwoo readily agreed without hesitation. Jong-soo then mentioned the urgency of the situation. Since the gate had been discovered some time ago, they would need to raid it the very next day. He offered to give Jinwoo a ride to Busan, but Jinwoo politely declined, explaining that he had prior plans for the day and would join them the next morning. He assured them he wouldn't be late. As the meeting wrapped up, Yoon-tae, who had been quietly observing, suddenly noticed something odd, a movement in Jinwoo's shadow. He paused for a moment, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Jong-soo, however, dismissed the thought, jokingly wondering if Yoon-tae had been drinking. Just as they were about to leave, Jinwoo's phone began vibrating on the table. Glancing at the screen, Jinwoo saw a number he didn't recognize. He excused himself and stepped outside to take the call. To his surprise, it was his mother, Kyung-hee, on the line. She had just purchased a new cell phone and wanted to hear his voice. Jinwoo, delighted to hear from her, suggested they have dinner together that evening, as it had been a while since they spent time together. Kyung-hee agreed, and Jinwoo looked forward to a pleasant evening with his mother. The next day, the elite hunters of the Knights Guild gathered at Gwangali Beach in Busan, their anticipation for the upcoming raid palpable in the air. However, Guild Master Jong-soo couldn't shake his nervousness. He regretted not insisting that Jinwoo travel with them the day before, and now he anxiously awaited his arrival, hoping everything would go smoothly. With only 5 minutes left before the raid was set to begin, Jinwoo stepped out of his apartment building, dressed casually in comfortable clothes and sneakers. He glanced up at the sky, noticing the grey clouds gathering and briefly wondering if his sister Gina had remembered to bring an umbrella. But that thought quickly faded as he focused on the mission ahead. He activated Shadow Exchange, instantly swapping places with one of his shadow soldiers, teleporting directly to the meeting point at Gwangali Beach. The scene at the beach was tense, with a large crowd gathered to witness the enormous gate that loomed before them. The sky overhead was clouded and foreboding, adding to the sense of unease. Up close, the gate was even more imposing, its size awe-inspiring. Jinwoo scanned the area and took note of the teams preparing for the raid. The hauling team was positioned on one side and the mining team was stationed at the opposite end. The assault team, a mix of 13 A-rank hunters and 20 B-rank hunters, stood ready. Jinwoo couldn't help but be impressed by the number of A-rank hunters, a clear sign of the Knights Guild's strength, as they boasted one of the largest contingents of high-ranked hunters in the country. As Jinwoo surveyed the scene, he was quickly surrounded by the other hunters, all eager to speak with him and ask questions. They marveled at his abilities, especially his performance during the Jeju Island raid, and were in awe of the sheer number of shadow soldiers he could summon. Feeling the weight of their curiosity, Jinwoo was relieved when Yerim, the healer from the Knights Guild, stepped forward to intervene. She introduced herself to Jinwoo and expressed her hope that they would work well together during the raid. Her presence offered a moment of respite for Jinwoo amidst the barrage of questions. Guildmaster Jong-soo Park, visibly excited, greeted Jinwoo warmly. However, Jinwoo was surprised to learn that Jong-soo had not yet informed the others about the raid's leadership. Jong-soo quickly addressed the group, announcing that he would be leading the raid as the Guildmaster. This announcement didn't sit well with some of the hunters, who had hoped that Jinwoo would take charge instead. Despite the murmurs of disappointment, Jong-soo calmly explained that Jinwoo would be assigned to protect the backline and ensure the safety of everyone involved. A few hunters voiced their confidence, questioning if they even needed protection. But Jong-soo remained unfazed, urging them to focus and get ready to move out. With the preparations complete, he signaled the start of the raid, and the team began advancing toward the gate, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them inside. Meanwhile, at Gina's high school, 3 male students grumbled as they were tasked with an errand by their art teacher. They were annoyed at having to do something they felt wasn't their responsibility. Despite their complaints, they made their way to the second art classroom, which had been converted into a storage space. As they unlocked the door, a thick cloud of dust greeted them, indicating the room hadn't been used in ages. Inside, it was cluttered with old art supplies, discarded drawings, and sketching statues. While debating how many statues they needed to carry back, one of the students noticed something unusual in the corner of the room. Curious, the others joined him to investigate. In the far corner of the room, a large blue hole in the wall, about the size of a person, caught their attention. The largest of the three students, trying to appear unfazed, examined the gate. He reassured the others that it was harmless, assuming that only hunters could pass through and nothing dangerous could emerge. Confident that nothing would happen, he placed his hand on the surface of the gate. But in that instant, a crack ran across the gate and a hand shot out, gripping the student's head. He struggled, but the hand's grasp was unbreakable. In a horrifying moment, a loud crack echoed through the room as the student's head was crushed, sending blood splattering across the room. The two remaining students screamed in terror, their clothes stained with their friend's blood. The gate shattered like glass, and suddenly, monstrous creatures began to pour out. Orcs, formidable predators known for their tracking and hunting instincts, emerged into the human world. Though their intelligence was lower than that of humans, their hunting prowess was unmatched. Having been contained in their dungeon for so long, they were eager to finally indulge their bloodlust. Two of these orcs, their senses heightened by the scent of flesh and blood, were the first to charge out, ready to wreak havoc. The barrier between their world and the human realm had disappeared, and with it, a wave of destruction had begun. They had been positioned in the shadows, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike. Their sharp senses quickly detected the presence of potential prey nearby. The first orc, sensing the structure they had infiltrated was teeming with vulnerable humans, grew eager. The building stretched above them, each floor filled with possible victims. Driven by the instinctual thrill of the hunt, the leader orc made a decision. It was time to begin. He issued a command to his companion to summon their brethren, planning a full-scale assault once they had wiped out the humans in the building and secured their position. As the leader orc stalked through the darkened corridor, he spotted two students in the distance, casually chatting without any awareness of the danger closing in. With a growl, he charged forward, his axe raised high. The students, completely caught off guard, froze in terror as the orc advanced rapidly toward them. It was too late for them to react, as the predator closed in with lethal intent. As the shadow ants swarmed along the walls, their eerie battle cry echoed through the air, casting a heavy sense of dread over the hunters of the Night Guild. Fear crept into their hearts, some murmuring doubts and whispering about retreat. They worried that these terrifying creatures might see them as enemies too. Yuntai, visibly tense, turned to Zhongsu for direction. Zhongsu, though anxious, understood that turning back wasn't an option. Outside, a crowd of reporters waited, ready to pounce on any sign of weakness. They couldn't afford to abandon the raid out of fear. With renewed resolve, Zhongsu tried to rally the team. But just as he was finding his voice, Baru, the towering monstrous ant, stepped forward. Zhongsu's confidence crumbled in an instant. He stammered, trying to be polite, but Baru didn't respond. The creature simply stared, unblinking. Zhongsu, flustered, tried again, more deferential this time, but before he could finish, Baru vanished with a sound like a muted gunshot. Zhongsu blinked, confused, scanning the area. Moments later, Baru reappeared, flinging something toward the group. Without a word, he issued a command, and the shadow ants shifted into precise formation, ready to advance. As the team stared in stunned silence, Yuntai leaned in, concerned. "Are you okay? Is it really safe to let them lead?" Zhongsu, still reeling from Baru's sudden movements, managed a shaky nod. I think we're fine." Then someone pointed at what Baru had thrown. It was the head of a death knight, one of the raid's most dangerous monsters. Zhongsu could hardly believe it. In one swift move, Baru had decapitated a foe that could have wiped out their team. The sight of the Death Knight's severed head filled Jong-soo with awe, and something sharper: ambition. A sly smile tugged at his lips as the realization set in. Baru had obliterated one of the strongest monsters in the dungeon in mere seconds. The shadow ants weren't just powerful, they were monstrous in the best possible way. Jong-soo couldn't help but think about the value of the magic stones that such high-ranking monsters would drop. His fingers itched with anticipation as he examined the head, already calculating their potential profit. While he was still marveling at the trophy, the rest of the Night Guild had begun to move, following Baru and the disciplined ranks of shadow ants. "Jong-soo!" Yuntai called out, waving. "Come on!" Snapping out of his thoughts, Jong-soo hurried to rejoin them. With Baru in the lead, the group advanced through the dungeon, tearing through the undead like a scythe through wheat. Corpses littered the path they left behind, a testament to Baru's overwhelming power. Among the carnage, Yarim spotted something valuable: a rare vampire corpse, nearly intact. She darted forward, yanking the body away just as a shadow ant was about to devour it. "Hey, back off, you oversized bug," she scolded, frustration bubbling in her voice. "Do you even know how much this is worth?" But the ant ignored her. With a low hiss, it snatched the vampire back and devoured it whole. "Are you serious?" Yarim groaned, lunging in again to stop it, but too late. The ant lashed out with its claw, slicing her shoulder and knocking her to the ground. Blood welled from the wound as she cried out. The ant loomed over her, ready to strike again, until a blur of movement silenced the air. Baru appeared in a flash, his presence alone sending the shadow ant into a trembling retreat. His piercing gaze froze the creature mid-motion. Without a word, Baru stepped forward and gently touched Yarim's wound. A wave of healing magic flowed through her, sealing the gash in seconds. Yarim stared in disbelief. "Thank you," she muttered, awed. She had seen healing magic before, but this was on another level. How is a summon this much better than me at healing? Meanwhile, the Knights Guild strike squad pressed forward, trailing the shadow ants to the dungeon's final chamber. The air grew cold, heavy with malice. At the entrance to the boss's lair, they stopped dead in their tracks. There, cloaked in swirling black magic, stood the Archlich, towering, skeletal, and malevolent. Around it stood several Death Knights, their eyes glowing with unholy fire. Panic rippled through the group. No one had expected this. "That's an Archlich," someone whispered, their voice barely audible. Jong-soo's breath caught in his throat. He had read the reports. Archliches weren't just powerful. They were cataclysms. The Gold Dragon Guild had been wiped out by one, triggering a dungeon break so massive that only Liu Zhigang's intervention had prevented a disaster. And now here they were, an A-rank strike team, face to face with one. Yuntai stepped closer to Jong-soo, voice low. "What do we do?" But before Jong-soo could answer, another presence made itself known. Behind them, the hunters turned and their blood ran cold. Another threat was approaching. A thunderous clatter echoed through the dungeon corridor as a new horde of Death Knights surged toward them. Jong-soo's eyes widened in horror. "They're coming back!" he shouted. The realization hit him like a hammer. Every undead creature the shadow ants hadn't consumed had resurrected. "Block the entrance!" he ordered. Without hesitation, Yarim stepped forward, summoning her skill. "Holy wall!" she cried out, and a radiant barrier sprang to life, sealing the doorway just as the first wave of undead slammed into it. The impact sent shudders through the ground, and cracks of stress began to flicker across the barrier. Jong-soo wiped the sweat from his brow. "This is bad. Without Hunter Sung, we might not make it out of here." Yarim, straining under the pressure of her magic, glanced back at him, her voice tight. "This wall? It won't hold more than 5 minutes." Just as panic began to claw at the edges of the hunters' minds, Baru stepped forward. The Archlich, standing at the heart of the lair, recoiled in alarm. It recognized them. The shadow ants. Its hollow eyes widened and its voice trembled with disbelief. "Why is the monarch's army attacking me?" Fear crept into the Archlich's voice as Beru advanced, silent and unflinching. Desperate, the Lich summoned a dozen Death Knights, surrounding the shadow ants like a wall of steel and bone. But Beru didn't falter. His mandibles clicked open, claws extending, and he spoke with a voice like thunder. "We were chosen by the king. You were not." The Arch-Lich trembled with rage and disbelief. "I will speak to the king myself." It never got the chance. Beru vanished, and then reappeared inches from the Arch-Lich's face. The Lich flinched too late. In a flash, Beru drove his clawed hand into the creature's chest, grabbing the glowing pendant that pulsed with necrotic power, its phylactery, the source of its undeath. With the pendant gripped in his claw and bloodless ichor leaking from its mouth, the Arch-Lich shook its head in mute desperation. It let out a screech of denial, but Beru, unmoved, crushed the pendant in his palm. The sound was like shattering glass, followed by utter silence. The Arch-Lich began to disintegrate, its form unraveling into dust and shadow. Around the lair, the summoned Death Knights followed suit, vanishing one by one as their master perished. In mere seconds, the tide of death that had threatened to overwhelm the hunters was gone. The battlefield fell silent. The Night Guild stood frozen, stunned by what they had just witnessed. The mighty Arch-Lich, vanquished with a single blow. Dozens of elite undead, erased in an instant. Jong-Su stared at Beru in awe, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't think he was that strong." Yuntai, eyes wide, gave a low whistle as he glanced around at the remains, or lack thereof. With soldiers like that, Hunter Sung doesn't even need to step into a dungeon, and no one dared to disagree. Jong-Su couldn't stop replaying what he had just witnessed. With soldiers like Beru, Hunter Sung Jinwoo could clear dungeons without lifting a finger, just by sending in his summons. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Still, Jong-Su knew there were limits. He probably can't control all of them at once without draining his mana, he reasoned. But even half? Half of that army would rival the strength of an entire top-tier guild. Beside him, Yuntai leaned in, speaking quickly. "Then what are we waiting for? We should try to bring him into the Night Guild." Jong-Su shook his head immediately. "Not acquisition. Alliance," he corrected firmly. His eyes lit up as the idea took shape in his mind. An alliance between Hunter Sung's newly founded guild and the Night Guild, one of the country's 5 major powerhouses. The thought alone carried weight. It had a nice ring to it. Yuntai chuckled, half joking. "Think he even needs us after what we just saw?" Jong-Su didn't laugh. Instead, he spoke with conviction. "Even Hunter Sung isn't above the rules. A raid needs a minimum number of hunters, no exceptions. He might be able to solo an entire dungeon, but without the numbers, he can't even enter legally." Yuntai paused, nodding slowly as understanding dawned. "So we provide the numbers, and he brings the power." "Exactly. It's a win-win." Jong-Su laughed, clearly pleased with the strategy. Yuntai, still grinning, added, "Feels like we're riding his coattails." "We're not," Jong-Su replied with a smirk. "We're just smart enough to make the right connections." There was determination in Jong-Su's expression now, clear and sharp. He had made up his mind. This alliance could change everything for the Night Guild. Meanwhile, back at the school, chaos had taken hold. A huge crowd had gathered, drawn by the scale and mystery of the incident. Parents, reporters, and frightened citizens surged toward the gates, shouting in panic and demanding answers. Some cried out for their children, others pushed forward to get a glimpse of the aftermath. Police and members of the Hunters Association were struggling to contain them, forming a barricade to prevent the crowd from flooding the grounds. Then, cutting through the noise like a blade, a voice rang out, authoritative, calm, unmistakable. "Make way," the voice commanded. Heads turned. Sung Jinwoo had arrived. Jinwoo sat quietly in the back of the slowly moving car, the atmosphere tense with unspoken weight. President Go, seated beside him, broke the silence with a grim update. 213 students made it out safely, he began. 10 more were rescued from inside. But the rest, he didn't need to finish. The weight in his voice said enough. He sighed, remorse heavy in his tone. Perhaps we should have seen it coming. As the car rolled through Seoul's tense streets, President Go handed Jinwoo a tablet, displaying data that painted a troubling picture. A sharp rise in gate appearances across the city over the last 6 months. But it wasn't just Seoul. Similar spikes were occurring all over the world. Alongside the increase in gates, more people were awakening as hunters. It was as if the world was trying to maintain equilibrium, matching danger with power. Jinwoo stared at the numbers. Something's changing. President Go's voice softened. That's why I wanted to talk to you. Other nations, Japan, the US, China, Russia, they all want to meet you. Some have sent official requests, others not so official. He reassured Jinwoo that the Hunters Association had protected his personal information. What happened next was up to him. But then came the real concern. If you leave Korea, President Go said, I'm not sure we'll be able to handle what's coming. As the car pulled up to the hospital where Jinwoo's sister had been taken, President Go turned to him, eyes sincere. We'll do whatever it takes to support you. We've already lost 3 of our 10 S-rank hunters. 2 to monsters. 1 was bought by America. He paused. We can't afford to lose another. Jinwoo nodded, thinking deeply. Then, without preamble, he made a request that caught the president off guard. Allow me to enter high-ranking gates alone. Bypass the minimum party requirement. Go blinked. That law existed to prevent unnecessary deaths. Solo raids were suicide missions. But suddenly, it clicked. That's why you started your own guild. Jinwoo confirmed it with a glance. Am I asking for too much? Go hesitated, then smiled wryly. For you? Not impossible. I'll see what I can do. Meanwhile, cameras clicked furiously across town as a photo shoot wrapped up. The photographer lowered his camera, grinning. That was perfect, Soo-yeon. The A-rank hunter and part-time model laughed brightly. Glad to hear it. Her phone buzzed. It was Jinho. Hey, he said, chipper as always. Want to join my new guild? I promise you won't have to do any actual work. Soo-yeon raised a brow. Another guild pitch? Shouldn't I stay with dads instead? Come on, Jinhee's coming back, and we still need 1 more founding member. She laughed, skeptical. You sure you're not getting scammed by someone shady? You'll be shocked to hear who this shady guy is. Curious, she made her way to Jinho's office. The moment she stepped inside, her gaze locked on the tall, stoic man standing beside her cousin. Her breath caught. That's him. Sung Jinwoo turned as she openly stared. Jinho grinned. Soo-yeon, meet Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Jinwoo, this is my cousin, A-rank and family celebrity. Soo-yeon blinked, still stunned. You're really him? The guy who ghosted after crashing Lee Min-sung's press conference? Jinho chuckled. You're the real star here. But Soo-yeon couldn't hide her excitement. Jinwoo watched quietly. Considering the family dynamic, Jinho, a D-rank. Soo-yeon, an A-rank. He wondered if awakenings were partially hereditary. His father had been a hunter too. He turned to Soo-yeon. Did Jinho tell you everything? She nodded. About needing a founding member? Yeah. Jinwoo looked her in the eye. Joining us will cause a stir. You sure you're okay with that? Soo-yeon smirked. Anything's better than ending up stuck with Jin-sung. Jinwoo tilted his head. Jin-sung? Jinho coughed awkwardly. My older brother. Let's just say he's not well liked. Already famous for being difficult, Soo-yeon added dryly. As Jinwoo pondered that, Soo-yeon took a tentative step closer. Would it be weird, she asked, holding up her phone, if I asked for a selfie? Jinwoo blinked in surprise, but nodded. The moment she posted the photo, It exploded online. Fans, hunters, and even celebrities buzzing with excitement. Somewhere across the city, Cha Hai-in paused mid-scroll, eyes narrowing on the image. So, he's finally showing his face again. When Cha Hai-in saw the viral post, an uneasy feeling stirred within her. A tight ache settled in her chest, an emotion she couldn't name, yet couldn't ignore. Her fingers trembled slightly as she stared at the photo of Soo-hyun smiling beside Jinwoo. Jealousy? Regret? It was hard to say. But deep down, she knew. Her feelings for him were far more complicated than she let on. Across the city, Congressman Nam Jun-wook, a former chief prosecutor with a reputation for his bluntness, was fuming. Recognizing summoned creatures as official members of strike squads, he barked, "This is absurd." He slammed a hand down on the table at the Hunter Association's meeting room, glaring at the others. This regulation change passed the moment Sung Jin founded his guild. It's blatant favoritism. The association exists to serve all hunters, not just worship one man. Go Gun-hee, the calm and composed president of the association, didn't flinch. "You're right," he replied evenly. "It is preferential treatment." A murmur of surprise passed through the room. Gun-hee let it hang in the air for a moment before posing a question that silenced the whispers. "If you had the option," he asked, his voice measured, "to send a squad of ordinary hunters into a high-level gate, or to send hunter Sung Jinwoo alone, which would you choose?" The silence that followed was deafening. Turning his gaze back to Nam, Gun-hee's tone sharpened. "You recently moved into a high-rise near the Hunters Guild, didn't you? Property values there are nearly double those in neighboring districts. Why? Because people feel safe near Sung Jinwoo." Nam said nothing, his jaw tightening. "Guilds from all over the world are trying to recruit him," Gun-hee continued. "Japan, America, even Russia. If we keep tying his hands, do you really believe he'll stay in Korea out of goodwill alone?" He let that sink in, then delivered the final blow. "Don't make the same mistake we made with Hwang Dong-soo. If another S-rank gate opens here, who do you expect to save your lives?" Meanwhile, Jinwoo stood before an A-rank gate, Jinho's first real taste of high-level raiding. The massive arch pulsed with ominous energy, towering so high that Jinho craned his neck just to see the top. "Hard to believe, isn't it?" Jinwoo said, amused. "You should have seen the one at Gwangali Beach." Jinho gave a nervous laugh. "Yeah, I think I would have fainted." On the other side of the police line, a swarm of reporters closed in, their cameras flashing as they called out questions. "Hunter Sung, what can you tell us about Ajin Guild's first raid? Is it true your guildmate Soo-hyun is your—" Jinwoo sighed as the questions kept coming, none of them about the dungeon itself. He caught sight of Chief Woo Jin-cheol standing nearby and immediately turned toward him. "How did this many reporters even know where we'd be?" Jin-cheol shrugged. "We can guard your personal data, but we can't hide the gates themselves. People track the magic surges. And that selfie? It didn't help." Jinwoo blinked, then gave a sheepish smile. "Right. Social media." Inside the gate, Jinho began panicking again. "We really should have brought a hauling or mining team. There's no way I can manage all this on my own." Jinwoo reassured him with a confident smirk. "Don't worry about it." He raised his hand. From the shadows around him, dozens of figures began to rise. "My soldiers will take care of everything." The pressure in the air shifted the moment Jinwoo summoned his shadow soldiers. Their presence alone was enough to make Woo Jin-cheol pause. Each one radiated strength equivalent to at least a B-rank hunter, with a few that could easily rival A-rank elites. Watching them pass the safety inspection with ease, Jin-cheol couldn't help but note how misguided the public outrage over Jinwoo's special treatment truly was. These weren't ordinary summons. They were a legion of power, precision, and discipline. With the team cleared for entry, Jin-cheol gave the signal to begin. But just as they were about to step into the gate, he surprised everyone by slipping off his coat. Beneath it, he wore a full set of sleek, enchanted armor, intricately designed for both flexibility and defense. Jinwoo and Jinho exchanged surprised glances. "I'll be joining you," Jin Cheol said, adjusting his gauntlets. "Chairman Go asked me to oversee the raid for safety evaluation, just for today." Jinwoo studied him carefully. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" Minutes later, Jinchul found himself questioning that readiness. What he witnessed inside the A-rank gate went beyond anything he'd imagined. An enormous naga, a serpentine monster of elite rank, screamed as Jinwoo's shadow soldiers swarmed it. Dozens of blades tore into its body, merciless and methodical. On the other side of the field, the shadow ants were feasting on the carcasses of fallen beasts, their behavior primal and unsettling. Iron, the towering knight, swung his massive axe with brutal efficiency, cleaving through enemies like they were made of paper. Another beast-like soldier, Tank, lunged forward, his massive claws ripping monsters apart in seconds. The High Orcs, vicious and disciplined, struck down foes with bone-crushing power, slicing deep with curved blades, leaving nothing but ruin in their path. Sweat rolled down Jincheol's face. These weren't just summons. They were a nightmare army. Even the most experienced hunters he knew would hesitate to face foes like this. Yet Jinwoo's shadows moved with coordinated precision. And worse, they didn't stay down. Every fallen soldier rose again, regenerated and ready to continue the slaughter. They were relentless. Then Igris stepped into view. He stood out even among the elites, wielding the demon monarch's sword with deadly elegance. Every swing of his blade unleashed bolts of lightning, crackling with fused fire and water magic. The sheer force of his attacks shattered enemies instantly, his movements faster than the eye could follow. Jin Cheol, a former hunter himself, stared in disbelief. Could I even survive one exchange with that? He wondered. Is he stronger than an A rank? As the slaughter continued, Jinwoo's voice rang out. "That's enough." The shadow ants stopped mid-bite, still gnawing at monster corpses. Jinwoo frowned, irritation flashing across his face. He marched toward the nearest ant and gave it a firm kick. "Don't waste the corpses," he said coldly. "They're valuable." He redirected the army's focus, ordering the others to begin mining mana crystals from the dungeon walls. Efficiency was key, and Jinwoo ensured every part of the raid served a purpose. Jincheol stood frozen, still absorbing everything. Now he understood why Chairman Go had insisted he come. Jinwoo wasn't just capable of clearing an A-rank dungeon. He could do it alone, retrieve the bodies, extract the resources, and leave with everything of value, all without a single other hunter lifting a finger. Just then, the dungeon boss appeared, a towering monster clad in sea-worn armor, wielding twin tridents. Its presence was suffocating, the air vibrating with menace as it advanced toward Jinwoo and Jincheol. Unfazed, Jinwoo raised his hand calmly. "To those still working, stay," he said. "The rest of you, you're dismissed." And just like that, the battlefield fell still. Only those needed for the final fight remained. As most of the shadows vanished into the darkness from which they came, Chief Wu Jincheol remained behind, silently puzzled. Why would Jinwoo send away his entire army when they could easily overwhelm the dungeon boss on their own? The decision didn't seem strategic, at least not at first glance, but Jinwoo had his reasons. He knew that relying too heavily on his shadows might dull his edge. His power as a monarch was immense, but he didn't want it to make him complacent. "I need to stay sharp," he reminded himself. There would come a day when he'd face an enemy even his shadows couldn't defeat, and when that day came, he would need to be at his absolute best. With a focused expression, Jinwoo summoned the demon monarch's dagger. Then, with a thunderous stomp, he cracked the stone floor beneath him, his signal that the battle was about to begin. The dungeon boss responded immediately. A towering magic beast, it let out a guttural roar and swung both its tridents with a force that could flatten buildings. But its attack met only empty air. Jinwoo had already moved, faster than sight, faster than thought. In a blur, he appeared before the creature. One clean, fluid motion later, the beast's head was cleaved in two. Its body collapsed in a heap, the echo of its fall reverberating through the chamber. A moment of silence followed. Then a familiar chime. A system notification flickered before Jinwoo's eyes. Dungeon boss defeated. And then another. He had leveled up. Landing smoothly, Jinwoo turned, only to be greeted by a cascade of pop-ups. The familiar melody of achievement alerts echoed in his mind. One after another, they poured in. He had reached level 101, and with it, a major breakthrough. Every one of his job-exclusive skills had advanced. Shadow extraction, shadow storage, monarch's domain, shadow exchange. Each had grown stronger. Jinwoo's eyes widened as he read the details. Shadow exchange, in particular, now had a reduced cooldown, an hour shorter. He felt a surge of hope. If this trend continued, he could soon come and go from his shadow network freely, ensuring his mother and sister were always safe, no matter where he was. While Jinwoo absorbed this information, Jinchol remained rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by what he'd just witnessed. The Naga had been no ordinary monster. Its scales were among the hardest known, often used to forge high-grade defensive gear. Yet Jinwoo had sliced through it effortlessly, as if its armor were paper. The combination of power and technique left the veteran hunter speechless. Then, a voice rang out behind him, firm and commanding. "Arise!" Jinwoo's hand stretched toward the Naga's fallen form. From beneath the corpse, wisps of shadow twisted and clawed their way up, forming dark hands that grasped the lifeless body. In a matter of moments, the creature rose once more, its eyes glowing with a dark flame. The Naga had been reborn, not as a beast, but as Jinwoo's newest shadow soldier. A system alert confirmed, shadow extraction successful. Shadow level 13. Jinwoo studied the new summon. It was smaller now, having shed its original bulk, but the mana radiating from its core was immense. It stood on par with Tusk in rank, yet its starting level suggested it had retained much of its original strength. He smiled slightly, pleased with the result. Another powerful piece added to the board. Jinwoo studied the newly reborn shadow closely. It was smaller than it had been in life, but he suspected that, like Tusk, it might be capable of growing in size through the use of magic. Perhaps this was merely its base form. Regardless, its presence radiated power, and Jinwoo was pleased to add it to his ever-expanding army. A familiar system notification appeared, prompting him to assign a name to the new soldier. After a brief pause, Jinwoo typed in a name that came naturally to him, Jima. With that, the shadow beast stood fully acknowledged, and Jinwoo felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. His army was becoming a force unlike anything the world had seen. Standing a few steps back, Jinho watched in silent amazement. The fact that Jinwoo could subjugate such a powerful creature and bend it to his will left him speechless. To Jinho, Jinwoo had long since surpassed the realm of what a normal hunter could be. Still in awe, Jinho reminded him, "Hyung, maybe we should head out?" Jinwoo nodded, but cast one last glance at the massive Naga carcass still lying in the dungeon. It would be a waste to leave it behind. Just as he pondered what to do, a commotion erupted outside the gate. Reporters who had been camped near the dungeon perimeter were jolted by a deep rumble that shook the earth beneath them. Their jaws dropped as something titanic emerged from the shadows. A towering beast with a horned head and immense tusks. It was Tusk, Jinwoo's mighty summon, now shouldering the enormous Naga corpse like it weighed nothing. For a moment, panic swept through the crowd. But then, realization dawned. This was part of the Arjun Guild's raid. No, it was the raid. The fear gave way to wild excitement. Camera shutters clicked like machine guns as reporters scrambled to capture every second of the surreal scene. Jinho glanced at Jinwoo. "Hyung, I think we might have overdone it." Jinwoo gave a nonchalant shrug, watching the media frenzy with calm detachment. Attention was inevitable, especially now. This first raid had left a mark, and not just inside the dungeon. Off to the side, Chief Wu Jinchul stood silent. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, and his posture slumped. The sheer brutality and raw power he had witnessed still haunted him. Monsters devouring each other alive, shadow beasts regenerating mid-battle, Jinwoo carving through an A-rank boss like it was nothing. It had left a deeper scar than he wanted to admit. Later, when Jin Cheol arrived at the Hunter Association, his footsteps were slow, weighed down by exhaustion and disbelief. Inside, he found Chairman Go Gun-hee waiting. Without preamble, Jin Cheol began to speak, recounting every detail of the raid, the blood, the shadows, the impossible might of Jinwoo's army. His voice wavered at times, but he pushed through, trying to remain composed. Go Gun-hee listened carefully, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. When Jin Cheol finished, the chairman let out a long, heavy sigh. He had seen countless raids in his time and heard tales of horrors most men couldn't imagine. And Jim Chul, a seasoned hunter himself, had weathered them all without flinching. But this was different. Even a man like Wu Jincheol had been shaken to the core, and that, more than anything, told Go Gun-hee just how much the world had changed. His hands clasped behind his back, he stared out at the city beyond. The sky was clear, but his thoughts were storming. The report was more than just surprising. It was transformative. Sung Jin hadn't merely cleared an A-rank gate. He had obliterated everything inside, harvested the mana crystals, collected the monster corpses, and summoned a new shadow soldier, all without aid. No support squad, no backup plan. Just him and his army of shadows. Calling him a one-man assault squad no longer did justice to the truth. A slow, knowing smile crept across Go Gun-hee's face. Sung Jinwoo wasn't just a powerful hunter. He was a guild. A self-contained, unstoppable force that defied conventional definitions. He was changing the landscape, not just of Korea, but of the entire world. In the heart of Shinjuku, Tokyo, a city that never slept, the chaos of everyday life had vanished. The usual noise of traffic, chatter, and hurried footsteps had been swallowed by an eerie silence. Streets once alive with energy now stood frozen in time. Cars sat abandoned mid-intersection, doors ajar, engines running. Bicycles lay toppled on sidewalks. But it wasn't an accident or disaster that caused the stillness. It was something far stranger. One by one, people stepped out of their vehicles, as if pulled by an invisible force. No honking, no shouting, no panic. Just silence, and eyes, all turning skyward. There, suspended above the skyline, loomed an enormous gate, dark, foreboding, and impossibly vast. It stretched upward like a monument to something not of this world, blotting out the sun and casting a long shadow over the city. What was once Tokyo's vibrant heart had fallen into a trance. Every passerby stood rooted in place, captivated and terrified by the sight. The air felt heavy, thick enough to choke on, as if the atmosphere itself had been hijacked by some unseen presence. And as the unnatural quiet gripped Shinjuku, far from the streets, inside a fortified meeting hall, tension rippled through a gathering of Japan's most elite hunters. Representatives from the nation's top guilds, Blades, Phantoms, Invincible Kings, and Snowy Mountains, had assembled. Their presence alone was a sign that something catastrophic was underway. The air in the room buzzed with anxiety, not just about the gate, but what might emerge from it. It was a rare sight. Japan's most powerful guildmasters gathered in one place, a clear sign that something dire was unfolding. The atmosphere crackled with unease as hushed conversations swept through the room like static. Whispers died down the moment Sugimoto Reiji entered, flanked by Hoshino, Kumamoto, and Tawata. Once the vice president of the Blade Guild, Sugimoto had risen to leadership after the catastrophic Jeju Island raid. The memory of that battle still haunted the room. 7 of their top S-rank hunters had perished, including the legendary Goto Ryuji. The loss was more than personnel. It was a symbol of the Blade Guild's waning dominance. Among the assembled hunters, quiet mutterings surfaced. Matsumoto's reckless ambitions had cost them dearly, and now the once unshakable Blade Guild appeared vulnerable. Some saw it as their moment. With Goto gone, the balance of power was shifting, and a new strongest guild could emerge. Sugimoto's group halted, eyes narrowing as the not-so-subtle whispers reached their ears. Hoshino's scowl was sharp. Just a year ago, none of these hunters would have dared speak so openly in their presence. Times had changed. Tawata leaned in, voice low but steady, noting the rumors swirling, talk of the Phantom Guild merging with Snowy Mountain. If true, the combined force would field 4 S-rank hunters, matching the blade's current strength. Sugimoto, unfazed, brushed off the speculation. Numbers alone didn't determine dominance. A patchwork of guilds wouldn't make them the Blade Guild's equal, not in strength, not in spirit. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence, the atmosphere was suffocating. Heavy silence weighed down every corner of the room, broken only by the thunderous slam of a fist against the table. The Prime Minister was livid. His frustration boiled over as he demanded answers from the Hunters Association. How could an S-rank gate appear in the center of Tokyo without a plan in place? His voice rose. This wasn't just politics anymore. A dungeon break in the capital could mean devastation on an unimaginable scale. The clock was ticking, and Japan's fate was hanging in the balance. Matsumoto raised his hands in an attempt to steady the room's rising tension. He calmly reminded everyone that even S-rank hunters couldn't easily handle an S-rank gate, not without risk. The real threat, he emphasized, came from national-level hunters. But his words didn't land well. The other guild masters exchanged sharp glances, their patience wearing thin. One of them spoke up, voicing what the others were thinking. This wasn't the time for obvious truths. Everyone in the room already knew the scale of the danger. They had witnessed the chaos at Jeju Island firsthand, how quickly control had slipped through their fingers. What they needed now wasn't a reminder of their limits, but a strategy. The idea of recruiting Thomas Andre, the strongest hunter in America, briefly surfaced, but it was shut down just as fast. Japan didn't have the resources to afford someone of his caliber, and with the global surge in dungeon activity, even the most powerful nations were reluctant to send their elite forces abroad. The Prime Minister's voice carried doubt. Would anyone willingly face the nightmare brewing within that gate? That's when Sugimoto spoke, cutting through the unease like a blade. His tone was calm, yet resolute. "There's one man who will accept," he said. "As long as the price is right." All eyes turned toward him. "Yuri Orlov," Sugimoto continued. "He's a barrier-type hunter, one of the best, and for the right payment, he'll take the job. His abilities might be exactly what we need to contain the gate." The room fell into a thoughtful silence, the weight of that decision beginning to settle. Meanwhile, Jinwoo cruised back to the guild office, his thoughts drifting as the city passed by outside his window. He had hit level 101 now, just a few days past acquiring the key to the mysterious Kartanon Temple at level 100. Every one of his job-specific skills had grown sharper with his recent advancement. His mind wandered. What would level 102 bring? He smiled faintly, thinking about Jinho. His friend and vice guild master was proving himself invaluable, driven by a fiery determination. But Jinwoo knew that drive alone wasn't enough. They needed to expand. It was time to begin recruiting. He pulled into the guild's private lot, stepping out of the car just as something, or someone, caught his eye. Across the lot, a familiar figure stood, Cha Hai-in. She spotted him the moment he noticed her. Her expression shifted, surprised, almost startled. And without a word, she turned and began walking away, briskly, as if trying to vanish before he could speak. Jinwoo blinked, confused, and then a challenge sparked in his chest. Without hesitation, he activated Flash. In a blur, he appeared in front of her, cutting off her escape. Hai-in stopped in her tracks, her wide eyes meeting his as silence hung in the air between them. Jinwoo didn't say a word at first. He just looked at her, trying to read the sudden distance in her expression, and wondering what she was so afraid of. Jinwoo was genuinely puzzled by her behavior. Why was Cha Hai-in avoiding him? And what was she doing near the guild office in the first place? Before he could ask, she spoke first. Quiet, a little embarrassed. She explained that her car was still in the parking lot, a leftover detail from the last time they'd used Shadow Exchange. Jinwoo nodded slowly, but there was more to her presence here. He could feel it. Then, almost hesitantly, she asked if he had a moment to talk. Her expression was unreadable, but her mind was racing, clouded with confusion over a photo she'd seen of Jinwoo with Soo-hyun, jealousy she didn't want to admit, and a deeper ache. Why hadn't he ever considered recruiting her, despite her being an S-rank hunter? Trying to stay composed, Hae-in managed to shift the topic, saying she had a message for him. A message from Min Byung-gyu. That caught Jinwoo's attention instantly. His expression sharpened as he gestured for them to continue the conversation upstairs. Inside the quiet guild office, Hae-in was surprised by how empty it felt. Jinwoo's vice guild master was apparently still out, and the realization that she was alone with Jinwoo made her nerves spike. Still, he remained focused, and once seated, asked her directly, how had Byung-gyu left her a message? She took a breath, recounting the strange experience. It had been sudden. A voice reached out to her, and then, without warning, the shadow of Min Byung-gyu appeared before her eyes. His tone had been urgent. He warned her that there was something dangerous hidden within Jinwoo, something even he hadn't fully understood. The strangest part? Byung-gyu admitted that he felt at peace in his shadowy resurrection, as though being part of Jinwoo's army wasn't a curse, but a comfort. His final words came with a chilling weight, a warning about Jinwoo's power, that there was more to it than anyone realized. But before he could elaborate, a blinding light surrounded Hae-in, cutting the message short. All she had left were his haunting final words and a growing sense of unease. Later, back in the field, Jinwoo continued his usual routine, clearing dungeons alongside Jinho. But Hae-in's words stayed with him, echoing in his thoughts. Could it be true? Was there something more to his power than the system had shown him? Beside him, Jinho chatted casually, reminiscing about their early days raiding low-tier dungeons. Jinwoo, half listening, reminded him not to talk while eating. Jinho chuckled, then suggested Jinwoo just let his soldiers handle the raid. With their power and independence, there wasn't much need for him to lift a finger. But Jinwoo shook his head. He couldn't let himself rely on them too much. Not yet, because deep down, he knew. Understanding the origin of his powers wasn't just about becoming a stronger hunter anymore. It was about understanding who he truly was. Jinwoo had learned the hard way that staying too far from his shadow soldiers meant slower experience gain and less control. While they were powerful, they didn't always behave as intended without his supervision. His thoughts were interrupted by the sight of one of his shadow ants devouring a magic beast in an excessively gruesome way. Jinho grimaced in disgust, turning away. Trying to shift the mood, Jinho brought up Jinwoo's sister, Gina. "How's she doing?" he asked. "Still recovering," Jinwoo replied. "She just needs time to rest. I left her in good hands." He meant Beru, his most loyal shadow, and perhaps the most eccentric. Deciding to check in, Jinwoo closed his eyes and activated Shadow Exchange, linking his senses to Beru's. Instantly, his vision shifted to his sister's room. Gina was peacefully asleep, undisturbed. But something odd drew Jinwoo's attention. Beru was perched near the television, eyes locked onto a historical drama, speaking in an overly theatrical tone, mimicking the characters on screen. Jinwoo stifled a laugh. So that's where he got it from. Satisfied that Gina was safe, he turned his focus toward his mother. But just as he cycled through the shared senses again, a strange sound filled his ears. Running water. Confused, Jinwoo redirected his view, only to recoil in shock. He had accidentally connected to the shadow near Cha Hai-in, catching her in the middle of a bath. Jinwoo instantly severed the link, eyes snapping open. "Hey, you good?" Jinho asked, raising a brow. "Looked like you spaced out for a second." "Yeah, Just a weird moment, Jinwoo muttered, brushing it off. Still flustered, he considered making it up to Hei In. Maybe dinner, as an apology. He could only hope she hadn't noticed. Jinho, oblivious to the mishap, moved on. Oh, did you hear about the S-rank gate in Shinjuku? If it's not cleared in 3 days, Japan's in for a dungeon break. I heard, Jinwoo replied. They reached out already. You thinking of going? Jinwoo didn't answer right away. His thoughts were elsewhere, on something more pressing. Reaching into his inventory, he summoned the black key. It materialized in his hand with a faint hiss. The key to the Cartenon Temple. It wasn't just another dungeon. It was a summons from the system itself. Jinwoo stared at the key, his mind heavy with questions. The nature of his power, the truth behind the system, and the reason it had chosen him. He knew what came next wouldn't just change him as a hunter. It could change everything. With only 1 day remaining before the black key could be used, Jinwoo felt a quiet certainty settle in his chest. The truth behind his powers, and perhaps the system itself, was finally within reach. For now, though, he had other responsibilities. Turning back to Jinho, he reminded him they still had work to finish. As soon as Jinho wolfed down the last bite of his meal, he quickly followed Jinwoo back into the dungeon, ready to continue. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, anticipation was building fast. Reporters from across the globe crowded Japan's airports, all waiting for a glimpse of Yuri Orlov, the enigmatic and powerful S-rank hunter from Russia. Cameras flashed as Yuri arrived, his every step tracked and documented. Unfazed by the attention, he greeted the press with a wide, cocky grin. He carried himself with the effortless charisma of someone who believed the world already knew his name. When asked about his plan to contain the S-rank gate in Shinjuku, Yuri confidently outlined his approach. He spoke of a massive magic circle that would be drawn around the gate, fueled by ambient mana. It was a method he had employed successfully before. The key, he explained, was to install monocrystals across Tokyo. These crystals would act as energy reservoirs, gradually powering the circle until it became a fully autonomous barrier, one strong enough to seal even an S-rank gate. Doubt lingered in the reporters' questions. Could he truly manage such a task alone? Yuri shrugged off their skepticism. No, he couldn't maintain it by himself indefinitely, but the city itself, once prepared properly, would keep the barrier alive. It's just like starting a car, he quipped. Once the engine's running, it drives itself. He ended the interview with theatrical flair. I'm going to save all your lives, he said, flashing his teeth. Try to remember that when you write your headlines. Soon after, Yuri arrived at the Japanese Hunter Association headquarters, where the nation's top guildmasters and strategists awaited. Known as the world's greatest support-type hunter, his reputation preceded him. He entered casually, drink in hand, and introduced himself with exaggerated confidence. After a few polite formalities, he cut straight to business. He praised the decision to evacuate civilians, but was quick to criticize what he saw as a fatal flaw. The operation lacked manpower. Sugimoto, standing in for the Blade Guild, admitted that only 6 S-rank hunters were available for the raid. Each guild had to keep 1 S-rank member back to guard gates appearing elsewhere in the country. Even the Blade Guild, once Japan's strongest, could only send 3. Yuri raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. He slammed his empty glass down on the table and let out a scoff. This plan won't save your country, he said flatly. Then came his offer, $10 million per day to maintain the barrier and keep the gate sealed. He compared himself to Thomas Andre, one of the world's strongest hunters, reminding them that his rate was, in fact, a bargain. A small price to pay to stop a disaster, he added with a smirk. Sugimoto was stunned. The room fell silent as the number settled in. Hoshino leaned toward Tawata, who knew Russian, asking for clarification. He's serious, Tawata replied, brows furrowed. And that's not even the worst part. With a smug grin, Yuri leaned forward. You either pay me or risk everything for the sake of saving some pocket change. The Japanese hunters remained silent, unsure how to respond. Yuri's confidence was overwhelming. He laughed, mocking the situation. "Do you really have the luxury of being picky?" he asked, his tone dripping with arrogance. Then he pushed further. "Even if you begged on your knees, licking my boots, it still wouldn't be enough." Sugimoto stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "Do you truly believe you have the power to speak that way?" Yuri didn't flinch. "Of course I do. I'm worth more than all the clowns standing behind you combined." The insult was too much. Hoshino and Tawata lunged toward him, but before they could get close, they froze mid-air. An invisible force wrapped around them, locking their bodies in place. An unseen barrier had stopped them in their tracks. Yuri chuckled darkly, watching them struggle. "Go ahead, try to move," he taunted. Despite being seasoned S-rank hunters, they couldn't break free. Hoshino stared in disbelief, while Tawata felt like invisible chains had wrapped around her. The rest of the Japanese hunters looked on in stunned silence. Yuri leaned back, arms crossed. "I'll seal the gate for you. I'll even pretend this little tantrum never happened," he said, his tone almost playful. "All you have to do is pay." Sugimoto, tension in his jaw, stayed composed. He knew the price was high, and the government would hesitate, but it might be the only option left. After a long pause, he reached for his phone. "Give me a moment," he said to Yuri. "I'll make the call." Yuri smiled, victorious. And with that, the deal was set in motion. Jinwoo had attempted to slip out of the apartment quietly, but his mother, Kyunghee, called out to him before he could leave. He paused, sitting back down for a moment. Concerned, she asked if there was anything she should worry about. Jinwoo quickly reassured her, explaining that he just had an appointment, promising he'd be back soon. With that, he left the apartment. Stepping outside, Jinwoo summoned the black key. The time had finally come. A notification appeared, showing the location where the key could be used. To his surprise, it was near his sister Gina's school. At the school gate, a couple of Hunter Association employees were discussing the situation. They were relieved that the school was closed, commenting that they wouldn't be able to handle the students if they were present. They also noted that a gate had appeared at the same spot once again. Cloaked in stealth, Jinwoo approached unnoticed. When one of the employees stepped forward to stop him, Jinwoo lowered his hood, revealing himself with a calm but commanding presence. The female employee recognized him from a previous encounter at a B-rank gate and was surprised to see him. Jinwoo asked how long the gate had been open, and she informed him that it had been 3 days. Jinwoo quickly realized the system had revealed the gate's location, but not the exact timing of its appearance. With 3 days having already passed, Jinwoo immediately sensed danger. Although the gate was classified as C rank, something felt off. He asked if any hunters had entered the gate, and the employee confirmed that an assault squad had gone in 2 hours ago. Jinwoo, without hesitation, instructed her to call them back, warning that the entire squad was in danger and would not survive if they stayed inside. The employee, confused and alarmed by Jinwoo's urgency, pointed out that the gate was only C rank. But Jinwoo, focused on rescuing the hunters, walked straight toward the gate, insisting there was no time to explain. Determined, he told her he'd bring the squad back himself, leaving her bewildered as he disappeared into the gate. Inside the dungeon, the floor was littered with the carcasses of magic beasts, a grim testament to the strike squad's battles. They now stood before the boss room, but something was wrong. No matter what they tried, the door wouldn't budge, even their magic proving useless. Frustration grew as they debated their next move, unwilling to turn back after coming so far. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, Jinwoo. His unexpected arrival startled the group, who initially didn't recognize him. Jinwoo calmly introduced himself as the survivor of the infamous double dungeon. One of the hunters, recognizing his name, whispered in awe, "Sung Jinwoo, the S-rank hunter." The group's surprise quickly turned to alarm as Jinwoo warned them of the danger they were in, urging them to leave immediately. Despite the C-rank classification, he sensed something far more perilous lurking ahead. Ignoring their disbelief, Jinwoo stepped forward to inspect the door. A notification appeared. Only he could see it. It revealed that the gate to the Kartanen temple was locked and required the black key to open. Jinwoo quickly understood that this dungeon was different from his past experiences, requiring him to use the key. As soon as he inserted it, the door creaked open, revealing the path forward. The strike squad was stunned. After all their efforts to open the door, Jinwoo had done it with ease. Still, some members of the squad, especially from the Dragon Guild, were defiant. They reminded Jinwoo that they had purchased the raid permit for this dungeon, and even though he was an S rank, he had no right to tell them what to do. Jinwoo, understanding their position, told them he wouldn't stop them from entering, but warned them of the dangers. One hunter, eager to prove his bravery, stepped forward and entered the room. As soon as the man crossed the threshold, a notification popped up, only visible to Jinwoo. It warned that the person without the key had been denied access. Instantly, a massive sword swung down from the ceiling, aimed directly at the hunter's head. But before it could strike, Jinwoo swiftly pulled him back, saving his life just in time. The sword crashed into the ground, shattering the stone tiles beneath it. Terrified, the squad members screamed as monstrous doorkeepers, guardians of the temple, attacked. Jinwoo wasted no time, throwing the frightened hunter out of the room. He turned to the rest of the squad and warned them again. These monsters were far more dangerous than they realized. He urged them to report to the Hunter Association that this was a double dungeon and to leave immediately. Once the squad stood in silence, Jinwoo stepped through the door, alone. A notification confirmed that the one who held the key had entered. The door slammed shut behind him with a heavy thud. The room Jinwoo entered was massive, its sheer size overwhelming. Towering statues lined the walls, each one intricately carved and standing as silent sentinels. At the far end, a colossal statue loomed ominously over the space. Everything looked just as Jinwoo remembered from his previous encounter, but something felt different this time. Jinwoo himself had changed. With his newfound strength, he could now see the statues for what they truly were. They weren't magic beasts as they had seemed before. They were mere puppets, controlled by something far more sinister. As Jinwoo's sharp senses scanned the room, he detected a hidden presence, an aura so dark and malevolent that it would have been impossible to notice before. Jinwoo approached one particular statue, the only one holding a stone tablet. Unlike the others, this one exuded an eerie aura. As he drew closer, he spoke. "It was you." The statue remained still, offering no response. Frustration surged within Jinwoo, and just as he was about to question further, something chilling happened. The statue's lips curled into a smile, its red eyes flickering to life. "At last, you have arrived?" A twisted voice echoed through the hall, laced with satisfaction. The time for answers had finally come. Meanwhile, across Japan, the nation was glued to their screens, eagerly watching Yuri Orlov's interview. He had promised to protect Japan from the looming threat of an S-rank gate. In Korea, Hunters Association President Go Gun-hee also watched the broadcast, his face etched with concern. He wasn't fully convinced that Yuri could seal such a powerful gate, but one thing was certain. If Yuri failed, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chairman Go Gun-hee turned to his assistant, Woo Jin-chul, and asked for an update on Hunter Sung Jin-woo's recent activities. Jin-chul handed over a list, explaining that Jin-woo had been busy raiding numerous gates around Seoul. The Ajin Guild, Jin-woo's personal guild, had requested permits for all the gates listed. Gun-hee raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It was unusual for a small, newly formed guild to target so many gates that were typically controlled by major guilds like White Tiger, Hunters, and Fiend. Jin-chul noted that some friction might arise because of this, but Gun-hee simply chuckled at the thought. The idea that a single man's guild could rival a major guild was both amusing and fascinating. Jin Chul added that the Arjin Guild had also requested to handle nearby gates for the next week, though the reasons were unclear. Without seeing any issue, Gunhee agreed without hesitation. Just as they finished discussing, Jin Chul's phone buzzed with an incoming call. He asked for permission to step aside, which Gunhee granted as he himself had an appointment to attend. Jin Chul answered the call, and his expression quickly turned serious. The caller reported alarming news. A new gate had appeared at the same school where a group of orcs had attacked before. Even more shocking was the discovery of a double dungeon inside the gate. The final detail left Jin Chul stunned. Hunter Sung Jin had entered the double dungeon. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Jinwoo stood before a colossal statue with 6 wings, resembling an angel holding a stone slate. The wind howled through the vast hall, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Without warning, the slate began to crack, and in a sudden, violent motion, the statue smashed it into pieces. Debris flew around Jinwoo as the remnants crumbled at his feet. The statue spoke, acknowledging that Jinwoo had finally arrived. It seemed to mock the importance of the slate's commandments, hinting that they might not have mattered at all. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed, and he asked if it was truly acceptable to destroy something so significant. But the statue corrected him, explaining that while the commandments once held meaning, they were now obsolete. Jinwoo, growing impatient, demanded to know if the statue was the one who had summoned him to this place. With a sinister grin, the statue confirmed that it had indeed called him here. However, when Jinwoo asked if the statue was a monster, it dismissed the question, telling him he was focusing on the wrong thing. The statue clapped its hands, drawing Jinwoo's attention elsewhere. It suggested that instead of questioning the statue's identity, Jinwoo should have been asking about his own. This revelation marked the beginning of Jinwoo's final test. As the sound of stone cracking filled the room, the other statues began to turn their heads toward him. Slowly, they stepped off their pedestals, weapons raised, ready to attack. Jinwoo, always prepared, summoned his shadow soldiers to fight. But before they could act, the statue snapped its fingers, stopping them in their tracks. This test was meant for Jinwoo alone. No help, no shortcuts. A notification appeared, informing him that all his job-exclusive skills, potions, and rewards from leveling up or completing quests were now restricted. Everything that had once given him an edge in combat was disabled. The statue emphasized that it was only interested in evaluating Jinwoo's personal strength, not the abilities of his shadow soldiers. Jinwoo frowned at each restriction, but there was no time to dwell on it. The advantages he had relied on were now gone, leaving him with only his own strength. He couldn't leave until the test was complete, so he prepared to face the challenge ahead with nothing but his raw power. The stone figures began to advance, their heavy footsteps echoing ominously through the chamber. Jinwoo watched them carefully, remembering how powerful these puppets were. Once, they had nearly killed him, but now the tables had turned. One of the figures swung a massive sword at him, cutting through the air with deadly speed. Jinwoo, realizing his inventory was still accessible, decided he would defeat them using only his strength. As the sword came crashing down, he caught it with his bare hands. In one swift motion, he snapped the blade in half. Without hesitation, he grabbed the broken piece of the sword and hurled it with incredible force. The shard flew through the air and pierced the stone figure's temple with deadly precision. Not pausing for a second, Jinwoo darted forward. The damaged figure struggled to pull the shard from its head, but Jinwoo was faster. He leaped into the air, driving the shard even deeper into the figure's skull with a precise kick, causing the entire statue to shatter. Another stone figure approached, swinging a massive axe. Jinwoo tightened his grip on his daggers, ready for the strike. With a swift motion, he blocked the incoming attack. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the room. In an instant, Jinwoo countered, slashing the axe in two. As he leaped into the air, the stone figure tracked his movement, but it was too slow. Jinwoo came down with a crushing blow, dragging his daggers across its head and shattering its skull with precise force. Next, A figure armed with a bow took aim and fired an arrow at Jinwoo with incredible speed. Jinwoo dodged effortlessly, the arrow whizzing past him. The figure quickly fired another, but Jinwoo sliced it in two mid-air with his daggers. Without missing a beat, Jinwoo jumped toward the broken arrow halves, his movements a blur. He kicked one of the pieces with brutal force, turning it into a missile. The shard struck the stone archer's head, shattering it into fragments. As the figure collapsed, Jinwoo's eyes blazed with determination. One by one, he cut down the advancing statues, parrying and blocking each attack with precision. He moved like a whirlwind, dismantling the stone figures with ease. His heart pounded with anticipation, knowing the true challenge was yet to come. This was the moment Jinwoo had been waiting for, the challenge that made him feel truly alive. His movements were fluid and precise, like a well-rehearsed dance of destruction. Wielding the demon monarch's daggers, he sliced through the stone figures as if they were fragile clay, each strike shattering them with ease. His body, mind, and weapons had become one, transforming him into an unstoppable force. As the statues crumbled one by one, the chamber echoed with the sound of destruction. From across the room, the angelic statue with 6 wings trembled in delight, watching Jinwoo's deadly grace with sinister satisfaction. It marveled at how far this mere human had come, the power he now wielded far surpassing what the statue had anticipated. Jinwoo's daggers moved with blinding speed, effortlessly blocking and countering the relentless strikes from the stone figures. The once elusive and seemingly teleporting movements of his enemies were now crystal clear to him. He could follow every step, every swing, with flawless precision. His blades clashed against stone, sending shards flying, but Jinwoo remained unfazed. He had grown stronger, and it showed in every cut and every deflected blow. The angelic statue, still observing from afar, smiled wider. It was clear to the statue that Jinwoo had surpassed its expectations, but the test wasn't over yet. The sinister grin on the statue's face widened as a deep rumble filled the room, drawing Jinwoo's attention. Jinwoo's gaze shifted to the massive colossus seated on the throne at the far end of the hall. The giant figure, dormant until now, slowly opened its glowing red eyes. The ground trembled beneath its weight as the colossus gripped the armrests of its throne and began to rise. The grinding sound of stone against stone filled the chamber as the giant stood to its full, towering height. The sheer size of the colossus was enough to send a wave of unease through the room. Each of its steps shook the ground, sending tremors through the lair as it moved forward with purpose. Its overwhelming presence filled the air with tension, and every fiber of Jinwoo's being braced for the battle to come. The angelic statue, watching with anticipation, called out in a voice filled with excitement, "Now the time has come to worship the god." Without hesitation, Jinwoo surged forward once more, decapitating yet another stone figure with a swift slice from his daggers. Despite the seemingly endless number of stone soldiers that rushed at him, Jinwoo cut them down with calculated precision. But his instincts told him that something far more dangerous was approaching. He glanced up, locking eyes with the massive colossus. Its once dormant eyes now blazed with an intense red light, and in an instant, Jinwoo realized the real threat had arrived. The battle had just begun. Jinwoo's heart raced as the colossus prepared its next deadly blast. Without hesitation, he dropped the dagger from his left hand and extended his arm toward the advancing stone figures. With a surge of energy, he activated Commander's Touch. Power flooded through him as 5 of the stone soldiers were immediately seized by his will, crushed together mid-air like puppets on strings. Just as they collided, the colossus unleashed its devastating attack. A brilliant red laser beam shot from the colossus's eyes with a searing intensity. The deafening sizzle of the blast filled the air as it collided with Jinwoo's improvised shield, the bound statues. The force of the beam shook the entire temple. Jinwoo felt the overwhelming power of the laser, watching as the statues were vaporized in mere seconds, melting into molten rubble. But it had served its purpose, buying him the few precious moments he needed to leap backward, avoiding the full force of the attack. As the heat and dust began to settle, Jinwoo's gaze locked on a new notification flashing before him. Commander's touch has been upgraded to Dominator's authority. A smirk crossed his face. His skill had just reached its final form. But despite the small victory, Jinwoo knew the danger he was facing. Even at his current level, a direct hit from that laser would mean instant death. He needed to take the Colossus down, and fast if he had any chance of surviving this test. The eerie red light in the Colossus's eyes intensified, signaling another attack was imminent. Jinwoo tapped his foot lightly on the ground, and with a sharp crack, he launched himself forward. His body became a blur of motion, darting toward the massive figure. The Colossus, reacting slowly, raised its gigantic foot and slammed it down, trying to crush him. But Jinwoo's speed was far beyond what the giant could track. He weaved effortlessly out of the foot's path, missing him entirely. Jinwoo closed the distance to the Colossus's feet, crouching low as he prepared his next move. He knew he only had one shot at this. The Colossus's glowing red eyes tracked him, preparing to fire another lethal beam. Jinwoo focused all his energy into his legs and propelled himself upward with all his might, rocketing into the air. As he ascended, he could feel the intense heat radiating from the Colossus's deadly gaze, tracking him once again. But Jinwoo had a plan. As he soared higher, he extended his hand and activated Dominator's authority, but instead of pulling the giant statue toward him, he reversed the force, dragging himself closer to the Colossus. Just as another red beam shot from the Colossus's eyes, Jinwoo narrowly avoided it, the heat crackling through the air where he had just been. The gravitational pull of Dominator's authority yanked him straight toward the Colossus's shoulder. The upgrade had made a crucial difference. Jinwoo now had the power to manipulate even this massive foe. As he flew closer, he gripped his remaining dagger tightly, his mind focused on the task ahead. With the skill mutilation activated, Jinwoo surged forward with lightning speed. His body was a blur as he raced across the Colossus's enormous shoulder. The air shimmered with the speed of his movements, and bright silver lines illuminated the giant's stony face as he struck with the demon monarch's dagger. His blade slashed through the air, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. The Colossus, now marked with glowing lines from Jinwoo's rapid strikes, groaned in response to the overwhelming assault. Jinwoo's focus remained sharp, knowing that every second counted in this deadly game. Despite Jinwoo's speed and precision, his strikes barely left a mark. Each blow he dealt to the Colossus only resulted in shallow scratches. His dagger, known for cutting through the toughest enemies, was struggling to make a dent against the massive stone figure. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. The damage was insignificant, mere surface wounds against a foe built like a fortress. Realizing the futility of his current approach, Jinwoo decided to switch tactics. If his blade couldn't penetrate the Colossus's dense stone, then he would rely on sheer power instead. His gaze locked onto a small crevice on the statue's face, a potential weak spot. Without a second thought, he leapt onto the giant, gripping its face as if scaling a mountainside. His hands latched firmly onto the cracks, his focus intensifying. Drawing in a deep breath, Jinwoo funneled every ounce of mana into his arms. His muscles bulged with the raw power coursing through them, veins throbbing as he prepared for his next move. With all the force he could muster, he unleashed a devastating punch. The impact echoed through the chamber like a thunderclap, reverberating off the stone walls. The Colossus faltered slightly, its once serene face registering a hint of shock. The angelic figure overseeing the test seemed momentarily caught off guard, never anticipating such a direct assault on its creation. Jinwoo didn't stop there. He followed up with a flurry of powerful punches, each one harder and more forceful than the last. The relentless rhythm of his blows filled the lair with loud, bone-shaking sounds. His fists crashed against the Colossus's face, sending cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Fueled by fury and the need to prove his strength, Jinwoo showed no mercy, each strike widening the fissures in the stone. Finally, with one last earth-shattering punch, the Colossus couldn't hold itself together any longer. The giant statue crumbled, collapsing to the ground with a deafening crash. The entire lair shook as the massive figure fell, sending a thick cloud of dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Jinwoo stood tall, his form emerging unscathed amidst the chaos. But the battle wasn't over. The remaining stone statues, seizing the moment, launched themselves at him from all sides. Their movements were swift, their stone arms reaching out to strike. Jinwoo, however, was quicker. Before they could close in, he raised his hand and activated Dominator's authority. Instantly, the statues froze in midair, helpless against his power. With a sharp, commanding gesture, Jinwoo sent their heads slamming into the ground. The force was enough to shatter them completely, their bodies crumbling into lifeless rubble. The ground rumbled briefly, before falling still, the chamber falling silent once more. Jinwoo clenched his fist, feeling the surge of strength from the intense battle. He could feel it. He had grown stronger, more powerful than ever before. His victory over the Colossus had brought him closer to his ultimate goal. But then, a slow, deliberate sound cut through the silence. Clapping. Jinwoo's sharp gaze turned toward the source of the noise, his eyes narrowing as he saw the angelic statue standing there. Its expression was unreadable, but Jinwoo's patience had reached its limit. Without hesitation, he demanded answers. Yet instead of responding with clarity, the angelic figure let out a cold, hollow laugh that echoed eerily throughout the chamber, as if it came from all directions at once. Before Jinwoo could react, a sudden notification flashed before his eyes, drawing his attention. The urgent quest message carried an ominous weight, sending a chill down his spine. It was clear something far more dangerous was on the horizon. The angel's voice, disembodied and unsettling, echoed once more through the lair, declaring itself as Jinwoo's final test. The last challenge stood between him and the truth he sought, the final obstacle before the answers he had been chasing. The room grew still, the weight of the impending battle pressing down on him. Time became Jinwoo's greatest adversary, with only 10 minutes separating him from death. His heart would stop if he failed to overcome the challenge before him. As each second slipped away, frustration gnawed at him. Yet, even with the urgency, he demanded to know the true identity of the angelic statue. A notification flashed, reminding him that his question had already been dismissed. But as if offering a final cryptic answer, the statue revealed its truth. It was the architect of the system itself. The surveillance team arrived swiftly, falling into formation under the command of a sharp-eyed female operative. She moved with authority, assigning positions as tension simmered in the air. At the center of it all stood Woo Jin-chul, leader of the team and a seasoned hunter himself. He had mustered 7 of the association's finest, elite hunters with impressive records. Yet, despite their prowess, Jin-chul harbored no illusions. This wasn't a team meant to assist Sung Jin in battle. This was a last resort response, a measure prepared for the worst. His gaze locked on the gate before them. It pulsed with unnatural energy, a dense torrent of magic power that warped the very air. The pressure was suffocating, almost sickening. Jinchul instinctively stepped back, a cold sweat tracing his spine as the oppressive mana pressed against him like a growing storm. "This isn't right," he muttered under his breath, unsettled by the monstrous aura. He turned to his team. "Do you feel that?" A nearby hunter gave a grim nod. "It's growing stronger by the minute. The Hunters Guild is on standby. They're ready to mobilize if we give the word." "What about Choijong Inn and Chahai Inn? They've agreed to join if it becomes necessary." Knowing they might be walking into a nightmare, Jinchul didn't hesitate. "Send the emergency request. We'll need all the backup we can get." Meanwhile, within the gate, Jinwoo stood face to face with the architect, the entity behind every trial, every torment. The atmosphere was electric, thick with the promise of violence. No words were exchanged, only the quiet before chaos. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The architect lunged, impossibly fast. Jinwoo moved to dash past. Too late. The architect intercepted, fists exploding forward with lightning speed. Reacting purely on instinct, Jinwoo crossed his arms to block. The impact was brutal. A thunderous crash echoed as the blows sent him flying, his body slamming into the stone floor with bone-jarring force. Cracks spiderwebbed beneath him as dust and rubble burst outward. Groaning, Jinwoo barely had time to rise before the architect was on him again. A colossal fist barreled down, missing his head by inches as he rolled aside. The punch struck the wall with shattering force, carving a gaping hole into the chamber. The assault intensified. Fists rained down like meteors, the architect pressing its advantage with inhuman precision. Any single blow could have ended a top-tier hunter. Yet Jinwoo endured. His movements honed, reactive, precise. He weaved, blocked, deflected. 8 fists moved to crush him, but with just 2 arms, he parried every strike. Each movement was calculated, each block a miracle of reflex and strength. The architect grinned, relishing the barrage, but Jinwoo was still standing, still fighting, still unbroken. The architect's eyes narrowed, tracking only flickers and afterimages as Jinwoo's movements blurred beyond perception. His attacks were missing. Every strike dodged or deflected with uncanny precision. Then, just as it processed the shift in battle, one of its punches connected. A brutal impact crashed into Jinwoo's jaw, sending a shockwave through his body. Blood welled from a cut on his forehead, dribbling down and stinging his eye. But Jinwoo didn't waver. Pain lanced through him, yet it only fueled his resolve. He'd had enough. His body lowered, coiling like a spring, then exploded forward. His fist rocketed toward the architect with all the strength he could summon. The impact was thunderous. The architect was launched across the chamber, tumbling mid-air before slamming into the ground. Dust and debris erupted from the crater it left in its wake. Yet it stood again almost instantly, planting its feet with renewed interest, a wide grin stretching across its face. For the first time, the architect was entertained. It had never considered that a human, a mere byproduct of the system, could challenge it. But standing across from Jinwoo now, bruised but unbroken, it understood. This was no ordinary opponent. This was a warrior forged through death and battle. Blood blurred Jinwoo's vision, but his mind was razor-sharp. The architect had summoned him the moment he crossed level 101, assuming he'd be easy prey. A final trial. But Jinwoo wasn't here to lose. He was here for answers. Why had the architect created the system? Why had he been chosen? What was the purpose of it all? The architect chuckled, amused by the sudden questions. "So now you ask?" it said, eyes gleaming. "Worried you'll kill me before I can answer?" To the architect, defeat was still an abstract concept, one it treated more like a punchline than a possibility. But Jinwoo didn't give it the chance to joke further. Realizing close combat gave the architect the upper hand, he retreated, putting distance between them. With a sharp breath, he activated Dominator's authority, a skill of overwhelming force, perfect for ranged combat. The architect merely raised its arms in response, the same technique. 2 titanic forces surged forward, colliding midair. The result was catastrophic. Gravitational pressure exploded outward, scorching the earth, shattering the stone floor beneath them, and rippling through the chamber like a shockwave from the gods. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. He understood now. The battle ahead wasn't just a clash of strength. If the architect could wield the same abilities, then long-range tactics would be useless. Jinwoo realized this instantly. Across from him, the architect stood tall, all 8 arms outstretched like a deity of destruction. A low hum filled the air as the scattered weapons around the chamber began to vibrate, resonating with an ominous power. One by one, they floated upward, suspended by invisible force, each weapon pulled toward the architect like iron to a magnet. Now armed with 8 distinct instruments of death, a sword, a spear, a blade, an axe, a hammer, and more. Each one gripped tightly with Dominator's authority. The architect loomed like a war god. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on his daggers. He needed answers. How could the architect command such power? How had he created a system that rivaled divine design? The architect, sensing Jinwoo's thoughts, chuckled, cold and mechanical. "You were never my choice," he said flatly. "In truth, I opposed your selection." He gestured to himself. "I am the architect, the moderator. The system was my creation, yes. But you were a deviation. Everything, every outcome was scripted from the beginning." Jinwoo's heart pounded, not from fear, but from urgency. The countdown in his mind ticked on. 7 minutes left. No more time for questions. It was now or never. The architect moved first, a blur of motion. In a single leap, he crashed down in front of Jinwoo, the impact fracturing the ground and sending shards of stone flying. He struck like a whirlwind, 8 weapons moving in deadly harmony, each attack calculated to kill. Blades sliced through the air, the hammer cracked stone, the spear struck with sniper precision. The air screamed with each swing, the chamber echoing with the clash of weapon against ground, wall, and steel. Jinwoo stood in the eye of the storm. He controlled his breathing, calmed his heart. His gaze locked on the architect. Amid the chaos, something inside him awakened. His senses stretched beyond normal human perception, beyond even what a hunter should be capable of. Even with blood streaming into one eye, blurring his vision, he could feel the trajectory of every weapon. He danced through the storm of blades, his movements honed to a razor's edge. A sword passed so close it grazed his cheek, but missed. And in that instant, Jinwoo countered, slashing back with impossible speed. His awareness had evolved. Every heartbeat, every breath of mana in the room became data he instinctively processed. He dodged, parried, struck, each motion faster, more precise. The architect faltered. This wasn't what he expected. He had unleashed his full power, yet Jinwoo wasn't faltering. He was rising. With each second, Jinwoo's speed increased. His precision sharpened. His blows struck deeper. And for the first time, the architect, eternal and unshaken, felt something wholly unfamiliar. Doubt. Jinwoo's blade cut through the air like a scythe, striking true. One of the architect's arms was cleaved clean off. The severed limb flew across the chamber, crashing into the far wall with a dull thud. The architect staggered back, clutching the stump, his expression twisted in disbelief and pain. A mere human had wounded him. Not just wounded, dismantled him. Through the haze of fury and confusion, the architect's eyes locked onto Jinwoo. He saw it now, buried deep within the hunter's core. Something ancient and immense stirred, not just raw strength, not just skill, but a fragment of power that shouldn't belong to any human. Jinwoo, meanwhile, was still and composed, his breathing even, his gaze cold and focused. No arrogance, no rage, just resolve. Pure, unwavering resolve. The architect let out a furious roar that shook the stone walls. His pride, once untouchable, now lay in tatters. In desperation, he summoned the remaining statues. Shattered or whole, broken or intact, they all began to rise at his call. Lifeless marble now animated by fury and command. The ground trembled as dozens of statues prepared to swarm. Jinwoo didn't flinch. With just over 3 minutes remaining, he had no time to spare. He raised his hand. Dominator's authority flared to life. A pulse of force exploded outward, tearing through the advancing enemies. Statues were hurled backward like ragdolls, shattering on impact with the walls and floor. In the chaos, Jinwoo dashed forward, a blur of black steel and purpose. His daggers gleamed as he weaved through falling debris and lunging statues. Just as he closed in on the architect, the colossal guardian statue moved, its massive stone fist descending like a meteor. Jinwoo twisted mid-run, leaping to the side just in time. The impact shattered the floor, obliterating a score of lesser statues in its wake. But Jinwoo kept moving, circling, adapting, relentless. At the heart of the battlefield, the architect's arms lashed out like blades, attacking with desperate fury. Jinwoo danced through them, every step precise, every slash of his dagger bringing the architect closer to defeat. With a surge of strength, Jinwoo landed another devastating blow, slicing off a second arm. The architect reeled, his composure cracking. Enraged, he swung his sword with both fury and fear. But Jinwoo met the strike head-on, his dagger flashing with explosive energy. Sparks flew, the shockwave rippling through the chamber. And then, impact. A shield slammed into Jinwoo's back from behind. One of the statues, damaged but still mobile, had closed in without a sound and struck him with brutal force. The blow drove the air from his lungs and sent him stumbling forward. Pain flared through his spine, but he didn't fall. His footing held. Jinwoo growled under his breath, the fire in his eyes burning brighter. This wasn't over. Not yet. Jinwoo winced as the blow struck him from behind, his body briefly staggering from the impact. Gritting his teeth, he spun around and locked eyes with the culprit, the shield-wielding statue that had ambushed him once before. Recognition flickered, followed by a surge of fury. He remembered this one. He remembered the blow, the pain, and the grudge that had been simmering ever since. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinwoo launched himself into the air. Mana surged through his body, gathering at his elbow. He came down like a falling star, driving his strike straight into the statue's head. The force of the impact pulverized it into dust, an execution born of precision and rage. But he didn't stop. Fueled by the momentum of his fury, Jinwoo turned and charged straight for the architect. The architect's expression twisted with disbelief. He barely had time to process what he was seeing. Jinwoo was faster than ever before, moving with a fury that even the architect's calculations hadn't accounted for. In a flash, 2 more of the architect's arms were severed, the daggers slicing through them like paper. Then, with a final crushing blow, Jinwoo slammed him to the ground. The floor split beneath the weight of the impact, debris exploding outward as dust choked the air. For a moment, silence reigned. As the dust settled, Jinwoo emerged, calm, unflinching. He approached the fallen architect, each step heavy with finality. Raising his dagger, he pressed the blade against the architect's neck, his eyes unwavering. It was over. The architect exhaled slowly, the fight draining from him. "I concede," he said, his voice low but clear. "The test has ended." As the words left his mouth, the countdown timer that had loomed in the air blinked out, freezing in place. The battle had reached its conclusion. Raising a trembling finger, the architect pointed at Jinwoo. "The answer you seek, it lies within you," he said cryptically. Jinwoo's brow furrowed. "Within me?" What did that mean? Before he could speak, a new notification materialized before his eyes. Retrieving data from internal storage. Then, a simple prompt appeared. Accept retrieval, YN. The architect's gaze locked with his one final time. The choice is yours. Jinwoo stood in silence, his mind racing through 1,000 questions. But the decision had already been made. With calm resolve, he answered, "Yes." Instantly, darkness closed in around him. The world dissolved. Sound vanished. He floated weightlessly through an endless void. Not falling, not rising, just drifting, alone in the silence. Then, the system's voice echoed around him. "You have successfully retrieved the data." Suddenly, Jinwoo found himself hurtling through a dark tunnel, the momentum carrying him at breakneck speed. The tunnel stretched on, and with a final jolt, he was thrust into a blinding light. His eyes took a moment to adjust, and when they did, he gasped at the sight below him. An endless army of magical beasts stretched across the land, their numbers staggering. From high orcs to ice elves, goblins to giants, the creatures lined up in rows, their power evident in every stance. Jinwoo's heart raced as he processed the magnitude of what he was seeing. What were these creatures waiting for? Following their collective gaze, he saw it. Suspended in the sky was a colossal black shape. It looked like a dark lake, But it wasn't water. It was a gate, a massive one, blocking out the strangely purple sky above. Jinwoo's disbelief deepened. This was no longer Earth. The arid, brownish-red wasteland, the bizarre rock formations, and the sky's unnatural hue confirmed it. He wasn't on his home planet. The magical beasts below stirred, their focus unwavering as they watched the gate. If these creatures broke through and invaded Earth, humanity wouldn't stand a chance. Jinwoo couldn't shake the sense of dread that settled in his chest as he witnessed the sheer scale of the impending disaster. Then, the impossible happened. The gate, once intact, began to crack. The sound of shattering stone echoed across the battlefield as the gate split open. From the broken gate, silver-armored winged soldiers poured out, filling the sky. Their armor gleamed as they descended like a swarm of enraged bees. The magical beasts below roared, rallying to meet this new threat. A horn blared across the battlefield, signaling the start of the clash. The soldiers in silver armor descended, and the battle began. The air was filled with the sound of clashing weapons, shattered armor, and blood-curdling screams. But it became clear quickly that the soldiers had the upper hand. Their precision and overwhelming strength were unmatched. The magical beasts, fearsome in their own right, were no match for the soldiers' might. The tide of battle shifted rapidly in favor of the armored warriors, and Jinwoo realized that the annihilation of the magical beasts was imminent. However, just as victory seemed assured, something unexpected occurred. One by one, the silver soldiers froze, their bodies immobilized. A massive shadow began to spread across the battlefield, creeping over the blood-soaked ground like a tidal wave. Chilling screams echoed from nowhere, filling the air with an eerie sense of dread. Jinwoo's mind raced as he recognized the sensation. This was the ability to control shadows, a power he knew all too well. A towering knight clad entirely in black armor appeared on the battlefield, a dark aura radiating from both him and the steed he rode. The knight's presence was suffocating, his power undeniable. Jinwoo's heart skipped a beat as realization hit him. There was only one being capable of wielding such dark power, the Shadow Monarch. With an air of absolute command, the Shadow Monarch's gaze swept across the silver soldiers in the sky. His voice, deep and resonant, pierced the eerie stillness of the battlefield. Arise. That single word rippled through the air with an almost unnatural force, and immediately the ground trembled. Shadows began to shift, moving like waves across the blood-soaked earth. The once crimson battlefield was overtaken by an all-encompassing sea of black. The fallen soldiers, now reanimated as shadowy warriors, opened their glowing eyes, their forms pulsating with dark energy. Their roars and shrieks filled the air, an unsettling blend of battle cries and wailing screams that echoed throughout the desolate landscape. The monsters that had once perished now rose again, their blood thickened with darkness, giving them a newfound strength. Death had not claimed them. Instead, it had transformed them into something more terrifying, more powerful. Jinwoo, observing the spectacle before him, was awestruck. The Shadow Monarch had the ability to summon an endless legion of shadow soldiers, an unimaginable power far beyond anything Jinwoo could currently wield. It was a display of strength that left him in awe, a testament to the Shadow Monarch's terrifying might. The resurrected beasts charged forward, now possessed with dark energy, their once lifeless bodies moving with deadly intent. The battlefield, once dominated by the silver soldiers, was now a chaotic and violent war between two opposing armies. Black clashed against silver in a violent storm of explosions and destruction, the earth itself trembling beneath the force of their conflict. What had once been a one-sided slaughter was now a brutal, evenly matched war, all because of the arrival of a singular, overwhelming force, the Shadow Monarch. With his massive black steed, the Shadow Monarch charged into the fray, his sword swinging with unstoppable force. Every strike felled thousands of enemies, and with each fallen soldier, a new shadow warrior was born, rising to fight in his growing army. With a simple wave of his hand, the silver soldier's wings were ripped away, sending them plummeting from the skies to meet their end. Jinwu recognized the skill instantly. The monarch was wielding Dominator's authority, the same power he himself had tapped into. Wherever the Shadow Monarch moved, devastation followed. The battlefield, once a place of intense struggle, was now a wasteland in his wake. Victory seemed all but assured for the monarch and his ever-growing army of reanimated monsters. But just as the tide of battle appeared to settle in his favor, something shifted. Jinwu's eyes widened in shock as an ominous wind began to sweep across the battlefield. Suddenly, two massive gates, as colossal as the ones floating above, materialized behind the Shadow Monarch. From within these gates, two distinct groups of magic beasts emerged, adding a new level of intensity to the battle. The first group was composed of knights and soldiers, their banners fluttering as they charged into the fray. Jinwu's eyes sharpened as he recognized the crests on their standards. Ricardo, Pathos, Loken, Ingras, and even the Radiru clan, to which Esil belonged. These were the noble clans from the Demon's Castle, renowned for their strength and fearsome power. The second group, however, was even more terrifying. A colossal wolf, towering like a mountain, stepped out of the gates, its massive paws sending tremors through the earth with every stomp. Its growl resonated across the battlefield, a deep guttural sound that sent a chill through the air. Behind the wolf, a horde of savage beasts followed, their howls merging into a symphony of monstrous roars. With the animal-type beasts and the demon clan now surrounding the Shadow Monarch and his army, the war reached a whole new level of devastation. The tide of battle shifted once again. The animal-type beasts and demons launched a brutal, coordinated assault on the Shadow Soldiers. The battlefield became a chaotic storm of attacks, with both sides giving no quarter. Yet, no matter how many Shadow Soldiers were obliterated, they regenerated almost instantly, rising once again to fight. Jinwu, watching the incredible display, couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Shadow Monarch. If these were his own soldiers, Jinwu would have run out of mana long ago, but the Shadow Monarch seemed to possess an endless well of energy that fueled his unstoppable army. Despite the ferocious onslaught from the demon clans and the animal-type beasts, the Shadow Soldiers kept regenerating, their numbers seemingly infinite. This raised troubling questions in Jinwu's mind. The monsters didn't seem to be allies of the Shadow Monarch. The demon clans and the beasts were attacking the Shadow Soldiers just as fiercely as they were battling the Silver Soldiers. Was there an internal conflict between them, or had they never been on the same side to begin with? The battle raged on, the battlefield quickly becoming a sea of blood and fallen bodies. The violence seemed endless, consuming everything in its path. As the war drew toward its conclusion, only a handful of creatures remained on the blood-streaked terrain. The Shadow Monarch approached one demon, slumped against a rock, its face hidden behind a helmet. Despite the demon's weakened state, the monarch's gaze was unwavering. There was no mistaking the tension between them as they faced each other in silence. The Shadow Monarch's voice cut through the stillness, cold and commanding as he demanded answers about the demon's betrayal. The demon, however, laughed bitterly, speaking in a language that few would understand, but the Shadow Monarch clearly did. Without warning, the monarch reached out and gripped the demon's neck, lifting it effortlessly off the ground. The demon struggled, its armor groaning under the strength of the monarch's hold. Even as blood dripped from its mouth, the demon attempted to speak, despite the crushing pain. Then, something extraordinary happened. As Jinwu watched, the demon's eyes met his own, eyes that filled him with recognition. His heart raced as he realized who the demon was. Those eyes were all too familiar. His pulse quickened as he finally understood. The demon was none other than Baran, the Demon King. Jinwu's hands trembled as the Shadow Monarch released the lifeless body, which crumpled to the ground with a sickening thud. As the helmet clattered to the earth, Jinwu's shock deepened. Baran's face, twisted with burning hatred, stared up at him. It was the same face he had seen in the demon's castle. But as the pieces fell into place, another revelation struck him. Baran, the Demon King, was now clad head to toe in black armor, his form completely enveloped by the same dark power that had consumed the battlefield. At some point, Jinwoo had unknowingly taken control of the Shadow Monarch's body. His heart pounded furiously, each beat echoing in his ears. Instinctively, he placed a hand on his chest, feeling its rapid rhythm. But then, something unusual caught his attention. His hand moved to the right side of his chest, where he felt another heartbeat. 2 hearts, both beating in perfect unison. He had become more aware of his heartbeat since the double dungeon incident, yet he had failed to notice this bizarre detail until now. As the realization settled in, Jinwoo's gaze dropped to the ground, his mind swirling with confusion. Before he could fully process it, shadows loomed from above. He lifted his head just in time to see 4 figures descending toward him. Angels, each possessing 6 wings, floated ominously in the air. Their presence radiated an overwhelming authority. Then, the memory ended. A soft chime echoed around him, and darkness swallowed his vision once more. As unconsciousness pulled him under, the familiar voice of the system rang out. Data retrieval is complete. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the gate, the elite squad from the Hunters Guild, led by Jongin and Jimchul, stood before a massive doorway resembling an ancient castle. The structure exuded an ominous presence, and a heavy tension filled the air. The overwhelming manner radiating from within unsettled Jongin. He exchanged a wary glance with Jimchul, silently questioning the situation. Yet Jimchul remained confident in his information. Sung Jin was inside. Among the group, Cha Hai-in carefully observed their surroundings. The mana saturating the air felt foreign. It didn't belong to Jinwoo. A nagging suspicion took root in her mind. Was another force at play? The possibility of a double dungeon surfaced in her thoughts. If true, this was her opportunity to confirm the rumors. Her unspoken debt to Jinwoo pushed her forward. Jimchul's mind drifted to an earlier conversation with Jinwoo. Jinwoo had once insisted that he hadn't been the one to clear the double dungeon before. So why had he returned to this dangerous place? The question gnawed at Jimchul, fueling his suspicion that this was more than mere coincidence. Determined, the hunters pressed forward. As they stepped through the gate, they were met with a sight beyond comprehension. The vast chamber was in complete ruin. Debris littered the floor. Broken stone statues lay in shattered heaps, and massive chunks of rubble marked the aftermath of a ferocious battle. Jongin's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to process the devastation before him. Other hunters gaped at the scene, their minds reeling. The legendary statues of God, long thought to be mere myths, had stood in this very place. A sudden, booming voice shattered the silence. The hunters snapped their attention toward its source. Towering above them, the architect stood, his gaze sweeping over the group with dark amusement. A twisted grin curled his lips as he spoke, his tone laced with malice. The hunters flinched. This creature could speak their language. Raising a single finger to his lips, the architect commanded silence. Then, in a voice that sent chills down their spines, he uttered a warning. They must not disturb the one who was resting. Jinwoo stood motionless, his form eerily still, as if lost in an eternal slumber. Jinwoo stood frozen, unaware of his surroundings. From a distance, Myung-chul recognized him instantly. Before he could utter a word, a sudden, brutal attack struck him and 2 other hunters. In a single swift motion, the architect's power tore through them, splitting 2 hunters in half. Myung-chul was gravely wounded, blood splattering across the room. Hae-in's eyes widened in panic as chaos erupted. The architect stepped forward, his voice cold and menacing, declaring that these powerful humans would serve as the perfect first offerings to the king. Myung-chul lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Yongin's desperate voice rang out as he ordered the others to heal him immediately. The healers scrambled, pouring their energy into saving him while the wounded were quickly moved to safety. Myung-chul's condition was critical, but the healers worked tirelessly, trying to stop the bleeding. Just then, the statues, once thought to be destroyed, rose again. Their cold, emotionless faces made them appear even more grotesque. The architect's voice echoed through the chamber, taunting the hunters. He promised that those who survived would witness the ultimate victory, the birth of the king. His words sent a shiver through the group, but there was no time to process the meaning. As the architect finished speaking, a red laser shot across the room. Yangon screamed a warning just in time. The hunters ducked, narrowly avoiding the deadly beam. A colossal figure loomed where the attack had originated. But Yongin was ready. He unleashed a powerful fire spell, engulfing the colossus in flames. The explosion rocked the chamber, momentarily distracting their enemies. Jongin seized the opportunity, shouting for the others to destroy the statues. Jim Chul, seeing the advancing figures, leaped forward, winding his fist for a powerful strike. His specially crafted gauntlet slammed into one of the stone figures with a thunderous blow. But to his shock, the statue didn't crumble. It was far sturdier than he had anticipated. Before he could react, an explosion sent him flying to the side. Jongin, relentless, continued his assault. He quickly realized their enemies had high resistance to physical attacks. His initial fiery explosion had no effect. The flames merely washed over the statue without leaving a mark. It became clear that these creatures might also possess strong resistance to spells. Son Ki-hoon, one of the hunters, struggled to find a way to attract the statue's attention. Meanwhile, Cha Hyen's psychokinetic spells had no impact. The statues remained completely unmoved by her efforts. Jongin quickly assessed the situation, realizing they might be running out of options. His gaze narrowed, searching for Sung Jin. Here's a refined version of your passage with improved flow, pacing, and clarity. Jongin knew that waking Jinwoo was the key to turning the tide of battle. Whatever force had kept him unconscious needed to be broken, and there was no time for hesitation. Taking a risk, Jongin hurled a fireball through the air, aiming not to harm Jinwoo, but to jolt him awake. Just before the flames could reach him, the architect intervened, stepping between Jinwoo and the attack. The fireball exploded harmlessly against the architect's torso, leaving no visible damage. But for the first time, emotion flickered across its face. Rage. Lips curling back, the architect bared its teeth, furious that the hunters had dared to disturb the king's slumber. With his sword raised high, the architect advanced on Jongin, prepared to strike him down. But before the attack could land, 3 hunters surged forward, intercepting the blow with sheer force. The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, but they held their ground, refusing to falter. One of them called out to Cha Hyen, urging her to reach Jinwoo. Understanding the urgency, Hyen sprinted toward Jinwoo's motionless form. But the architect moved swiftly, blocking her path with an amused smirk. "Impressive," it taunted. "Show me if you can push beyond your limits." Gritting her teeth, Hyen unleashed her signature skill, sword dance. Her blade became a blur, slicing through the air in a relentless flurry of strikes. Yet the architect deflected every blow effortlessly, its laughter echoing through the chamber. Then, in a single calculated move, it slashed at her, cutting deep into her arm. Blood dripped to the ground as she staggered, dropping to one knee. The architect sneered. Predictable, it mused. The system accounts for every possibility. No matter what you do, the outcome remains the same. Futile. Boring. Jongin clenched his fists. "We have to wake Jinwoo. Now!" he shouted. Ignoring the pain in her wounded arm, Hyen lunged forward again, desperate to reach Jinwoo. The architect's smirk widened. It swung its sword in a devastating arc, the force of the strike shaking the entire battlefield and scattering debris. Yet Hyen dodged in the last instant, pushing forward with unwavering resolve. Then the architect froze. A shadow flickered beneath Hyen, something lurking within her own darkness. Though it couldn't fully manifest within the dungeon's constraints, its presence was undeniable. The architect narrowed its eyes. Impossible. How did a shadow find its way inside you? Hyen, breathing heavily, met its gaze. "Because I'm Jinwoo's friend," she declared, "and I came to bring him back." The architect let out a low, amused chuckle. How touching. Very well then. Witness his return, but at a cost. Before the monarch awakens, every last one of your companions will die. Before it could strike, a voice rang out, cutting through the battlefield like a blade. Not today. Bam! A fist crashed into the architect's face with earth-shattering force. The massive figure was sent hurtling across the chamber, slamming into a distant wall with a deafening explosion of shattered stone. Dust and debris rained down as silence gripped the battlefield. Jinwoo stood at the center of it all, his eyes burning with an intensity none had seen before. His voice, filled with fury and confusion, shattered the quiet. What have you done to my body? Sung Jin had awakened. Here's a refined version of your passage with improved clarity, pacing, and impact. Jimchul and Cha Hai-in stood frozen in shock, unable to process what they were witnessing. Jong-in, on the other hand, let out a breath of relief, silently watching as the scene unfolded. Jinwoo strode toward the fallen architect, his expression unreadable. Without hesitation, he planted his foot firmly on its face, pressing down with an unyielding force. The architect howled, a mix of pain and disbelief contorting its features. What are you? It demanded, its voice laced with confusion. It couldn't comprehend how Jinwoo stood before it instead of the king. How had he broken free from the Black Heart's influence? How had he even regained consciousness? Jinwoo's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Black Heart. His mind raced, piecing together the truth behind his extraordinary mana. The overwhelming power surging through him, beyond anything he had ever wielded, all traced back to that heart. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. It reminded him of his past battle against Baran, the king of demons. The immense power of his defeated foe had recognized him as its new master. Mana, 100,000. Title, The Demon Hunter. Jinwoo studied the architect, sharp instincts revealing two undeniable truths. First, the Black Heart had no connection to the architect. Second, it certainly hadn't been created for Jinwoo's benefit. Even with the knowledge he had gathered, there were still missing pieces, secrets deliberately kept from him. His thoughts darkened as he pressed down harder, forcing the architect to speak. You once opposed my selection as the player, Jinwoo stated coldly. Why? What was your real plan? The architect sneered despite its predicament, its voice dripping with malice. You think your actions will go unnoticed? The monarchs will never allow this, it warned. Jinwoo's patience wore thin. In a single motion, he summoned every dagger from his inventory. The air crackled with energy as the blades hovered menacingly, pulsing with mana. His foot remained firmly on the architect, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. Talk, he commanded. Yet even in its dire state, the architect chuckled darkly. You still don't see it, do you? It hinted at something greater, something beyond Jinwoo's understanding. Before more could be revealed, chaos erupted. Screams echoed through the lair as the other hunters reacted in terror. Jinwoo turned, his senses sharp. Something was wrong. The colossal statues that had once remained still, retreating into the shadows, had begun to move again. Their eyes glowed a menacing red as they advanced, their massive bodies radiating an ominous aura. The architect let out a low, satisfied chuckle. You can kill me, but my puppets will continue to hunt you, it taunted. Jinwoo, however, didn't waver. He merely smiled. He saw through the architect's game. He wasn't just going to defeat it, he would destroy every last one of its creations afterward. For the first time, the architect faltered. It scrambled to respond, realizing too late that the true threat wasn't the monarchs. It was Sung Jinwoo. But Jinwoo was already ahead. He saw through the architect's bluff with chilling precision. Even if the architect perished, the system itself wouldn't collapse. The lies, the gaps in its words, Jinwoo had caught them all. The architect had underestimated him, forgetting why it had chosen him in the first place. Jinwoo had a talent for breaking the rules. Suddenly, the system pinged, again and again, but it was failing. Jinwoo had forced the architect into a corner, and the repeated notifications confirmed its desperation. Access denied. Access denied. Access denied. The architect froze. Its attempts to manipulate the system were being outright rejected. Jinwoo remained unwavering, his thoughts cold and calculated. He had come to a realization. The system and he were intertwined, bound in a way that couldn't be easily severed. If the system had made him into someone's avatar, then he would use it in ways they had never anticipated. His gaze darkened with finality. He would devour the system itself. The moment he made his decision, his blade struck. Steel tore through the architect's body, and with it, the system's illusion of invincibility shattered. Shards of flesh and metal exploded outward, red and green energy lashing through every last defense. The architect convulsed, its form breaking apart under the force of Jinwoo's relentless assault. It staggered, its face split in two, barely clinging to the last moments of its existence. And with its dying breath, it whispered a final prophecy. When the pillars of fire that hold the heavens are raised, an inevitable death will come for you. Its voice faltered. Cracks ran along its body, deepening until it finally crumbled to nothing. Jinwoo exhaled, the cold gleam in his eyes never wavering. He smirked. As you please. Outside the gate, tension ran high. The Bravery Guild stood impatiently, waiting. It had been an hour since the Hunters Guild entered the dungeon, and unease was settling in. They had assumed this was a routine C-rank dungeon. So what was taking so long? Then, the first hunters emerged. Gasps rippled through the Bravery Guild as they took in the scene. Even the elites of the Hunters Guild looked battered, their faces pale with exhaustion. Whatever had happened inside was beyond anything they had expected. Jimchul stepped forward, his expression grim. Help us move the bodies. The Bravery Guild members stiffened. They had known the battle would be tough, but the sheer number of casualties was staggering. Quietly, they agreed, though the weight of what had transpired was only just sinking in. Jinwoo stepped through the gate, lost in thought. The system architect was gone, yet many of his questions remained unanswered. He stood in silence as Jimchul approached, his gaze heavy with unspoken grief. 20 top-ranked hunters, Jimchul said quietly. That's how many we lost today. Jinwoo's jaw tightened. If this had been a dungeon break, the devastation outside would have been unimaginable. Jimchul let out a weary sigh. I called for the Hunters Guild's help when I realized how intense the mana leaking from the gate was, but I never expected this. None of us did. Jinwoo listened without a word. He knew the losses had been immense, but he also knew he had done everything possible to prevent even greater casualties. Jimchul, still struggling to make sense of it all, glanced at Jinwoo. How did you know? How did you find the double dungeon hidden in that gate? Jinwoo's answer was simple. The dungeon called to me. Jimchul frowned, trying to process the words. It didn't make sense. No one had ever experienced something like that. But looking at Jinwoo, at the aftermath of this impossible battle, he knew the younger hunter wasn't lying. Jinwoo remained an enigma, one Jimchul wasn't sure he would ever truly understand. Meanwhile, Cha Hyen approached Jinwoo, concern in her eyes. You're hurt, she said softly. Jinwoo offered a small, reassuring smile. I'm fine, he replied, just a little tired. But before he could say another word, exhaustion crashed over him like a wave. His vision blurred, his body gave out, and he collapsed. Jinwoo! Cries of alarm erupted around him. Hunters rushed to his side, calling his name, desperately trying to wake him. The scene shifts to Japan, where trucks filled with mana crystals are heading toward the S-rank gate. Hunter Yuri Orov observes this and remarks that 200,000 tons of mana crystals should suffice to power the magic circle. He then constructs a barrier around the gate, claiming it will now gather magic energy autonomously. Suddenly, Yuri detects something unusual. When asked if everything is all right, he assures that the barrier is flawless, but admits he senses a presence nearby. He calls out to whoever or whatever it is to reveal themselves, yet receives no response. A man accompanying him questions, what kind of person would be bold enough to linger around a site that could experience a dungeon break at any moment? Yuri responds, I never said it was a person. From atop a nearby building, a mysterious man observes them, commenting that Yuri has keen senses. His name is Sun Il-hwan. He notes that everything is proceeding according to a predetermined tragedy. As the military encircles the area, Kana questions Sugioto about the deployment of troops. Even though modern weapons are ineffective against monsters, Sugimoto explains that if Yuri fails, they need to stall for time so the first wave of hunters can prepare. Kana realizes the soldiers are merely sacrificial distractions. Sugioto comments that as long as they're on the front lines, they're not so different. Sugimoto's gaze remains fixed on the gate. He states, we are merely witnessing how powerless humans are against such disasters. Meanwhile, Yuri Orlov feels confident that he can handle the S-rank gate alone if everything goes well. He wishes to be known as the man who cleared an S-rank gate solo, but admits there is someone more suited for that title. He opens a bottle, preparing to drink, when a man behind him warns him that it might not be wise. Yuri responds confidently, saying he will show a spectacular performance. He takes a drink to steady his nerves. He then asks how many S-rank hunters are on standby, 15 in total. He inquires why the US didn't send any S-rank hunters for backup. The man explains that new S-rank gates have appeared elsewhere, on the east side of Maryland, as well as in England and India. As they converse, the gate begins to rupture. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Jin-woo awakens in a hospital. He sits up and sees Jin-ho visiting him. Jin-woo asks what happened, and Jin-ho starts crying, revealing that Jin-woo has been unconscious for 3 days. Jin-woo immediately inquires about the S-rank gate in Japan. The scene then shifts back to the day the dungeon break occurred. Giants emerge from the gate, along with monsters that would typically be the final boss of an A-rank dungeon, many of them. Yuri confidently deploys his mana crystal-powered barrier to contain the monsters. The creatures try to break free, but the barrier holds firm. Yuri smiles, believing that monsters from mere A-rank gates cannot breach it. However, his confidence turns to horror when he notices a gigantic monster approaching. With a single swing of its weapon, the creature slices through the barrier effortlessly. The story then transitions to the present. Eugene Ho explains to Sung Jin all the recent incidents that occurred while he was unconscious. Meanwhile, Chairman Yu Yong-han wakes up in his office. He asks his secretary how long he's been asleep. The secretary replies, 23 hours. They had planned to take him to the hospital if he hadn't woken up after 24 hours, as he had instructed. The secretary then presents him with documents about the person who was cured of eternal slumber. He informs him that the patient appears to be Hunter Sung Jin-woo's mother. Upon hearing this, Yu Yong-han begins to suspect that Sung Jin-woo might possess the ability to cure eternal sleep. Just then, someone arrives to meet him. As the woman steps into the room, she assesses Jin-woo's condition and asks how long he has been like this. Meanwhile, back in Japan, the aftermath of the dungeon break unfolds dramatically. Hunter Yuri Orlov is devoured entirely by one of the giants. The military's efforts to halt the advancing monsters prove futile, as their weapons have no effect against creatures summoned from an S-rank gate. Witnessing the destruction, Japan's Hunter Association chairman Matsumoto Shigo orders the remaining S-rank hunters to intervene and stop the giants from advancing further. They charge toward the monsters, attempting to blind them by targeting their eyes, but the giants are surprisingly swift, dodging their attacks with ease. Hunter Kai Teada, watching in disbelief, wonders aloud how such enormous beings can move so quickly. Meanwhile, in Korea, Sung Jin-woo observes footage of the chaos from his room. He contemplates that, if things continue as they are, the entire Asian continent could face disaster, reminiscent of the Jeju Island raid. He begins to consider heading to Japan himself to handle the crisis personally. Suddenly, from behind, he hears a voice. It's his younger sister, Sung Jin. She warns him not to go. Surprised, Jin Woo asks what she means. She confesses she knows he's planning to leave. Jin Woo assures her he isn't going anywhere, explaining he's just been working too hard lately and needs some rest. He reassures her not to worry. Later, we see Jin Woo sitting outside in a park. He summons Boeru and asks about his sister's condition. Boeru reports that there's nothing abnormal about her behavior. However, Jin Woo suspects she might be suffering from trauma. She had never tried to stop him from going on a raid before, except during his very first one 4 years ago. He wonders what he should do to help her. As he walks, a car pulls up in front of him. Fast forward, Jin Woo is now inside the office of Eugene Construction Guild, where CEO Yum Yong-han greets him and introduces himself. He places a blank check on the table saying, "I'm not arrogant enough to believe money can't buy anything, especially when speaking to an S-rank hunter. Please consider this a token of my sincerity." Jin Woo senses that whatever Yum Yong-han wants to discuss is confidential, not just a simple guild invitation. He asks, "What do you want to buy from me?" Yum Yong-han reveals that he suffers from the same illness that afflicted Jin Woo's mother, eternal slumber. Jin Woo inquires whether Eugene Ho, his son, knows about this. Mung Han responds that, aside from his physician, only 3 people are aware of his condition. He explains that after exhaustive searches for a cure, he discovered that Jin Woo's mother was the only person ever to recover from it. He believes this isn't a coincidence and pleads for Jin Woo's help, promising he will never forget his kindness. Hearing this, Jin Woo reflects on his sister, realizing she may also need a potion or treatment to heal her trauma. Flash to Japan, where reporters fly over the devastated city, documenting the widespread destruction caused by the dungeon break. One reporter expresses concern, asking what would happen if the giants decide to attack the remaining population. Another reassures them that they are safe as long as they keep their distance. Multiple researchers have confirmed this, so it is considered reliable. The cameras focus on the giant leader, the largest among the 30, who is either waiting for someone or simply guarding the gate, while the other giants are scattered across the region. Only 2 of these giants have been defeated over the past 2 days. If they aren't stopped soon, the entire world could be at risk. Back in Korea, at Jin Woo's office, Eugene Ho is shocked to learn that Jin Woo plans to go to Japan. He tries to dissuade him, warning, "This situation is different from the Jeju Island raid. The monsters are much more dangerous and abnormally large." Jin Woo responds that if he succeeds, the Asin Guild's reputation will skyrocket worldwide. Still, he admits that even Jin Ho, who always trusted him, is now worried. Jin Ho eventually agrees, but only on the condition that they go to Japan together. He then brings up something he's noticed: the Red Gate incident, the Jeju Island raid, and the recent double dungeon, all shared a common factor. The one thing missing from each event was Jin Ho's involvement. He admits that the only thing he can truly take pride in is standing by Jin Woo's side. It's a bit embarrassing, he says, but he's proud of him. Jin Woo smiles and quips, "That's not something I'd expect from a millionaire's son." Jin Ho responds with trust, telling Jin Woo that if it's safe for him, then it's safe for Jin Ho too. Jin Woo then stands up, feigning a change of heart. "I was just joking," he says. "Why would I go to Japan right now?" He tells Jin Ho to head home. As Jin Woo walks away, he begins pondering the architect from the double dungeon, someone who might be on his level. That realization reminds him there are still many beings stronger than him out there. The world is vast. When he arrives home, he's greeted by his mother. During dinner, he asks about Jenna. His mother responds that Jenna said she wasn't hungry. Jin Woo then reflects on Yum Yong-han, Jin Ho's father, and his claim to suffer from eternal slumber. He admits he doesn't truly understand who Yum Yong-han is, or if he's genuinely afflicted. With limited holy water of life remaining, Jin Woo knows he must use it wisely. Once dinner is over, he tells his mother he's going out for a while. He recognizes there are people stronger than him, but as long as he continues to grow, he needs to be on the battlefield to become stronger. Before leaving, Jin-woo visits Jenna in her room. "We need to talk," he says softly. Sitting beside her, he hesitates, searching for where to begin. He confesses that he almost died recently. Seeing no reaction from her, he continues. "I'm always in dangerous situations, but this time was different." He explains, "I really thought I'd die, but I made it out alive, and I'm grateful for every time I come back home." He pats her head gently and promises that he will return this time as well. He thanks her for stopping him from leaving earlier. Tears well up in Jenna's eyes as she says, "You would have left anyway." Jin-woo smiles warmly and replies, "But I'll come back." Fast forward to a press conference held by Chairman Go-hee regarding the Japanese dungeon break. Jin-woo has decided to go there himself to confront the S-rank gate. At the airport, just as Jin-woo is about to depart, he notices something, and it's Jin-ho, who has somehow managed to follow him despite his efforts to stop him. Recognizing there's no other choice, Jin-woo reluctantly agrees. Together, they prepare to board the plane, facing the uncertain dangers awaiting them in Japan. The scene shifts to Japan, where the military is desperately trying to rescue survivors amid the chaos. A soldier urges civilians, "There's only room for 3 or 4 more people. Don't waste time worrying about those who might not make it. Find cover. If you stay, you'll die." As he looks up, he spots the giants closing in. The soldiers open fire, but their weapons are ineffective against the monsters. Just as a giant reaches toward a group of civilians, a massive trident pierces its chest, knocking it several blocks away. The lifeless giant crashes among the debris, and the soldiers stare in disbelief. Suddenly, they notice another figure, one that's protecting them. It's Sung Jin, arriving just in time. Rocks begin falling from collapsing buildings, flying straight at the civilians. Jin-ho arrives, shielding them with his large shield. He then tells Jin-woo he will stay behind to help the survivors escape. Hearing this, Jin-woo prepares to confront all the monsters nearby. Alongside Jima, he charges forward. Jima's immense strength quickly dispatches multiple enemies. Seeing this, Jin-woo leaps into the fray, slicing a giant in half with a single dagger swing. The scene shifts to the United States, where hunters in the Scavenger Guild discuss Jin-woo's actions in Japan. One comments that Lady Selna didn't enhance Jin-woo's powers further. Another dismisses him, saying that even though he's reawakened, every hunter has limits, and Jin-woo will eventually die at this level. They start betting on how long he'll last in the current raid. Suddenly, a voice interrupts from behind. Thomas Andre, the guildmaster. He confidently states he'd wager the entire guild building that Jin-woo will survive. He then warns them to focus more on the S-rank gate that just appeared in their territory. The dungeon break is happening tomorrow, and he questions how many of them will make it through. Looking out the window, he remarks that Japan's chaos might have been entertaining, but tomorrow's battle promises to be even more so. Back in Japan, live footage broadcasts the destruction across the city. A giant screams as Aunt King Boo's minions devour it alive. Another giant chases a frightened girl. Just as the monster is about to catch her, a shadowy figure appears and slices off its hand. It's Igris, saving the girl. As the giant reels in pain, it fails to notice Iron charging at it. Iron delivers a devastating blow to the monster's head, slamming it into the ground. Standing atop the fallen beast, Iron looks victorious. Watching this chaos unfold, Igris sighs. Meanwhile, Jin-woo observes the ongoing chaos from a distance. Watching Iron in action, he comments that Iron must be excited now that he's been upgraded. He feels relieved to see him performing so well. A Japanese soldier then approaches, offering thanks to Jin-woo. Not understanding Japanese, Jin-woo simply gives him a thumbs up and says, "You good, brave soldier." He then requests that Jin-ho assist with the remaining evacuation efforts. Once everyone has evacuated, Jin-woo stands before the fallen giant's corpse. Using shadow extraction, he prepares to add it to his growing army of shadow soldiers. At the Hunter Association headquarters in Japan, officials inform Chairman Matsumoto Shigo that the city is gradually being reclaimed from the giants. Hearing this, Matsumoto reflects that Goto Ryuji might not have been mistaken. He recalls the eyes he saw at the airport, eyes that seemed to belong to a hunter on another level. Having encountered countless hunters before, Matsumoto recognizes that Sung Jin stands apart, unmatched. He remembers their first meeting at the airport when Jin-woo and Yujinho arrived in Japan. Matsumoto greeted them and explained that the giants were advancing toward Osaka. He asked Jin-woo to focus on defending the city, assuming that even someone as powerful as him couldn't possibly take down all the giants alone. While Jin-woo handled the city's defense, Matsumoto planned to seek support from other nations. But to their surprise, Jin-woo declined the offer, boldly stating he would defeat all the giants himself. The scene shifts to Jin-woo, who is contemplating names for his newly created shadow soldiers. He decides to keep it simple and assigns them numbers 1 through 5. As he finishes naming them, Boo appears and informs him that another enemy has been eliminated. Jin-woo then names that one number 6. Before moving on, he tells Jinho to rest for now. Jin-woo reflects that things have been relatively easy so far, but he knows this is only the beginning. His shadow soldiers continue sweeping through the country, annihilating remaining giants. These summoned beings are formidable. Even after being defeated, they can heal themselves, making them nearly unstoppable. However, the recent dungeon break at the S-rank gate has caused other portals to open, releasing lower-tier monsters that are also causing chaos. This has made simultaneous evacuation and suppression efforts extremely challenging. Fast forward 7 days, Jin-woo and Jinho are searching for remaining survivors and giants across the city. Eventually, they arrive before the massive leader of the giants, who is stationed near the gate. Witnessing the size and destruction around them, Jinho sighs and mutters that everything is ruined. Suddenly, they hear a familiar voice, Miss Hoshino Hankawa, the interpreter who previously traveled to Korea with Goto Ryuji. Jin-woo asks her about the whereabouts of other hunters, but she explains that she is the only one left in Tokyo. The others have either been killed or scattered. She adds that the giants have dispersed across the country, but thanks to Jin-woo, most have already been eradicated. Now, the remaining giants are being dealt with by hunters and Jin-woo's shadow soldiers. Jin-woo states that only one remains, the giant guarding the gate. Looking around at the devastated city, he is reminded of the demon castle. He begins to wonder, was this destruction a model? Did the system architect design the demon castle to reflect a possible future? But then he considers that the architect is already dead, and he hasn't received any messages or visions since. Perhaps that was the architect's true body, and he was communicating through that form. Determined to prevent that bleak future from becoming reality, Jin-woo trains tirelessly to wield power unrivaled by anyone else. Turning to Hankawa, he declares that they are ready to move out. She informs him that the other hunters have not yet arrived, but Jin-woo confidently assures her they have. Meanwhile, Kino grumbles about how frustrating everything is, while Minoru urges her to be grateful. They're alive, at least. Frustrated, Hankawa vents her irritation. Jin-woo and his shadow army are pushing forward, dominating giants that even Japanese hunters couldn't approach. It feels like they're only here to clean up the leftovers, which she finds infuriating. As she speaks, Jin-woo's shadow army begins returning to him, shadows thickening the air around them. Finally, Boo appears and kneels before Jin-woo. Jin-woo asks, "Is it done?" Then praises his minion. He orders Jinho to escort Hankawa to safety. Once they depart, Jin-woo begins using shadow extraction on the corpses of fallen giants, fueling his army with towering shadow versions of the monsters. As his forces grow in number and strength, he issues a final command. All soldiers charge towards the last giant guarding the S-rank gate. When the signal is given, his summoned shadows surge forward while Jin-woo observes from a distance. The giant, sensing the oncoming threat, roars and unleashes a powerful monowave. Jinwoo's eyes widen in shock as he watches it cut through countless shadow soldiers with ease. He observes the battle and reflects that the creature possesses immense strength, slaughtering 100 shadows with a single swing. He notes its overwhelming magical power, feeling a visceral urge to flee from the oppressive, intense pressure it exudes. He considers only two ways to escape such a feeling: run and forget, or eliminate the source entirely. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the giant stands firm. Its defenses are formidable, shadows cannot approach, and mana-based attacks seem ineffective. At one point, it casually catches a fireball with its bare hand, continuing to tear through the attacking shadows. When insect-type shadows swarm its feet, the giant crushes them effortlessly. Enraged, Boo prepares to join the fight, but Jinwoo halts him, sensing that the moment isn't right yet. He realizes he has enough mana to keep fighting and must press on until he uncovers the giant's weakness. He begins regenerating fallen shadow soldiers, but even their solid blows cause no visible damage. Jinwoo deduces that the creature's magic power acts like an armor, protecting its body from physical attacks. However, he recalls that the giant flinched and blocked when a fireball nearly struck its face, providing a crucial clue. He summons Kazel and orders his strongest soldiers, Biru and Igris, into battle. Boo speeds toward the creature's face, aiming for its eye, but the giant dodges skillfully. Meanwhile, Igris, riding Kazel, attacks from the air using lightning magic, firing a beam at the giant's face, which it narrowly evades. Jinwoo deduces that the giant's weak spot is its face, as its lower body is shielded by mana. The creature retaliates by striking Kazel, forcing the wyvern to retreat. Just as it seems to gain the upper hand, Igor charges straight for the giant's face. It blocks the attack, but this distraction gives Jinwoo an opening. Seizing the moment, Jinwoo lands a powerful blow that injures the giant, causing it to scream in pain. Boo follows up with another assault, keeping the creature distracted. Jinwoo then summons his strongest daggers and, with the ruler's authority, begins attacking the face directly. From a distance, Jinho and Hankawa watch in awe. Hankawa remarks that this no longer looks like a battle between hunters and monsters. It's more like a clash of monsters against monsters. Back in the fight, Jinwoo uses a violent slash to destroy one of the giant's eyes. As the creature howls in agony, he signals to Boo, who enters the giant's skull through the eye socket. Jinwoo continues attacking from the outside while Boo ravages it from within. The giant begins bleeding profusely and eventually collapses to the ground. A notification pops up. You have defeated the enemy.
Jinwoo stayed calm, but something didn't feel right. The system hadn't declared the dungeon cleared, and there was no message saying the boss was defeated. He immediately knew it wasn't over yet. There was no black smoke either, which meant he couldn't extract the giant's shadow. Still, he tried. A notification flashed. Shadow extraction not possible on this target. He had expected that, but it still annoyed him. As he thought about what was going on, a horrible cracking sound filled the air. The giant's jaw was moving, splitting open, as if something was crawling out. Jinwoo's instincts kicked in. 2 daggers appeared in his hands, and he dropped into a fighting stance, ready for anything. But instead of another enemy, a familiar voice came from the giant's mouth. "Baru," Jinwoo muttered. The Ant King stepped out, soaked in the giant's blood, his usual grin on his face. Jinwoo instantly relaxed. It was only Baru, hidden until now by the giant's immense mana. Suddenly, a violent wind tore through the area, strong enough to rip trees from the ground. Jinwoo's eyes darted around until he saw the giant's body. It was releasing an enormous wave of mana as it died, blasting everything nearby. His senses sharpened. This wasn't just energy, it was a magic storm. His first thought was of Jinho. He turned sharply, then exhaled in relief. Igris had Jinho safely in his arms, shielding him from the storm. But Jinwoo's attention snapped back to the gate. All the mana from the giant was being sucked into it, as if the gate was feeding on the power. A sharp sting hit his cheek. He touched it, blood. The mana storm had cut him. That had never happened before. This isn't normal, he thought. He told Jinho to stay back, and gave him a reassuring look. Jinho nodded, worry written all over his face. Without hesitation, Jinwoo stepped toward the gate, shadows following close behind. As soon as he crossed through, he was stunned. The dungeon inside was massive, far beyond anything he'd ever seen. The tunnels stretched endlessly, large enough for giants to walk through with ease. Then Baru's voice broke the silence. "My liege, do you hear that?" Jinwoo listened. From deep within the darkness came a faint, eerie sound, soft, unsettling laughter. And Jinwoo knew something powerful was waiting ahead. Jinwoo moved in the direction of the laughter. It echoed through the vast dungeon, low, eerie, and mocking. His expression hardened. Someone was laughing, even after he had entered the gate. That arrogance caught his attention. Without hesitation, he signaled his shadows to advance. His focus sharpened. He needed to find the source of that disturbing sound. When he finally reached the end of the path, he saw it, a colossal giant, bound in thick, black chains. The lynx dug deep into its flesh, wrapping around its neck, chest, and limbs like a prison of steel and magic. Even restrained, the creature laughed. Its deep voice shook the walls. "Welcome, monarch," it said, grinning through bloodied teeth. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. The giant wasn't just any monster, it was intelligent, aware. And the way it spoke, it recognized him. This was no ordinary dungeon boss. The creature demanded freedom, claiming it had been betrayed by the rulers, and that it possessed crucial knowledge meant for the other monarchs. But then, as it looked closer at Jinwoo, its amusement vanished. Its face twisted in confusion, then anger. You're not the monarch I expected," it growled. Jinwoo said nothing, his mind racing as he pieced together the creature's words. He asked calmly, "The rulers, were they the ones who chained you here?" The giant's grin faded completely. "Yes," it rumbled. "The rulers imprison me. They use us all, preparing for something greater, a true war." Jinwoo listened intently. He had met many intelligent beings before, but none had ever revealed this much. Every clue, every word, felt like a missing piece of a vast puzzle he'd been trying to solve. "The rulers and the monarchs," Jinwoo muttered. "Who are they really?" The giant's gaze darkened. "Enemies," it said. "The rulers are ancient foes of the monarchs. Light against darkness, order against chaos." Jinwoo fell silent, deep in thought. If the rulers were the enemies of the monarchs, then what did that make him? Bound by fate, touched by shadow, was he one of them? The giant, towering and chained, looked down at him and spoke again, voice filled with grim certainty. "You already know the truth, Shadow Monarch. Both the rulers and the monarchs have their eyes on you." The words struck him like a blade. He wasn't ready to fight these powers, not yet. The giant warned him that sheer strength wouldn't be enough to survive what was coming. "If you want to stand against them," it said, "you'll need more than power. You'll need influence, allies, a way to turn the tide." Jinwoo's grip on his daggers tightened. The storm of fate was approaching, and now he understood. This was only the beginning. The giant's voice rumbled through the chamber. "Release me, Shadow Monarch," he said, "and I will help you gain the influence you need." Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. A monster offering to help him? It sounded ridiculous. He'd faced creatures that deceived, begged, or schemed, but never one that proposed an alliance. He didn't lower his guard. "Why should I trust you?" The giant grinned faintly. "Because I will prove it." Before Jinwoo could respond, the creature began to chant. Its deep voice rose and fell, echoing through the dungeon in an ancient tongue. The sound was unnatural, fast, distorted, as though time itself was bending to the giant's words. The air trembled. Mana swirled violently around the chamber, drawn toward the giant like a storm collapsing into its center. Instantly, Jinwoo's daggers materialized in his hands. His stance shifted, ready for battle. "If this is a trick," he warned, eyes glowing with killing intent. But the giant continued, ignoring him. Then ding. A system notification flashed before Jinwoo's eyes. "The King of Giants, Legia, Monarch of the Beginning, has activated the Oath of Sincerity. This binding spell prevents both parties from lying once accepted. Would you like to accept?" "Yes/no." Jinwoo froze. "An oath?" His gaze lifted to the massive figure before him. King of Giants. The title alone demanded respect. If he accepted, both of them would be bound by truth. No deceit, no manipulation. But could he really trust a being powerful enough to cast a spell like this while chained? For a moment, the dungeon fell silent, only the hum of magic in the air. Finally, Jinwoo exhaled. Fine, I'll accept. Ding. The oath of sincerity has been sealed. Neither party may lie until the pact is mutually dissolved. The storm of mana vanished instantly, leaving only a heavy stillness behind. Legia's tone softened. Now you know I speak the truth, Shadow Monarch. Free me, and I shall aid you when the war begins. Bound by the oath, Jinwoo could sense no falsehood in the giant's words. For the first time, he believed him. Against his instincts, trust began to form. Jinwoo started to reply, but stopped. His throat tightened. No sound came out. He tried again, but it was as if invisible hands were gripping his neck, choking his voice. His eyes widened. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. The pact had sealed more than truth. It had taken hold of something deeper. And Jinwoo realized, too late, that the oath of sincerity might not be as simple as it seemed. Jinwoo froze. His throat still burned from the effort to speak. Then it struck him. He couldn't lie. The realization hit like a blade. The oath of sincerity wasn't just binding. It was absolute. Across from him, the king of giants burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the vast chamber like thunder. Ha ha. So, you've realized it, Shadow Monarch. Legia boomed, his voice filled with amusement. The oath works perfectly. Neither of us can speak falsehoods now. Jinwoo's expression tightened. The weight of the agreement settled heavily on his mind. This was no ordinary spell. This was truth made law. Regaining his composure, Jinwoo shifted focus. Tell me something, he said quietly. Why can you speak so clearly? Every other creature I've met from the gates could barely form words. Legia's enormous eyes flickered with intrigue. Ah, you mean those pitiful things that crawl out of the gates? Jinwoo gave a short nod. They are not like us, Legia said, his voice deep and steady. Those beings you call monsters, they are the residents of chaos. Stragglers, prisoners. They have been trapped for eons, their minds broken, their will long gone. What remains of them are only fragments of what they once were. Creatures consumed by madness. Jinwoo listened closely, his brow furrowed. Legia continued. But the monarchs, the true rulers of chaos, are not the same. We are the ones who command those beings, who once shaped that realm. I am no mindless beast. I am a king who has endured the weight of centuries. My body may be chained, but my mind remains my own. There was no boast in his tone, only truth. He paused, then said softly, And I have waited for you, Shadow Monarch, the one destined to free me. Jinwoo's eyes hardened. Then tell me about the rulers, he demanded. The soldiers in silver armor, the ones with wings. Who are they? Legia's massive head tilted slightly, as if recalling a bitter memory. The soldiers of the rulers, he confirmed. The army of light. Every winged warrior you've seen serves them. Then why are they here? Jinwoo asked. Why send monsters and these soldiers to Earth? Legia's deep voice lowered, becoming grim. Because the rulers are preparing for war. They intend to turn your world into the battlefield. Jinwoo's eyes widened. A battlefield? Yes, Legia said, his words echoing through the dungeon like prophecy. They plan to flood this planet with mana, to twist it, reshape it, until it becomes a world where both rulers and monarchs can fight freely. The gates, the monsters, the magic stones, they are not accidents. They are steps in the ruler's grand design. Silence fell between them. Jinwoo's mind raced. If the ruler's goal was to transform Earth into a war zone, then everything, the gates, the awakenings, the mana stones, was part of that plan. He thought of humanity, of how hunters and civilians alike saw magic energy as a blessing, not a curse. The gates brought wealth and power, but they also brought death. All this time, they had been preparing the stage for a war no one on Earth even understood. Jinwoo's fists clenched at his sides. For the first time, he saw the truth clearly. The gates weren't openings to another world. They were invitations to the end of his own. The glowing essence stones that once fueled nations, the magic crystals that humans saw as miracles, Jinwoo finally understood their true nature. They weren't blessings. They were warnings. The King of Giants' voice rumbled through the dungeon, breaking Jinwoo's silence. There was no easier way to seed magic into a lifeless world, Legia said, his eyes burning faintly. The rulers chose the blood of the strong, the ones already infused with mana, to plant magic into this land. Jinwoo frowned. The blood of the strong? Yes, Legia replied. Every battle, every death, each drop of blood spilled on your world strengthened it. The mana that seeps into your soil is the blood of demons, monsters, and fallen hunters alike. That is why your world grows more saturated with power each day. The rulers are using death itself to prepare your realm. Jinwoo clenched his fists. Prepare it for what? For war, the king of giants said solemnly. A war that will shake every realm. The rulers and the monarchs will clash once more. And this world, your home, will become their battleground. The words hit Jinwoo like a hammer. His world turned into hell. And soon, Legia's tone grew darker. Time runs short, Shadow Monarch. Now that I have spoken with you, neither side will remain idle. The rulers may already be moving against you. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. Why me? Why does it feel like all of them are after me? For the first time, the massive giant hesitated. Then he spoke softly. Because the power you wield does not belong to you. Jinwoo froze. What do you mean? That strength within you was never yours to begin with, Legia continued. Its true owner betrayed the rulers and passed it to you. In doing so, they marked you as a traitor, an enemy to both the rulers and the monarchs. Jinwoo's breath came slow and controlled, though his heart pounded. The truth was both terrifying and strangely liberating. Legia's deep voice softened. But I will not abandon you. You have inherited something extraordinary, something worth following. Free me, and I will lend you my strength. My loyalty. He lowered his head slightly, the sound of chains grinding against stone. All I ask is my freedom. Jinwoo studied him quietly. If you truly wish to help me, he said, then become one of my shadow soldiers. The giant's eyes widened in shock. For a brief second, he saw it. The silhouette of the shadow monarch flickering behind Jinwoo, the power that could devour even kings. And no, Legia stammered. That is impossible. Why? Jinwoo demanded. Because monarchs and rulers do not have true bodies, Legia explained. We exist as astral beings. When an astral body dies, it vanishes completely. There is nothing left to turn into a shadow. I cannot serve you that way. His chains rattled faintly. So I ask you once more, will you free me? Jinwoo stood still, silent for a moment, lost in thought. Something didn't feel right. There was a missing piece he couldn't yet see. Still, he stepped closer, dagger in hand. The demon monarch's blade gleamed as he sliced through the first shackle. The massive chain snapped with a metallic scream. Then the second, and the third. Each cut echoed like thunder, the dungeon trembling with every strike. But when Jinwoo reached behind Legia to cut the final chain, he stopped abruptly. A strange chill ran down his spine. His instincts screamed at him. Slowly, he looked up. Before I free you completely, Jinwoo said coldly, answer me one thing. The giant's red eyes flickered. What is it? If I release you, will you stand with humans? For the first time, Legia said nothing. His massive form went completely still. And then, nothing. No sound. No words. Only silence. The oath of sincerity bound him, and that silence spoke louder than any lie could. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. His gaze shifted to the giant's neck, where a dark, gleaming essence stone pulsed faintly, black as the void itself. And Jinwoo finally understood. The king of giants still carried the mark of something far darker than chains. As long as the essence stone remained within him, the king of giants was bound to obey the rulers, shackled to their will like any other magical beast, compelled even to slaughter humanity if commanded. Then, without warning, murderous intent erupted from the king of giants. His massive frame tensed, and with a thunderous roar, he swung his freed right hand toward Jinwoo's head. The air trembled from the force of the strike, but the chain still held, taut and merciless. His attack stopped inches short. Jinwoo didn't hesitate. He ducked beneath the blow and countered in a single fluid motion. His dagger flashed like black lightning, plunging deep into the king's side. The colossus staggered, crimson blood spilling from his lips, but Jinwoo knew one strike would never be enough. This was no ordinary foe. This was a monarch, a being too dangerous to be allowed to live. Resolve hardened in Jinwoo's eyes. He shifted his stance and attacked again and again. The rhythmic sound of steel piercing flesh echoed through the vast hall. each strike carrying the weight of necessity. The king's desperate resistance grew weaker with every blow until, at last, his colossal body began to crumble. Still, even as life faded from his gaze, the king of giants smiled. With bloodied lips, he spoke his final words, a curse more than a farewell. As the fires of chaos spread, your world will burn with everything you hold dear. His words dripped with malice, but Jinwoo's expression remained cold, unflinching. Without a word, he lifted his dagger one last time and swung. A single, sharp sound sliced through the air, and the king of giants' head fell, bringing silence to the battlefield. Moments later, the familiar electronic chime of the system echoed around Jinwoo. You have defeated the dungeon boss. King of giants, monarch of beginning. Experience acquired. Level up. Lines of glowing text filled his vision, confirmation of his victory. Jinwoo felt the surge of power coursing through him as his level rose to 122. Yet, despite the triumph, a sense of emptiness lingered. He had hoped to raise a new shadow soldier from the fallen monarch, but the system denied him that privilege. His reflection shimmered faintly in the surface of the essence stone, the very core that had enslaved the king. For a long moment, Jinwoo gazed into it, seeing not just his reflection, but the burden of power and responsibility it symbolized. He finally reached out and took it. A souvenir, he murmured, his voice low. A reminder. The moment he claimed the stone, an immense wave of magic energy surged outward, sweeping through the human realm. The world itself seemed to tremble, as though acknowledging the death of a monarch. Far beyond the dungeon, the first signs of chaos began to ripple through the balance of power. The war between rulers and monarchs was inching closer to Earth. And miles away, days before the king's fall, the rhythmic whir of helicopter blades cut through the quiet skies above a luxurious mansion. As it descended onto the lawn, the insignia of the Hunter Command gleamed in the afternoon sun. The world was about to change. Inside the sprawling mansion, Christopher Reed, one of America's few national-level hunters, had been enjoying a rare moment of peace. He hadn't expected visitors that day, yet the quiet hum of a descending helicopter shattered that calm. A few minutes later, the butler escorted two unexpected guests into the grand hall, the vice director of the Hunter Command Center and Ms. Sellner herself. Christopher raised a brow, setting aside his drink as he stood to greet them. It's been a long time, he said, offering a firm handshake to the vice director and a polite nod to Ms. Sellner. The vice director's expression was grave. Mr. Reed, we have something important to discuss, he said, his tone leaving no room for formality. Christopher gestured for them to sit, then turned to his maid. No interruptions. No one enters until I say so. She bowed and swiftly left, closing the heavy doors behind her. Taking his seat again, Christopher leaned back with casual confidence. Let me guess, he said. A new S-rank gate? Somewhere in the east, I presume. He waved a dismissive hand before they could answer. If that's why you're here, save your breath. I'm not interested. But Ms. Sellner shook her head. This isn't about a gate, she said quietly. It's far more serious than that. Christopher's smirk faded, though his composure remained. Serious? You have my attention. Her next words were simple, but heavy. Mr. Reed, you might be murdered soon. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then Christopher chuckled, a low, disbelieving sound. Murdered? His eyes hardened. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Ms. Sellner didn't flinch. I saw it in a dream, she said, her voice unwavering. You were surrounded by men, and then, she hesitated, her hands trembling slightly. And then you were gone. Christopher's patience cracked. A dream? You came all the way here to tell me that. His tone turned sharp, laced with irritation. Ms. Sellner, I respect what you've done for me in the past, but don't insult me with baseless predictions. I know what people say about you, that you were a psychic before your awakening, that your abilities are questionable. Ms. Sellner closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath as if bracing herself against his hostility. I know how it sounds, she said softly, but my visions have never been wrong. No matter what you believe, this one will come true. You will die. Christopher's expression darkened. His aura flared briefly, the air around him vibrating with raw power. Then tell me, he said coldly, who could possibly kill me? I'm a national-level hunter. There's no one on this planet capable of doing that. Miss Sellner opened her eyes and met his gaze. There might be one who can protect you, she replied. Someone who stands beyond the reach of ordinary hunters. Christopher frowned. And who would that be? She spoke the name carefully, as if aware of the weight it carried. Hunter Sung Jin. The name hung in the air, unfamiliar yet strangely unsettling. Christopher leaned back, thoughtful. I've never heard of him, he said slowly. But if you're suggesting I need protection, a faint smile curved his lips, pride flickering in his eyes. Then perhaps you're the one dreaming. Still, something about her tone, her unshakable certainty, left a faint unease in his chest. And as the conversation ended, the world outside was already shifting. News spread like wildfire across the globe. Every giant had been eliminated. The world cheered. But for those who knew better, for Ms. Selner, and for the unseen forces gathering beyond the veil, it was only the calm before the storm. The world was abuzz. Social media exploded with news of a new national-level hunter, a man who had single-handedly ended the reign of the giants. Unlike the Jeju Island incident, this time the praise wasn't confined to Korea. The entire world was watching, and the recognition came from every corner of the globe. Across continents, reports poured in. One giant that had managed to flee across the Pacific was swiftly taken down by Ryu's Kong, China's most powerful hunter. In Japan, Shigeo Matsumoto, the head of the Hunters Association, shocked everyone by turning himself in. Though his reasons were unclear, many believed it was his attempt to take responsibility for past failures, a final act of atonement. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world in Maryland, USA, a team of elite American hunters had just cleared an S-rank gate. Spirits were high as they prepared for the grand government-sponsored celebration that awaited them. Laughter echoed through the lounge as the hunters recalled how smoothly the raid had gone. They joked about how they had expected a brutal fight, only for the dungeon to fall with almost embarrassing ease. Then the atmosphere shifted when a tall figure entered the room. Thomas Andre, the strongest hunter in America and one of the few national-level hunters, strode in with his usual commanding presence. His towering frame and confident grin drew every eye in the room. So, he said, folding his arms, which one of you still owes me that yacht? The room burst into laughter. One hunter groaned, raising his hands. That wasn't fair, Thomas. The odds. And you? Thomas interrupted, pointing at another man. Bet your mansion, didn't you? The man's face went pale. That was a joke. Before he could finish, Thomas grabbed his tie, inspecting it with amusement. Nice tie, he said with a smirk, then casually ripped it off and tossed it aside. Consider it payment. The room roared with laughter again. Even the hunters who feared him couldn't help but enjoy his antics. But the playful mood broke when Laura, Thomas's assistant, entered the room with a tablet in hand. Her expression was serious. Mr. Andre, she said, the list for the International Guild Conference just came in. Thomas raised an eyebrow. And Korea's Ajin Guild has been added, Laura continued. It's led by Hunter Sung Jin. The room fell silent. Thomas's grin slowly returned, but this time there was something different behind it. Curiosity mixed with challenge. So, he said softly, the man who took down the giants will be coming to America. Laura nodded. It appears so. Thomas leaned back, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Good, he murmured. I was starting to get bored. Far away, Sung Jinwoo stood amidst the aftermath of the battle. The battlefield was a wasteland, shattered buildings, scorched earth, and the lingering scent of magic. The corpses of fallen giants towered like grotesque monuments around him, their shadows kneeling in silent obedience. Jinwoo's thoughts were heavy. Killing the king of giants had been the right decision. Even bound by chains, that creature's power had been immense. If he had been fully freed, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Jinwoo's dagger had not just ended a life, it had prevented the destruction of nations. But victory brought no relief. The monarch's warning still echoed in his mind. The war was coming, and humanity would be caught in its flames. Behind him, Yu Jinho stood in awe. His eyes widened as he gazed at the dark army stretching endlessly behind his leader. Hyungnim, he said softly, you're incredible. Jinwoo didn't respond, his expression unreadable. He simply stared at the horizon where the last giant had fled across the sea. One had escaped. The thought lingered like a thorn in his mind. Around them, The soldiers and hunters who had witnessed Jinwoo's power for the first time whispered among themselves, words of disbelief, reverence, and fear blending together. Then, Hankawa approached Jinho, holding out a phone. "Call for you," she said. Jinho blinked. "For me?" She nodded and handed it over. The moment he heard his mother's trembling voice, the color drained from his face. He turned to Jinwoo, his voice unsteady. "Hyungnim, I need to return to Korea. Something's happened to my family." Jinwoo gave a silent nod. "Go." Moments later, Jinho boarded a helicopter waiting nearby. As the blade spun to life, he sat quietly, staring out the window. His mother's words replayed in his head. The fear, the shakiness, the sorrow. He told himself it couldn't be that bad, that she was overreacting. But the knot in his chest wouldn't loosen. When he landed at Incheon International Airport, Secretary Kim from Eugene Construction was already waiting. "Sir," the man said softly, "the car is ready." Jinho followed silently, confusion growing with every passing moment. As the car sped through the city, Secretary Kim finally spoke, his voice low and trembling. "Mr. Jinho, please, prepare yourself. It's your father." Jinho turned sharply. "What about my father?" Secretary Kim hesitated before answering. "President Yu Myung-han has passed away." The words hit like a blade to the chest. Jinho froze, unable to breathe. His vision blurred as his mind refused to accept it. When they reached the hospital, he stumbled out of the car, running toward the doors, only for Secretary Kim to grab his arm. "Please, sir," Kim pleaded. "You can't go in. Not yet. Your magic is unstable. Being near him could." But Jinho didn't hear him. His voice broke, raw with pain. "Father!" he screamed, his knees hitting the floor as the truth crushed him. For the first time, Yu Jinho, the loyal, cheerful right-hand man of Sung Jin, was completely alone. Jinho stood motionless beside his father's hospital bed, the rhythmic beeping of the monitor echoing faintly in the sterile room. His father's still face was calm, almost peaceful, too peaceful. Grief tightened in Jinho's chest until it was hard to breathe. Turning away to steady himself, he noticed Secretary Kim standing nearby, holding a black leather portfolio close to his chest. "What's that?" Jinho asked quietly. The secretary hesitated, his voice subdued. "It's something President Yu had been working on before he collapsed. I've kept it safe, in case he ever woke up and asked for it." He paused, lowering his gaze. "But now, I think it belongs to you." Jinho accepted the portfolio with trembling hands. The leather was worn smooth from years of use. He opened it slowly and froze. Inside were dozens of neatly arranged newspaper clippings, each page carefully preserved. His eyes scanned the names printed in the headlines. Jin Sung-yu and Jin Hee-yu, his older siblings. Articles about academic awards, exhibitions, concerts, moments of pride that their father had followed and saved. A bittersweet smile tugged at Jinho's lips. His father, who had always seemed so distant, had been quietly keeping track of everything. He flipped further through the pages until he reached the last section, and his breath caught. The final clippings were about him. Articles from gossip columns, business journals, and small press reports. Every story about his ventures and achievements had been carefully clipped and stored. Some were wrinkled from handling, as if reread many times. Secretary Kim spoke softly. "President Yu didn't show his affection easily. But it wasn't because he didn't care, Jinho. His love for you was overwhelming. His expectations for you were just as immense." The words hit Jinho harder than he expected. His vision blurred as tears finally spilled down his cheeks. He closed the portfolio gently, holding it to his chest as his shoulders shook. After a quiet moment, Secretary Kim placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Let's head home, sir. You should rest." Jinho nodded faintly, wiping his tears. "Yeah, okay." But as he turned to leave, a sudden chill crawled up his spine. His heartbeat quickened. For a brief instant, he felt a presence, as if someone was standing right behind him. He glanced around. Nothing. Only the quiet hum of hospital lights. "Is everything all right, sir?" Secretary Kim asked. Jinho forced a small smile. "Yeah, just my imagination." Together, they left the room, their footsteps fading down the hallway. When silence returned, the air seemed to shift, and from the shadows, Jinwoo emerged. He had been there all along, watching. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes softened as he looked toward the door where Jinho had disappeared. You cared for him more than you showed, Jinwoo murmured, glancing at the sleeping form of President Yu Myung-han. Then, from his inventory, Jinwoo retrieved a small glass vial filled with golden liquid, one of the 5 elixirs of life. He approached the bedside, his movements silent and reverent. Carefully, he lifted Myung-han's head and poured a few drops between his lips. The elixir shimmered briefly and then disappeared. Outside, a car pulled up to the hospital entrance. Jeannie Yu stepped out, her heels clicking sharply against the pavement. Anxiety clouded her features as she hurried through the hallways. Halfway down the corridor, she stopped. A strange feeling swept over her, warmth, faint but unmistakable, like sunlight breaking through a storm. She shook it off and entered the room. What she saw made her heart stop. Her father, the man who had been in an irreversible coma, was awake. Tears welled in her eyes as she rushed forward. "Father!" Myung-han blinked, disoriented but alive. Doctors flooded into the room moments later, their shock palpable. One of them stammered, This is impossible. There's no medical record of anyone ever waking from eternal sleep." Jeannie ignored them, clinging to her father's hand as tears streamed down her cheeks. And as the room filled with shouts of disbelief and relief, no one noticed the faint trace of shadow energy that lingered briefly by the window before fading completely. Outside, Jinwoo walked away under the soft glow of streetlights, his hands in his pockets. A faint smile curved his lips as he whispered to himself, "It's a little early, but happy birthday, Jinho." In the stillness of night, the grand mansion in the United States lay shrouded in darkness. Silence filled every corner, pressing down on the luxurious halls like an invisible weight. Christopher Reed, a hunter of national-level power, slept deeply in his chamber until his instincts jolted him awake. Something was wrong. He sat up, his pulse steady but alert, scanning the dim room for any sign of disturbance. Casting off his blanket, Christopher rose from his bed and began down the long, faintly lit corridor. Each step echoed softly against the marble floor, yet even those quiet sounds felt swallowed by the oppressive stillness around him. Then he noticed it, a chilling realization that sent a prickle down his spine. He could no longer sense the presence of anyone else in the mansion. The staff who usually filled the estate with subtle movements and distant chatter were gone. The silence had a depth to it now, not peaceful, but hollow, as though the very air had been emptied of life. Reaching a side table, Christopher picked up a wine glass. He needed to test what his senses were warning him about. With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled the glass down the hall. It spun through the darkness and shattered upon impact, yet not a single sound followed. The fragments glittered on the floor, utterly mute. The world itself had gone silent. This wasn't natural silence. It was as if something had smothered reality's ability to make noise. Christopher's instincts screamed of danger, of something beyond human comprehension. His thoughts drifted, unbidden, to his recent meeting with Lady Selner and the vice director of the Hunter Command Center. He recalled the vice director handing him a number, a direct line to Go Gun-hee, chairman of the Korean Hunters Association, should he ever face the unimaginable. A sense of forewarning now gnawed at him. Had they anticipated this? And then, the silence broke. From the end of the corridor, a man appeared, tall, blond, and smiling faintly, his posture relaxed, one hand tucked casually into his pocket. His calmness was dissonant, almost mocking, in the midst of the tension. Christopher's sharp senses told him immediately the man was not alone. 2 more presences lingered in the shadows behind the walls. 3 intruders, all of them confident enough to enter the home of a world-renowned S-rank hunter. The blond man finally spoke, his tone disturbingly serene, his words carrying a resonance that felt otherworldly. He wasn't speaking to Christopher, but to something unseen, something vast. He spoke of a fragment of blue light, and warned that none would be saved if it continued to shelter humanity. Christopher understood the language, and that made the message even more terrifying. Something monstrous. The thought flashed through Christopher's mind as his pulse thundered in his ears. The blonde intruder's words made no sense. He wasn't speaking to Christopher, but to someone else, someone unseen. Was it a god? A superior being? Before Christopher could demand answers, the stranger raised a finger to his lips. A gesture for silence. That calm, arrogant motion only stoked the fury inside him. The man's dismissive gaze, as if Christopher Reed, one of America's strongest hunters, were nothing more than a curiosity, set his blood ablaze. His anger ignited. Flames burst from his body, consuming the air around him. His eyes glowed a furious gold, sparks flickering like miniature suns. The temperature spiked as his human form expanded, fire dancing across his limbs until he resembled a blazing deity of destruction. The mansion shuddered. Paintings melted off the walls, the floor itself warping under the inferno of his power. "If you've come to die," Christopher roared, his voice resonating like thunder, "then I'll grant your wish." From the shadows, the two hidden figures finally revealed themselves. Their gazes were sharp, almost analytical, not fearful, but fascinated. "A human, spiritualizing," one of them murmured, a hint of awe in their tone. How unusual. To beings like them, it should have been impossible for a human to transcend the limits of flesh and manifest power in its purest, spiritual form. Yet Christopher had done it. Driven by rage and instinct, he had awakened something far beyond mortal reach. The mansion became an inferno. Walls melted into slag. Ceilings collapsed under waves of heat. And amid that blazing chaos, Christopher Reed, the man who once stood against Kamish, the strongest dragon in history, prepared to fight to the death once again. Thousands of miles away, another hunter was preparing for his own departure. Sung Jin stepped into a sleek black sedan, his guide seated beside him as they sped through the glowing streets toward the airport. Outside, the city lights blurred into streaks of white and gold. As they neared their destination, Jinwoo's sharp eyes caught sight of the massive crowd waiting beyond the barricades. Tens of thousands of people, perhaps more than 100,000, had gathered just to glimpse him one last time before he left Japan. The guide spoke softly, almost in disbelief. "They're all here for you, Mr. Sung. Over 100,000. Can you believe that?" Jinwoo didn't respond. He simply gazed through the tinted window, his expression calm, detached. It would be his last day in Japan, and the sight of so many people, their admiration and gratitude written on their faces, stirred something quiet within him. From the depths of his shadow, Baru observed the scene with pride. "My king," the former Ant General buzzed, "they honor your greatness. Should we not acknowledge their devotion?" Jinwoo smirked faintly. "That's not what I'm here for." The car entered the airport gates, the roar of the crowd fading behind him. As the plane later ascended into the sky, thousands of eyes followed its path until it vanished into the clouds. For the people below, Sung Jinwoo had already become a legend. Inside the aircraft, Jinwoo leaned back in his seat and froze for a brief second. The man beside him was none other than Adam White. "What are the odds?" Jinwoo murmured. Adam offered a sheepish smile. "It'd be nice if it were coincidence, but I think we both know better." Jinwoo's eyes narrowed, though amusement flickered in them. "I remember you." Baru made sure I didn't forget. From within the shadow realm, Baru's voice clicked indignantly. "It is only proper, my king, that we remember even the names of lesser men who serve your cause." Adam laughed nervously, clearly aware of who was listening, but the humor faded quickly. He reached for his laptop and opened a file. "I didn't come here to talk about formalities, Mr. Sung," he said gravely. "There's something you need to see." The screen came alive with footage, flames devouring a massive estate, black smoke curling into the sky. Firefighters shouted orders, their voices barely audible over the chaos. The inferno was overwhelming, consuming everything in its path. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. The power burning in that fire, it wasn't ordinary. Something, or someone, had unleashed hell itself. Jinwoo's eyes stayed locked on the burning image on Adam's laptop screen, flames devouring everything in their path. The inferno seemed almost alive. "What am I looking at?" he asked, his voice calm but edged with a quiet menace. Adam hesitated before answering, his tone grave. "That fire, it was started by Christopher Reed." Jinwoo's gaze sharpened. "Christopher Reed? The American national-level hunter?" Adam nodded. "Yes. According to our reports, the blaze raged out of control. 1,800 firefighters and 14 top-tier mage-type hunters were deployed to suppress it. Even with all that power, it took hours to contain the flames he unleashed." Jinwoo said nothing, but his expression darkened. For a fire of that magnitude, there had to have been a battle, something fierce, something unnatural. His instincts whispered that Christopher hadn't died fighting alone. What happened to him? Jinwoo finally asked. Adam's answer came heavy with sorrow. They found him, already dead. Silence fell between them. Jinwoo's eyes lingered on the screen. The black smoke, the melted ruins, the lingering trace of overwhelming power. It didn't make sense. Christopher Reed wasn't someone who could be killed easily. Adam reached into his jacket and pulled out a small envelope. He slid it across the table. You need to see this. Jinwoo opened it. Inside were several photographs. The moment his eyes landed on one of them, his entire demeanor changed. His pupils narrowed. His aura, vast and crushing, surged outward like a storm. Who? Jinwoo said slowly. Is this supposed to be? Adam swallowed hard. That's the individual the Bureau suspects was involved in Christopher Reed's death. A tremor of fury rippled through Jinwoo's power. The air inside the cabin thickened, trembling under the invisible weight of his authority. With a simple curl of his finger, he invoked ruler's authority, and Adam was yanked forward, lifted off his seat by unseen force. Adam, Jinwoo's voice was low and deadly. If this is some kind of joke, I'll make sure you never leave this plane alive. The other hunters nearby instinctively moved, ready to intervene, but Adam managed to raise a hand, gasping, Don't move. His plea wasn't for Jinwoo's mercy, but to stop his own men from making a fatal mistake. Struggling to breathe against the invisible grip, Adam forced the words out. Jinwoo, please, the man in the photo. He came out of a dungeon. It might not be who you think it is. Jinwoo froze. A dungeon. Adam nodded quickly, still suspended midair. Yes. We analyzed his energy signature. It wasn't human. It resembled that of a monster. He attacked S-rank hunters on sight. Jinwoo's expression hardened, though his grip eased slightly. Adam collapsed into his seat, gasping for air. Adam pressed on. Do you remember the explosion at the Hunter Bureau's headquarters a few months ago? The one that made international news. Jinwoo's eyes flickered. He remembered all too well. Adam hesitated, then said quietly, We believe the same man might have been involved. And, Jinwoo, based on what we know, we think it might be your father. The words struck like a thunderclap. Jinwoo's power faltered for a moment, his mind racing through fragments of memory, his father's disappearance, the shadow of the gate, the rumors. Could it really be him? Jinwoo slowly lowered his hand, releasing the last of his authority. The invisible pressure vanished, leaving the cabin eerily silent. Adam sat back, still pale, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He defeated our hunters, Adam said quietly. Afterward, he disappeared. No traces, no readings. As if he vanished into thin air. Jinwoo stared down at the photograph one last time. The man's silhouette, familiar yet changed, burned into his mind. If it truly was his father, then something far darker was at work than anyone realized. Jinwoo's confrontation with Adam to the global scale of the upcoming International Guild Conference. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. His mind worked quickly, dissecting every word Adam had said, every possible implication. Why? He finally asked, his tone low and steady. Did you show me this? Adam straightened slightly, forcing himself to meet Jinwoo's gaze despite the lingering fear still clawing at his chest. Because you deserve to know what's coming, he replied. This isn't just about Christopher Reed's death. It's about what happens next. Jinwoo waited in silence. The International Guild Conference, Adam continued. It's in a few days. Representatives from every major guild around the world will be there. And the U.S. Hunter Bureau plans to issue a red notice for the man in that photograph. Jinwoo's jaw tightened. You mean, you're planning to brand my father as a global criminal? Adam hesitated, his voice heavy. It's not personal, Jinwoo. The Bureau lost one of its national-level hunters, one of the strongest assets the United States had. This investigation has been classified until now, but once the conference begins, it's going public. The world will know. He took a careful breath before continuing. We didn't want you to find out by seeing his face broadcast across the screens. That's why this meeting was arranged privately, out of respect. The cabin fell quiet. Jinwoo leaned back, his thoughts spiraling in silence. His father, missing for 10 years, now reappearing as a possible monster? The idea felt impossible, and yet, every instinct told him something deeper was at play. One of the hunters accompanying Adam stepped forward, asking softly if he was all right. Adam gave a weary nod, though his hands still trembled faintly. "I'll live," he said with a forced smile. "Just need a bit of air." As he glanced back at Jinwoo, a flicker of awe crossed his face. Telekinesis was a skill reserved for high-tier magic hunters, but what Jinwoo had used, ruler's authority, went far beyond that. It wasn't just strength. It was dominion. There was no longer any doubt in Adam's mind. Sung Jinwoo wasn't just powerful. He was the 6th national-level hunter, and the world was about to see it. He made a mental note. The vice director would need to hear this immediately. A few days later, the world's attention shifted to the upcoming International Guild Conference, a monumental event bringing together the most powerful guilds and hunters from across the globe. When the U.S. Hunter Association released the official invitation list, it sent shockwaves through the international community. Representing Korea would not be the Hunters Guild, as many expected. It would be the Ajin Guild. And Ajin Guild was essentially one man, Sung Jinwoo. The announcement ignited a storm of media frenzy and online debate. News outlets across continents buzzed with speculation. The Americans had made a bold statement to the world. A single man from Korea possessed power greater than entire guilds combined. At one of Seoul's largest news networks, an interview was underway. President Choi Jong-in, the reporter began, "The decision to have a Jin Guild represent Korea has surprised many. People assumed the Hunters Guild would be chosen again this year. What's your take on the American Association's decision?" Jong-in leaned back in his chair, calm and composed. His sharp gaze held a faint smile. "To me," he said, "it was the obvious choice." The reporter blinked in surprise. "Obvious? You mean to say you agree completely?" "Of course," Jong-in replied without hesitation. "A Jin Guild may only have one high-ranking member, but that member is Sung Jinwoo. And Sung Jinwoo," he continued, his voice firm, "is equivalent to an army of hunters." The reporter hesitated. "But isn't it unusual? A one-man guild representing an entire nation." "Unusual?" Jong-in chuckled softly. "Perhaps. But power isn't measured in numbers. It's measured in results. And I've seen his strength firsthand, during the Jeju Island raid, and every encounter since. Compared to him, even the world's largest guilds would fall short." There was a pause. The reporter leaned in, voice quieter now. "Still, Mr. Choi, your guild has represented Korea every year until now. Doesn't it feel disappointing to be replaced?" Jong-in's expression softened slightly. "Disappointed?" He let out a short breath. "Yes, perhaps a little. But if it's Sung Jinwoo who takes our place, then I have no complaints. There's no one more deserving." He glanced toward the camera, a faint, almost proud smile on his lips. The world is about to see what Korea's strongest hunter truly is. He had already prepared for the trip, renewed his passport, secured his visa, and even arranged his schedule. Yet, despite the sudden change of plans, Choi Jong-in felt more pride than disappointment. Humanity was standing on the brink of calamity, and in that chaos, a single hunter had risen, someone worthy of absolute trust. During his interview, Jong-in spoke with conviction. Both he and his guild members had once been saved by Sung Jinwoo, and now, seeing Jinwoo chosen to represent Korea at the international conference filled him with an almost paternal pride. It was more than just a decision. It was a symbol of hope for the entire nation. When the interview ended, Jong-in left the studio and returned to his guild office. One of his employees was already waiting for him, a folder of reports in hand. "The gate in Suseodong has been successfully reserved," the staff member announced. "It's classified as A rank. Readings look stable, nothing out of the ordinary." Jong-in nodded, satisfied, but his mind was elsewhere. What about the Ajin Guild? Did they request a reservation this time? The employee shook his head. "No, sir. They've been unusually quiet lately." Jong-in's brows furrowed. It had already been 4 days since Sung Jin was returned from Japan. Despite his reputation as a one-man army, clearing multiple dungeons in a single day, Jinwoo hadn't appeared at a single gate. Other guilds across Seoul seemed quietly pleased by a Jin Guild's absence. With no competition, profits had risen. "Our revenue's up 40% since a Jin Guild stopped taking gates," the employee said proudly. Jong-in gave a dry chuckle. "So you're happy the strongest hunter in Korea has gone silent? Don't celebrate like a monkey that found a fallen apple." The employee blinked, unsure whether to laugh. Zhang Yin's expression softened slightly as he looked out the window. Something didn't sit right with him. A hunter like Sung Jin didn't just vanish without reason, especially not after defeating every giant in Japan single-handedly. Something was happening beneath the surface, and Zhang Yin intended to find out what. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunter Association, a different discussion was taking place. China submitted a request, reported Wu Jinchul, standing before Chairman Go Gunhee. They've asked for information on Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Gunhee raised an eyebrow. Information? As in personal data? No, sir. Only public records, official clearances, activity logs, and media coverage. Gunhee leaned back in his chair, considering. Then they're not trying to pry into anything classified. Still, why the sudden curiosity? Jinchul hesitated before answering. The request didn't come from the Chinese government. It came from an individual. Gunhee frowned. An individual? Yes, sir. Lu Jigang. The name alone carried weight. Gunhee's eyes widened slightly. Lu Jigang, the strongest hunter in China. Unlike other nations, China didn't use the international ranking system. They had their own. The highest designation was 5-star hunter. But Lu Jigang alone bore the title of 7-star hunter, a rank created solely for him. Gunhee exhaled slowly. So even Lu Jigang is interested in Sung Jinwoo. Jinchul nodded. He once fought one of the giants himself. After hearing Jinwoo single-handedly wiped out the entire horde in Japan, it seems he wanted to know more. Gunhee smiled faintly, the expression both proud and weary. I suppose that's what happens when titans recognize one another. Only the strong understand the weight of true strength. Outside, the sky over Seoul darkened, the city preparing for nightfall. But beneath the calm surface of the world's strongest hunters, unseen forces were already beginning to move. Despite Lu Jigang's personal request, Go Gunhee made his stance clear. Deny it, he said firmly. If necessary, share only what's already public, but nothing more. Not a single piece of confidential data leaves this office. Wu Jinchul nodded in understanding. Gunhee's tone left no room for debate. Even if it came from the world's strongest hunter, Korea would protect its own. At the Scavenger Guild headquarters in the United States, the atmosphere was electric. Preparations for the upcoming International Guild Conference filled every corridor. Laura, maintaining her usual composure, briefed the guildmaster. Hunter Sung Jinwoo will be arriving tomorrow, she reported. Thomas Andre paused, the weight of the words sinking in. So it's finally happening, he murmured, his massive frame tensing ever so slightly. After verifying Jinwoo's schedule, Thomas summoned Huang Dongsu to his office. When Huang entered, Thomas didn't waste a second. His expression was carved in stone. Listen carefully, Thomas began, his deep voice echoing across the room. You're not to touch Sung Jinwoo. Not a word. Not a gesture. Not even a glance that could be taken the wrong way. Dongsu froze, his eyes narrowing. The seriousness in Thomas's tone left him momentarily speechless. Thomas leaned forward, resting his elbows on his desk. I know what happened between him and your brother. The words hit Huang like a strike to the chest. His fists tightened at his sides, the familiar bitterness rising within him. He opened his mouth to speak, but Thomas raised a single finger, silencing him instantly. The smirk that followed wasn't cruel, but it carried authority beyond challenge. This isn't a negotiation, Huang. It's an order. From across the room, Laura watched silently. The tension was palpable, two apex predators standing mere feet apart. Few people in the world could command Huang Dongsu like this, but Thomas Andre wasn't just anyone. He was America's national-level hunter, the strongest man on the continent. Huang, Thomas continued, until the conference ends, you're on leave. Head to the guild resort if you need to. Just stay away from him. For a long moment, the room was silent. Finally, Huang Dongsu gave a stiff nod. Understood. He turned and left, his footsteps heavy, the door shutting behind him with a dull thud. The air he left behind felt thick, charged with suppressed fury. Laura exhaled quietly. You know he won't just let it go. Thomas nodded. Of course not. His gaze hardened. That's why I want you to keep an eye on him. The moment he steps out of line, I'll handle it personally. Laura hesitated for a moment before nodding. She trusted Thomas's judgment, but even she wondered, was letting Huang go truly wise? Thomas seemed to read her thoughts. Don't worry, he said calmly. He won't be stupid enough to die before the conference. The next day, the world's strongest hunters began arriving in the United States. Airports buzzed with press, fans, and security details. Cameras flashed like lightning every few seconds. Among the arrivals was Leonard Neerman, Germany's top hunter and guild master of the Richter Guild. As he stepped out of the terminal, a crowd of reporters swarmed the exit. Curious, he turned to his vice guild master. "What's going on here?" "They're waiting for someone," the man replied. "That Korean hunter, Sung Jin. He's supposed to land today." Leonard raised an eyebrow. He'd heard plenty about the man who single-handedly annihilated the giants in Japan. Adjusting his coat, he decided to approach. A simple greeting, a show of goodwill between guild masters. What harm could it do? But the moment he spotted Jinwoo, Leonard froze mid-step. His eyes widened, disbelief flashing across his face. What is this pressure? For an instant, he thought his eyes were deceiving him. But no, it was real. Around Jinwoo, shadows writhed subtly in the air, their presence tangible even beneath the daylight. The dark army followed him, unseen by the rest. But to someone like Leonard, someone attuned to mana, it was unmistakable. He whispered under his breath, almost afraid to say it aloud. "I thought he summoned them from another dimension, but they're with him. Always." A cold realization spread through him. Jinwoo hadn't just come for the conference. The aura surrounding him wasn't that of a guest. It was that of a conqueror prepared for war. Beside him, his vice guild master frowned. "Master, aren't you going to greet him?" Leonard swallowed, still staring at the calm young man ahead of him. "No," he said quietly. "Not now." Meanwhile, Yu Jinho glanced around, noticing the attention they were getting. "Hyungnim," he whispered. "Do you see someone familiar?" Jinwoo shook his head lightly. "Just a foreigner staring too much." Jinho chuckled. "Well, considering all the headlines lately, it's no wonder you've got admirers. Maybe he wants an autograph." Jinwoo didn't reply. His gaze lingered on Leonard for a brief second, sharp and unreadable, before he turned away, leading his shadows quietly into the city that awaited him. Turning his head, Jinho noticed Chief Wu Jinchul standing nearby. Something about his posture was off. The man looked far more tense than usual, his shoulders stiff, eyes darting around as if expecting trouble. Curious, Jinho stepped closer. "Chief Wu, what are you doing here?" Caught off guard, Wu straightened awkwardly. Well, I was assigned to guard Hunter Sung," he replied, voice cracking slightly. Jinho blinked. Then, with a mischievous grin, he leaned closer and cupped a hand around his ear. "Guard who?" he teased loudly, pretending not to have heard. "You mean him?" "Hunter Sung Jinwoo." The chief's face flushed crimson. That's correct," he stammered, regretting his answer instantly. Before Jinho could press the joke further, a calm hand landed on his shoulder. Jinwoo's quiet voice cut through the moment like a gentle command. "That's enough, Jinho." Jinho chuckled sheepishly and backed off. Wu let out a subtle sigh of relief. Just then, a familiar voice called out from across the hall. "Hunter Sung, welcome to America." It was Adam White, walking toward them with his usual friendly smile. He extended a hand, his tone light but formal. "We've been expecting you. I used to handle the Bureau's Asia branch, but lately, it feels like all my work revolves around you." Jinho laughed softly at that, but Adam's remark carried a quiet truth. Sung Jinwoo had become a global priority. After brief greetings, Adam's expression grew more professional. "Hunter Sung, if you don't mind, I'll need you to come with me. The others will be escorted to their rooms for now." Jinwoo turned to Jinho. "Go ahead and get settled. I'll join you later." Jinho gave a brisk nod. "Understood, Hyungnim." With Chief Wu accompanying him, Jinho followed the bureau staff toward the hotel. The moment the elevator doors closed behind them, Adam gestured politely toward a waiting car outside. "If you would, Hunter Sung." Jinwoo entered without hesitation. The tinted doors shut, sealing the world away as the car began to move. For a few minutes, neither spoke. Then, Jinwoo broke the silence. "Is this about my father?" Adam's hands tightened slightly on his lap before he shook his head. "No, not directly. And it's nothing that will put you in danger." He paused, his usual easygoing demeanor slipping away. "To be honest, there's a lot of pressure on the Bureau right now. Losing Christopher Reed was devastating." Jinwoo's expression remained unreadable. "The news hasn't gone public yet, has it?" "Not yet," Adam replied quietly. "But when it does, the U.S. will go all in on finding a replacement." Someone who can fill the void he left behind. He hesitated, glancing at Jinwoo. You're one of the candidates we've been discussing. Jinwoo didn't respond right away. His gaze shifted to the city lights passing by outside, cold reflections flickering across the car window. Without further explanation, Adam pressed a button on the armrest. A soft hum filled the car as a holographic projection materialized before them. Rotating symbols, shimmering blue energy, and finally, a glowing runestone. This, Adam began, is one of the most valuable artifacts on Earth. You already know that a runestone's power depends on the strength of the monster it's taken from. The image shifted again, now showing a dragon, colossal and terrible even in death. Its scarlet scales looked as though they still burned with lingering heat. This one belonged to Kamish, Adam continued, his voice lowering with reverence. The greatest calamity humanity has ever faced. His fire was so intense that even nations tried to erase his name from history. The car seemed to grow colder. Jinwoo's eyes fixed on the dragon's image. And you're offering me this runestone? Adam nodded. Yes, we've kept it sealed, waiting for someone capable of inheriting it. But Jinwoo didn't answer right away. His attention lingered on the projection. Then he spoke softly, almost to himself. Show me the rest. The corpse. Adam blinked in surprise. You want to see the remains? I do. After a brief pause, Adam complied. The hologram shifted again, revealing Kamish's body, lying in a vast containment chamber. The scales were torn and scorched from battle, but otherwise, the corpse remained eerily intact. Even in death, the dragon looked alive, like it could wake at any moment. Jinwoo's gaze darkened. So, the U.S. kept Kamish's body whole. Adam hesitated before answering. That's right. The remains are stored securely, though I don't have clearance to know exactly where. Only a few high-ranking officials do. He tried to sound composed, but Jinwoo could sense the unease in his tone. Something about Kamish still frightened even the bureau's upper ranks. Leaning back, Jinwoo's expression turned thoughtful. He stared at the dragon's image for a long moment, then murmured, I see. And though Adam couldn't read it, behind that calm gaze flickered something deeper, a faint, shadowed curiosity. The kind that only someone like Sung Jin could feel. Jinwoo, resolute, requested to see Kamish's corpse himself. After everything he had done for the Hunters Bureau, this was not an unreasonable demand. Adam, though hesitant, recognized the seriousness in Jinwoo's tone. He promised to inform the higher authorities, but Jinwoo suggested they wait together. Adam studied Jinwoo's expression and couldn't decide whether this sudden curiosity should comfort him or terrify him. By the time their car reached the Bureau headquarters, news of Jinwoo's request had already reached the top. Inside the command center, Director David Brennan listened with furrowed brows as Adam explained the situation. Did he say anything about the runestone? David asked, expecting that to be the reason. Adam shook his head. Not once. He only asked to see the corpse. That alone was enough to unsettle them both. Connor, one of David's senior officers, stepped forward with a theory. Director, what if he's planning to use his power on Kamish? David turned sharply. You mean, make the dragon a summon? Connor hesitated, but nodded. If that's possible, he'd become unstoppable. The weight of that realization sank in. David's thoughts raced. No single hunter should ever wield such strength, but refusing Jinwoo might create even greater risks. He was, after all, the strongest being alive, and a critical ally to every nation on Earth. After a long silence, David exhaled. I'll take him myself, he said finally. If nothing else, we'll see what he's truly capable of. Moments later, Jinwoo followed the director into a secured elevator. David tried to make small talk, but Jinwoo's attention was elsewhere, focused, calculating, expectant. As they descended, Jinwoo's mana sense flared faintly. The energy below was immense, ancient, and oppressive. When the elevator doors opened with a soft ding, a gust of cold, charged air swept in. David gestured for him to follow down a steel corridor lined with reinforced glass. At the end waited a massive armored gate, pulsing faintly with mana seals. The gate opened. Jinwoo's eyes widened. There, in the vast underground chamber, lay Kamish. The crimson dragon's body was colossal. Its scales still gleamed faintly under the bright lights, its wings frozen mid-spread, as though it might rise again at any moment. Even in death, Kamish's presence was suffocating. David spoke quietly, reverently. 8 years ago, this monster annihilated hundreds of our best hunters. It took the combined might of 5 national-level hunters to bring it down. We've preserved its body exactly as it fell. The entire bureau runs on its mana crystal. Jinwoo stepped forward, his eyes never leaving the corpse. I see, he murmured. Then his tone shifted, calm, commanding. Step back. The staff exchanged anxious looks. David hesitated, then nodded. Do as he says. Silence fell. Jinwoo raised his hand. The shadows around his feet rippled and spread across the floor like ink. His voice echoed softly through the chamber. Arise. The lights flickered. Shadows surged toward Kamish's body, coiling around its massive frame. The air vibrated as power crackled across the chamber. Then, shadow extraction has failed. Jinwoo's expression didn't change. He simply closed his eyes, centering his energy once more. He still had 2 more attempts. With renewed focus, he opened his eyes, a faint glimmer of determination flickering in their depths. He tried again. Jinwoo's desire to command this legendary beast grew stronger with every passing heartbeat. He raised his hand once more, his voice echoing with power. Arise. The atmosphere in the chamber changed instantly. The lights flickered and dimmed as a cold, unnatural wind spiraled through the air. Then, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the entire facility. It was unmistakable, the roar of a dragon. The sound was so immense, so primal, that everyone instinctively covered their ears, dropping to their knees as panic rippled through the room. The pressure of its mana was suffocating, like a living storm pressing against their lungs. For a moment, it felt as though the past had come alive. Kamish's presence had returned. The dragon's colossal shadow stirred. From within the swirling darkness, 2 immense eyes opened, glowing with crimson fury. Then, slowly, the great red dragon moved. Its gaze fell upon the lone figure standing before it, the human who had called it forth. A low rumble rolled from its throat, and then, impossibly, words followed. You. The dragon's voice boomed, ancient and terrible, shaking the walls. You are the Shadow Monarch, the king of the dead. Behind Jinwoo, director David Brennan and his staff stood frozen in disbelief. Fear clutched their hearts as they witnessed the impossible. The dragon's gaze shifted toward them, and an overwhelming bloodlust filled the chamber. Humans, Kamish growled, the sound dripping with hatred. The air itself seemed to tremble as the dragon's killing intent spread. Cracks splintered across the reinforced glass barriers. Barriers infused with mana from the strongest hunters alive. Then, with a single roar, they shattered, exploding into a storm of shards that scattered across the control room. The entire underground complex trembled as Kamish's chest began to glow, building toward its most feared attack, its dragon breath. David could only stare, paralyzed by dread. The others screamed, urging him to evacuate, but he knew there was nowhere to run. Against Kamish's flames, escape was meaningless. The dragon's maw opened, light burning within like a miniature sun, and then a voice cut through the chaos. Enough! Jinwoo's command boomed with absolute authority, filled with mana and dominance. The resonance of his voice alone was enough to halt Kamish's breath mid-charge. Jinwoo's gaze was unwavering. The mana crystal that once bound you is gone, he said. The rulers no longer hold sway over you. You need not obey their will. From a distance, Adam White's jaw hung open. Is he speaking the language of monsters? He whispered. Connor stood beside him, equally stunned, unable to form a reply. Kamish's massive head lowered, its crimson eyes softening with recognition and understanding. A voice, no longer filled with rage, rumbled through the hall. Then, I am free. Slowly, the dragon bowed its head. The great red beast that once served the monarch of destruction now bent the knee to a new king. I greet you, my lord. Jinwoo approached, each step deliberate. The sheer size of Kamish dwarfed him completely, yet the dragon remained still, awaiting his touch. Placing a hand against its snout, Jinwoo spoke quietly. You served the king of dragons, the monarch of destruction, didn't you? Kamish's rumbling voice was heavy with memory. I did. His fire was my command, his wrath, my purpose. Jinwoo's eyes softened. The fury within the dragon was still there, raw and immense, but now directed by loyalty, not rage. For the first time, Jinwoo truly understood the weight of Kamish's existence. This was no ordinary summon. This was a being whose very presence distorted the air around it. As he withdrew his hand, Kamish let out a deep, resonant growl, almost a purr, wagging its enormous tail in a display of obedience and contentment. The ground trembled, yet the moment felt strangely calm. From across the chamber, Adam and Connor could only stare, speechless. Their eyes were wide, their expressions pale with disbelief. A dead dragon, reborn under the command of the Shadow Monarch. Jinwoo stood in silence, his thoughts heavy with the revelations Kamish had shared. Memories of the 9 monarchs the system had shown him surfaced: the king of the dead, the Shadow Monarch, and the king of the giants, the monarch of the beginning. It became clear that Kamish had once served one of these immense, world-altering beings. But now, sensing its own end, the dragon spoke of its fading strength. Trapped in the abyss for far too long, Kamish's magical power had dwindled beyond recovery. Its massive body began to crumble, scales dissolving, wings disintegrating, the life force of a once legendary creature dissipating. Jin was breath caught. Even as the Shadow Monarch, even with his unrivaled command over the dead, he could not reverse time. Desperation clawed at him, and he called out to the system for aid, but the response was silence. Kamish's voice, weak and ethereal, trembled in the chamber. It expressed envy toward Jinwoo's shadow soldiers, beings that could serve their master eternally. Then, with a final, fading warning, the dragon cautioned him about 4 humans, those who had borrowed the strength of the rulers, urging Jinwoo to be wary. And then, Kamish was gone. Its colossal form dissolved into nothingness, its voice fading to a mere whisper until silence consumed the chamber entirely. The dragon that had briefly acknowledged Jinwoo as its king vanished completely, leaving only emptiness. Jinwoo stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the void where Kamish's shadow had loomed. Moments passed before a system notification blinked into existence. Shadow extraction has failed. Frustration simmered within him, a heavy weight pressing on his chest. He turned and called to Adam, instructing him to inform the director of his deepest apologies and to cover all expenses for the damage caused. Adam nodded, understanding the gravity of the moment. Around them, the onlookers remained silent, awestruck by the sheer presence and absence of the dragon. Alone now, Jinwoo's anger finally erupted. His fist clenched tightly, striking the wall with a blow so forceful that the impact reverberated through the building. For a heartbeat, the entire structure seemed to tremble in response to his frustration, a reflection of the burning intensity inside the Shadow Monarch.
Jinwoo arrived at the hotel, exhausted and ready to rest, but before he could go to his room, Jim Chul approached him with concern. He explained that they had been trying to reach Jinwoo, but none of their calls got through. Jinwoo, still tired, said he had been somewhere without a signal. Jim Chul then asked if he had met Yu Jinho, which confused Jinwoo. Jim Chul revealed that Jinho had left after receiving a message, supposedly from Jinwoo, asking him to meet at the Hunter's Bureau. Jinwoo's expression darkened. He had never sent that message. Adam, overhearing, confirmed that Jinho's name wasn't on the visitor's log. Instead, a scavenger guild hunter had taken him 2 hours earlier. However, the scavenger guild had no authority to act on behalf of the Hunter's Bureau. Sensing something was wrong, Adam immediately called the scavenger guild. Laura answered and was shocked to learn that someone from her guild had taken Jinho. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, she promised to investigate. Adam turned to inform Jinwoo that the scavenger guild was looking into it, but Jinwoo had already disappeared. Jinwoo vanished in an instant, moving too fast to leave a trace. His anger burned. Whoever had taken Jinho had made a grave mistake. Landing on a rooftop, he cursed himself for not assigning a guard to Jinho, especially after using Shadow Exchange to save President Myung-han. The memory of Gina's school incident flashed in his mind, fueling his fear. He couldn't let something like that happen again. Without hesitation, he commanded his shadows. Find him. Thousands of shadow soldiers surged from beneath him, spreading out like a dark tide, searching for Jinho's mana. It was only a matter of time before they found him. Meanwhile, Thomas entered his condo to find chaos. His men, assigned to watch Hwang Dong-soo, were unconscious on the floor. But Dong-soo was gone. Standing in silence, Thomas processed the situation. He removed his sunglasses, his calm exterior masking his growing fury. Then, without a word, he crushed them in his fist, letting the shattered pieces fall to the floor. Thomas could barely contain his rage. Hwang Dong-soo had gone too far. Clenching his teeth, he knew time was slipping away. Sung Jin was already searching, and they had to find Dong-soo before he did. There was no room for mistakes now. Meanwhile, Jin-woo stood atop a high rise, scanning the city with his enhanced perception. The overwhelming noise of the streets, honking cars, TV chatter, even water running in distant apartments faded into the background as he focused. His mind raced. Had Jin-ho been taken out of the city? It didn't seem likely. As a combat-type D-rank hunter, Jin-ho wouldn't have been an easy target, especially if he had sensed something was wrong. The only lead they had was the Scavenger Guild. Jin-woo quickly pieced it together. This was about Hwang Dong-soo. He had been waiting for Jin-ho's arrival in America, seeking revenge for his brother, Hwang Dong-suk. Jin-ho and Jin-woo were the only survivors from that dungeon, and Dong-soo must have believed they were responsible for his brother's death. Jin-woo recalled Woo Jin-chul's warning. It had come true. Though he had no regrets about what happened in that dungeon, he couldn't shake the guilt of leaving Jin-ho unguarded. The thought of anything happening to him ignited a burning fury in his eyes. Back at the Scavenger Guild, the tension was thick. Everyone awaited news. Thomas, deep in thought, questioned Dong-soo's reckless actions. Was he really unafraid of death? No, Dong-soo was an S-rank hunter. He knew the vast power gap between himself and Jin-woo. Yet he had still gone through with this. That meant one thing: he was counting on Thomas to step in and protect him. Realizing he had been too lenient, Thomas's grip tightened. Just then, his phone rang, snapping him from his thoughts. It was Laura, delivering a critical update. With the help of the Hunter Bureau, they had tracked Dong-soo's movements over the past month. Hwang Dong-soo had broken his usual routine 3 times. Wasting no time, Thomas ordered all available guild members to investigate those locations. He was ready to move out himself. Before ending the call, he paused and asked Laura how she had managed to get the Hunter Bureau's cooperation so quickly. Laura revealed the truth. She had warned them that if Dong-soo wasn't found soon, a battle between Thomas Andre and Sung Jin would be unavoidable. Meanwhile, Adam relayed the latest update: the entire Scavenger Guild was mobilizing. All scheduled raids had been cancelled, and every available hunter was now on the move. When Connor heard this, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. If the whole guild was in motion, that meant Thomas himself was involved. This wasn't just some minor incident. Something big was happening. Somewhere in an abandoned factory in the US, a man stood over Woo Jin-ho's unconscious body, his face filled with concern. Jin-ho lay battered on the cold floor, his body covered in bruises. The man hesitated before asking Dong-soo if this was really okay, unease clear in his voice. Dong-soo barely spared Jin-ho a glance. He wasn't planning to kill him, he just wanted answers. Thomas had warned him not to provoke Sung Jin, but Dong-soo had no intention of confronting Jin directly. Instead, he sought the truth from Jin-ho. There was only one thing he needed to hear: that Sung Jin had killed his brother. Once Jin-ho admitted it, Dong-soo would let him go. Without hesitation, Dong-soo slapped Jin-ho across the face, trying to wake him. When that failed, he drove his fist into Jin-ho's already bruised ribs. Jin-ho jolted awake, a scream of pain escaping as blood spilled from his mouth. A healer, observing from the side, muttered in astonishment any ordinary person would be dead by now. Jin-ho's resilience as a tanker was remarkable, but Dong-soo remained unimpressed. He couldn't understand why Jin-ho was still holding out. Why was he being so stubborn? To Dong-soo, Jin-ho's naive appearance didn't match his incredible resilience. While he could admire courage, he saw Jin-ho's stubbornness as meaningless. It wouldn't earn him any mercy. With a cold, emotionless expression, Dong-soo grabbed Jin-ho by the hair, forcing his head up. Jinho, barely conscious from the relentless beating, could hardly hold himself upright. But Dong-su didn't care. He spoke calmly, yet there was menace in his voice. He wasn't going to kill Jinho, not yet. The smirking man behind him was a skilled healer, ready to heal Jinho every time he was on the verge of death. That meant Jinho wouldn't die, he would just suffer endlessly until he gave Dong-su the answers he wanted. Glancing around the abandoned factory, Dong-su noted that it had been shut down for over 5 years. Completely isolated. No one would come to Jinho's rescue, no matter how much he screamed. With a chilling smirk, Dong-su leaned in and asked, "Ready to talk now?" Jinho's lips moved weakly, his voice barely a whisper. Dong-su leaned closer to hear. Then, with all the defiance he could muster, Jinho cursed Dong-su and slowly raised his middle finger. Fury ignited in Dong-su's eyes. In an instant, he slammed Jinho's head into the ground, the brutal impact echoing through the empty factory. Jinho's body went limp, completely drained. One of the men watching looked increasingly uneasy. He warned Dong-su to be careful. Murder wasn't worth the money. Dong-su, barely acknowledging the warning, simply muttered that he'd be mindful, but he had no intention of stopping. Another man, even more concerned, tried to reason with him. "We've pushed him enough." Dong-su only smirked. He was just getting started. In that moment, his sinister grin made him look exactly like his cruel older brother. Then, something caught his attention. On the far side of the factory, a massive high orc clad in black armor stood motionless. Dong-su froze. Was there a dungeon break nearby? The sight was strange enough, but something was even more unsettling. The orc was trembling, its face twisted in terror, its body barely holding itself together. It was afraid. The healer beside Dong-su observed the creature, remarking that it seemed scared of Dong-su. Dong-su scoffed. "Tch, I don't have time for this." He turned away, completely unconcerned. A fatal mistake. As Dong-su's fist glowed with white energy, he stepped toward the trembling orc, ready to strike it down. But just before he could land the blow, a deep, calm, yet commanding voice echoed through the air. Exchange. Across the world, news broadcasts were filled with alarming reports of escalating disasters. Kyung-hee, watching the screen, voiced her concern aloud. "I wonder how Jinwoo is handling all of this." In the shadows, Beru stood silently, ever vigilant under his king's orders to protect her. Hearing her words, his loyalty burned brighter. If there was anything in this world that Jinwoo couldn't handle, then nothing in this world would be safe from it. As the broadcast continued, the screen shifted to a live U.S. Hunter Bureau conference. Kyung-hee pointed at the screen, showing Gina an image of her brother appearing on the broadcast. Gina's eyes widened, her focus locked on the TV. At the same time, Beru's gaze sharpened. His admiration for his king was unwavering. But then, something shifted. An ominous feeling swept through Beru, making his body tremble involuntarily. It was familiar, the same sensation he had felt once before. Jinwoo was angry, not just angry and enraged. A chill ran down Beru's spine. Meanwhile, in Busan, the Knights Guild was preparing for an upcoming raid. Their guildmaster, Jong-soo, stood before his team, warning them about the increasing dungeon accidents occurring lately. "Stay focused, no casualties this time." The hunters responded in unison, ready for action. But suddenly, Yuntae's voice broke the tension. "Guildmaster, wait, something's wrong." Jong-soo turned to him, confused. Yuntae's eyes were wide with fear. "Your shadow, it's moving." Jong-soo raised a brow. "What?" Yuntae, still shaken, pointed at the ground. "I swear the shadows under your feet, they were trembling, like they were alive." Jong-soo chuckled. "Yuntae, did you drink before the raid again?" Yuntae shook his head, his desperation growing. "I swear I didn't. I know what I saw." Jong-soo sighed. "Go take a break." But Yuntae wasn't giving up. He knew something was wrong. Elsewhere, in a speeding car, Thomas Andre's instincts screamed at him. Without hesitation, he shouted at the driver, "Stop the car!" The driver hesitated for a moment. "I said stop the damn car!" Before the vehicle could even come to a complete stop, Thomas lost patience. With a single powerful kick, he ripped the door off its hinges, sending it flying through the air. Then, without waiting another second, he jumped out. Thomas barked a command to the hunters still in the car, urging them to follow him as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, he leapt out of the vehicle, moving faster than the eye could follow. His raw strength and speed shattered everything in his path. The remaining hunters exchanged worried glances, fully aware of the chaos that would unfold. With a grim chuckle, one of them muttered about the inevitable flood of damage compensation invoices they'd soon be drowning in. Perhaps Thomas should have stayed in the car. Bam! Without warning, Jinwoo's fist collided with Dongsu's torso. The sheer force of the punch sent a shockwave rippling through the factory. The two men beside Jinho recoiled in fear, realizing just how much power Jinwoo commanded. Barely conscious, Jinho looked up, his blurred vision clearing just enough to make out Jinwoo standing before him. Relief flooded over him. He was safe. Blood sprayed from Dongsu's mouth as he was sent hurtling across the factory. The impact of his body crashing into the far wall was deafening, shaking the entire building. Jinwoo stood, seething with rage, his fury so intense that it seemed to warp the very air around him. With his anger simmering, Jinwoo retrieved a healing potion from his inventory and gently poured it into Jinho's mouth. But as he waited for the healing to take effect, a notification flashed before him, reminding him that healing potions couldn't restore health below 10% of a person's total HP. Frustration boiled within him. With a crush of his hand, the empty potion bottle shattered. He needed a better solution, and he needed it now. His eyes flicked to the two men standing nearby, his gaze sharp. "Can either of you heal him?" Jinwoo demanded, his voice laced with urgency. The first man, visibly nervous, stammered out an excuse, claiming he didn't understand Korean. Before Jinwoo could respond, Dongsu, having recovered from the blow, interjected, casually translating Jinwoo's demand, as though this was some social gathering. But Jinwoo wasn't interested in niceties. He ignored Dongsu completely and repeated his order to the men, his tone deadly serious. This was the last chance to save Jinho. The healer among the two smirked arrogantly. "Convince your boss first, then maybe I'll help," he suggested. That was all it took. In the blink of an eye, Jinwoo slammed the healer's head into the floor. The move was so fast, no one saw it coming. The man had no time to react. Jinwoo's focus shifted to the second man, whose nervousness grew. "Can you heal him?" Jinwoo asked again, his patience running thin. Before the man could even open his mouth, Jinwoo knocked his head into the hard floor, rendering him unconscious as well. In mere seconds, two high-ranking hunters lay motionless, leaving only the eerie sound of Jinho's labored breathing to fill the factory's silence. Dongsu, now livid, approached Jinwoo, his eyes burning with anger and suspicion. His voice was thick with accusation as he demanded, "Did you kill my brother and my team?" Jinho, regaining some consciousness but weak, murmured, "He's Hwang Dongsu's brother." The words barely left his mouth before he was silenced by Jinwoo. "Don't speak," Jinwoo commanded, his voice filled with quiet urgency. Dongsu's fury intensified, his voice booming as he demanded that Jinwoo answer for his brother's death. Jinwoo's gaze remained icy, and instead of answering, he coldly told Dongsu to ask his brother himself. Blinded by rage, Dongsu swung his glowing fist at Jinwoo, aiming directly for his face. But Jinwoo easily ducked under the attack and retaliated with a swift punch to Dongsu's stomach. The blow landed with brutal force, causing Dongsu to cough up blood as his body was sent flying across the room. He crashed violently into the pipes with a deafening thud, his body crumpling against the cold metal. Gasping for air, Dongsu struggled to comprehend the overwhelming strength of Jinwoo. His mind raced in denial, but his body trembled in fear. Before he could recover, Jinwoo was on top of him, crouched low and radiating menace. Dong-su's agonized screams echoed through the factory as Jinwoo's fist came crashing down onto his head, the force reverberating through the empty space. Blood splattered across the floor, and Jinwoo's grip tightened around Dong-su's head, squeezing the last remnants of resistance from the broken man beneath him. Suddenly, with a deafening boom, the roof of the factory collapsed, and Thomas Andre landed in the center of the chaos. His powerful presence shook the entire area. His eyes locked onto the scene before him, and he demanded that Jinwoo stop. Thomas reminded Dong-su that he had warned him not to touch Jinwoo. Now, seeing the bloodied man barely conscious, he asked, "Is he still alive?" Jinwoo, cold and unmoved, simply replied. Thomas, hoping to de-escalate the situation, offered a compromise. He suggested that if Jinwoo released Dong-su, he would overlook the entire incident. But Jinwoo remained unfazed, his gaze turning toward Thomas. "What if I refuse?" he asked, his voice filled with indifference. Thomas, showing his teeth, growled, "This is no longer a negotiation." As Dong-su lay there, bloodied and broken, he seized the opportunity, his voice weak but filled with malice. He urged Thomas to kill Jinwoo for him, to finish what he couldn't. Without hesitation, Jinwoo smashed Dong-su's head down one final time, knocking him unconscious. Dong-su's limp body was thrown aside, appearing completely lifeless. Jinwoo turned his attention back to Thomas, his expression fearless. "Fine by me," he said simply, the tension between them palpable. Thomas, standing tall with authority, asked Jinwoo if he truly knew who he was. Jinwoo's unflinching gaze met his, showing no sign of fear. It didn't matter who Thomas was to Jinwoo. Thomas stood there, stunned. Jinwoo's lack of fear was something he hadn't encountered in a long time. He came from humble beginnings and immigrant family, surrounded by enemies. But his gift, his overwhelming violence, had set him apart. Through countless battles, he had honed this ability, dominating everyone who stood in his way. He saw violence as justice, those who opposed him crushed under his might. With strength, wealth, and authority, Thomas had come to reign as a king untouchable and merciless. Now, he was about to deal with someone who refused to submit to him. Time seemed to freeze as Thomas leaped toward Jinwoo, shouting that Jinwoo's ignorance would be the reason for the impending chaos. Just as their battle was about to escalate, the hunters from the Scavenger Guild arrived, witnessing the destruction firsthand. A massive force crashed through the side of the factory, shattering the wall and shaking the ground beneath them. The object slid across the floor, finally halting right in front of the stunned hunters. The scene left them speechless, their minds unable to comprehend the sheer force they had just witnessed. The hunters rushed to their guildmaster's side, calling out in concern, "Thomas, are you all right?" Thomas raised a hand, signaling for silence as his gaze swept across the scene before him. His expression was dark, his fury barely contained, as the tension in the air thickened. Without uttering a word, he stormed toward the abandoned factory, the weight of his rage palpable. The vice guildmaster, shaken by the intensity of the moment, snapped orders to the other guild members, urging them into action. They quickly obeyed, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Jinwoo summoned his shadow soldiers. Kaisel, the winged wyvern, and Igris, his loyal knight, materialized at his side. Igris immediately moved with precision, lifting Jinho carefully. It was clear Jinho needed immediate medical attention. Jinwoo directed Igris to take Jinho to the nearest hospital, ensuring that every effort was made to save him. With a bow, Igris mounted Kaisel, and the two soared into the sky, leaving the scene behind. As Jinho was whisked away, Thomas's guildmates arrived in full force, about 100 elite hunters from the Scavenger Guild, the most powerful guild in the world. They flooded the area, prepared for a fight. In response, Jinwoo summoned more shadow soldiers. Darkness spread from beneath his feet as his soldiers emerged, ready to fight by his side. An eerie silence settled over the battlefield as the two sides faced off, the tension mounting. Thomas's eyes sparkled with anticipation. For the first time in a long while, he was facing opponents worthy of his strength. The conflict with Hwang Dong-su no longer mattered. His focus shifted entirely to redeeming his pride. There was only one way to do that: defeat Jinwoo in battle. The standoff between Thomas and Jinwoo reached its peak as Thomas offered one final ultimatum. He urged Jinwoo to admit his mistakes, to back down and apologize, promising to spare his life in return. Jinwoo's response was a single defiant action. Without a word, he raised his middle finger. The sight of it sent Thomas into a blind fury. His teeth clenched, his anger rising like a storm. How dare anyone stand up to him in such a way? With a roar, he ripped off his shirt, revealing his massive, bulging muscles. His body began to transform, the muscles hardening into what seemed like armor, and a terrifying energy surged beneath his feet. His aura became overwhelming, signaling the release of his full strength. As Thomas stood tall, ready for battle, his elite forces lined up behind him, their loyalty unwavering. On the other side, Jinwoo's shadow soldiers, led by Iron, were poised for the attack. Without hesitation, Jinwoo issued the order: advance. His soldiers responded immediately, charging forward with fierce determination. The hunters from the Scavenger Guild quickly raised their shields, infusing them with magical energy. The golden glow of the barrier they formed shone brightly, creating a solid defensive wall. But Jinwoo's shadow soldiers were relentless. Swift and merciless, they surged forward, crashing into the golden barrier. The battlefield quaked with the force of their collision. The ground trembled as shockwaves rippled through the air, each side clashing with the ferocity of titans. In the heart of the chaos, Thomas Andre broke through the horde of shadow soldiers with terrifying speed, his eyes locked on Jinwoo. As he charged, Tusk, the massive shadow creature, appeared before him, spreading his arms wide to cast him of protection, summoning a magical barrier. But Thomas, undeterred, stomped the ground with immense force, leaping into the air with a powerful motion. In a single fluid motion, he seized Tusk's head and ripped it off with unthinkable strength. Landing on the factory's roof, Thomas crashed through it in a violent explosion of debris, descending into the building below with a deafening roar. His eyes scanned the battlefield, and the sight before him made his frown deepen. His hunters were struggling, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers. The Scavenger Guild was crumbling, their elite members unable to withstand the onslaught. Jinwoo stood amid the chaos, his presence calm and commanding. His gaze shifted toward Thomas, who wasted no time and charged forward once again, determination burning in his eyes. With lightning-fast reflexes, Thomas shoved Iron aside, breaking through the front lines of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers, his eyes scanning the battlefield for his target. Suddenly, a blur of motion from his side caught his attention. He turned just in time, but it was already too late. In an instant, Jinwoo struck, aiming the demon monarch's dagger at Thomas's waist. However, despite the weapon's razor-sharp edge, it barely made a dent in Thomas's hardened skin. Jinwoo's eyes widened in shock, realizing the strength of his opponent. Before he could react, Thomas retaliated. His fist shot forward with tremendous force, landing squarely on Jinwoo. The blow sent Jinwoo hurtling through the air, crashing upward with the sheer might of the impact. Thomas grinned, unshaken by the strike. He taunted Jinwoo, questioning whether the younger hunter truly dared to look down on a national-level hunter. Then, with a sudden shift, a powerful gravitational force emanated from Thomas. It felt as though an invisible fist had wrapped around Jinwoo, yanking him toward Thomas. Jinwoo's eyes widened as he realized what was happening: psychokinesis. Thomas extended his hand, boasting that Jinwoo should now feel the difference in their strengths and despair at the overwhelming power. The distance between them closed rapidly as Jinwoo was dragged toward Thomas, but Jinwoo wasn't one to back down easily. He activated ruler's authority, using his immense strength to slam down on Thomas, forcing the giant to strain under the pressure. Thomas, shocked, realized Jinwoo wasn't merely resisting the pull, he was fighting back with a force that fixed Thomas in place. Even as he was dragged closer, Jinwoo seized the moment. With lightning speed, he delivered a devastating punch to Thomas's face. The impact was explosive, and for the first time in his career as a hunter, the man known as Goliath bled. Blood trickled from Thomas's lip, torn open by Jinwoo's punch, causing him to stagger backward in surprise. Jinwoo didn't give him a chance to recover. He closed the distance in a flash, his hand coiled back, ready to strike again. As he moved, his voice rang out with mockery, asking Thomas what had happened to his earlier boasts about strength and despair. Without hesitation, Jinwoo unleashed a flurry of punches, each one landing with precision and overwhelming force. Thomas, stunned and battered, could hardly react to the relentless onslaught. Finally, the towering hunter admitted to himself that he had underestimated Jinwoo. His golden eyes flared with intensity, and with a growl, he called for reinforcements. His already massive muscles swelled even further, his body growing beyond 3 meters tall, a living embodiment of raw power. With a furious roar, he unleashed his newfound strength, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Command Center, a convoy of vehicles sped toward the battlefield, carrying elite hunters toward the escalating confrontation. Inside one of the vehicles, an S-rank hunter grew impatient, demanding answers from Adam White. Adam, however, remained focused on the task at hand, his voice laced with urgency as he replied that there was no time for explanations. The other hunter, sensing the danger that lay ahead, warned that they were about to enter a life-threatening situation. As the battle raged on, Jinwoo's thoughts raced, his mind sharp and calculating. He had recognized a crucial detail. 4 humans had wielded the power of the rulers, those who had survived the Kamish raid. Among them stood Thomas Andre, a national-level hunter. Facing the towering figure before him, Jinwoo's instincts screamed danger. He knew this fight would push him beyond his limits, but his intuition had never failed him, and it urged him to act fast. Just as Thomas moved to strike, Jinwoo's reflexes kicked in. He skidded to a halt and leaped back, narrowly avoiding the earth-shattering blow. Thomas's fist slammed into the ground with enough force to send shockwaves rippling outward. The ground cracked and debris flew, creating a storm of destruction around the impact zone. The skill demolish was a testament to Thomas's terrifying strength as everything within its radius shattered like fragile glass. Jinwoo took several more steps back, realizing the sheer devastating power Thomas wielded, even at a safe distance. Before Jinwoo could process his shock, Thomas summoned an even greater force. With a deafening roar, he unleashed an incredible gravitational pull, like a black hole, dragging everything around him toward the center. Hunters and shadow soldiers alike screamed in terror as they were pulled toward Thomas. Jinwoo felt the overwhelming force but used his ruler's authority to counteract the pull, leaping back to avoid being sucked in. Without his power, he would have been caught like the others. But Thomas wasn't finished. He unleashed another devastating shockwave with his demolish skill, ripping through the air and sending both allies and enemies flying in every direction. The chaos escalated as the battlefield crumbled under the force of Thomas's power. The Vice Guild Master, realizing the imminent danger, shouted orders, urging his hunters to retreat and move the injured to safety. A handful of agile hunters swiftly pulled their wounded comrades out of the devastation's path. Amid the chaos, Jinwoo's instincts never faltered. He leaped again, narrowly dodging another destructive strike from Thomas. The sheer power of the blow created a massive crater where Thomas stood. Jinwoo landed on the rubble, crouching just in time to avoid further damage. Thomas, towering in the pit, glared at Jinwoo, his rage burning in his eyes. Without a second's hesitation, he charged forward, his speed terrifying. As a national-level hunter, Thomas viewed himself as a king, and he would make Jinwoo pay for challenging him. However, Jinwoo had other plans. As Thomas closed in, Jinwoo launched a powerful kick, striking the top of Thomas's head with brutal force. The impact sent the colossal hunter crashing down, but Jinwoo wasn't finished. He descended upon Thomas with relentless intent. In mid-air, Thomas reached out, activating his capture skill again. A massive gravitational pull latched onto Jinwoo, but Jinwoo didn't retreat. Instead, he used Ruler's authority to accelerate his momentum, closing the distance between them at incredible speed. Thomas, momentarily thrown off by Jinwoo's strategy, widened his eyes in disbelief. Jinwoo wasn't evading the attack. He was pulling Thomas toward him with greater force. In a desperate move, Thomas activated reinforcement, swelling his muscles as his power surged. The collision of their fists was a thunderous explosion of mana, the impact so intense that it shattered Thomas's armor. Despite the overwhelming power Thomas unleashed, Jinwoo ducked under the punch and countered with a brutal strike of his own. Thomas was sent flying, his body like a missile, as he crashed through factory towers and skidded to a halt, carving a deep trench in the ground. Jinwoo landed smoothly, his eyes cold and focused as he watched his opponent struggle to rise. Thomas roared in pain, battered and bruised, but Jinwoo wasn't done. Without hesitation, he charged forward again. Struggling to push himself up, Thomas was met with Jinwoo standing directly in front of him. The towering hunter swung his fist with all his might, each strike ripping through the air, leaving shockwaves strong enough to leave holes in the ground. His punches were deadly, capable of obliterating anything they touched. But Jinwoo's agility was unmatched. He dodged every attack, his movements fluid and swift. In the blink of an eye, he retaliated, landing devastating blows on Thomas's vulnerable spots. Each strike from Jinwoo hit with precision, each knee crashing into Thomas's body with unrelenting force. The battlefield shook with the sound of every impact as Jinwoo's assault became an unstoppable storm. Meanwhile, several vehicles screeched to a halt at a safe distance from the fight, their passengers aware of the sheer magnitude of the battle unfolding before them. Inside one of the vehicles, Brent and an S-rank hunter felt the enormous magical energy radiating from the battlefield. The raw power emanating from the combatants was far beyond that of any normal hunter. The danger was palpable, and Brent braced himself for what was to come. Suddenly, a figure flew through the air and crashed violently into the ground, sending tremors across the area. Adam's face turned pale as he recognized the figure Thomas Andre, one of the strongest hunters in the world, had been thrown aside with an overwhelming display of strength. Brent, filled with disbelief, struggled to comprehend the turn of events. Thomas Andre, the invincible national-level hunter, was being overpowered by none other than Sung Jin. As the beating continued, doubts crept into Thomas's mind. The idea of losing seemed impossible. His violence, his raw power, had always been his defining trait. But now, here he was, struggling to maintain his ground. Blood stained his teeth, and fury twisted his features. Madness burned in his eyes as he struggled to stay on his feet. But Jinwoo didn't stop. His fist collided with Thomas's chin, sending a tremor through the giant's body. Even as Thomas shook his head, trying to recover, Jinwoo was already there. His attacks were relentless, a storm of precision and power. Each strike shattered Thomas's once impenetrable defense. The once mighty Goliath was faltering, staggering under the weight of Jinwoo's assault. But Thomas roared in defiance, his voice filled with fury. "I am Thomas Andre. You can't take me down." Jinwoo didn't flinch. His cold gaze remained locked on Thomas. "I told you, didn't I? It doesn't matter who you are." With a final elbow strike, Jinwoo hammered Thomas's head down. The battle had reached its peak, and Thomas could barely stand against Jinwoo's relentless assault. Blood sprayed with each hit, and it became clear. Thomas Andre was crumbling under the might of Jinwoo's sheer force. At that moment, Adam rushed onto the battlefield, desperate to intervene. His voice echoed across the battlefield, pleading for the fight to stop. Jinwoo, however, showed no sign of stopping. His face remained cold and focused, each strike fueled by an overwhelming sense of rage. The force of his blows sent Thomas reeling, his once imposing figure faltering under the relentless barrage. As Jinwoo readied another devastating punch to finish the battle, Thomas, barely conscious, managed to part his lips in surrender, a quiet admission that the fight was over. His body went limp, signaling his defeat. Without hesitation, Jinwoo held his fist mid-air, the storm of strikes momentarily ceasing. Standing over Thomas's broken form, Jinwoo allowed the silence to stretch, his expression unreadable. The onlookers were left in shock, unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. Thomas Andre, a symbol of unrivaled strength and a national-level hunter, was now reduced to a shattered figure on the ground. The once invincible hunter lay at Jinwoo's feet, and for the first time, the world saw Thomas Andre's fragility. As the realization set in, it was clear that this battle would leave its mark on history. The news of Jinwoo's victory would send shockwaves across the globe, reshaping the perception of hunters and power. Adam White, ever quick to respond, immediately called for healers. A high-ranking healer arrived at Thomas's side, checking his vitals and casting healing magic. The healer's face fell as he assessed the damage. Thomas's body was nearly destroyed, bones shattered, blood pouring from his wounds. Despite the healer's best efforts, it became apparent that more was needed. He called for backup, and soon a team of healers surrounded Thomas, working together to save the national-level hunter. They marveled at his resilience, noting that his survival was a testament to his indomitable will. No other hunter could have lasted so long against such catastrophic injuries. While the healers worked tirelessly, the staff of the Hunter Command Center focused on evacuating the wounded. The Scavenger Guild's elite hunters were in critical condition, their groans and cries of pain echoing through the ruined factory. Broken limbs, unconscious bodies, and scattered debris painted a grim picture of the aftermath. Adam White, watching it all unfold, felt a heavy weight on his chest. Given the severity of the situation, this might have been the best possible outcome. Thomas Andre was alive, but the devastation was undeniable. Just as he was absorbing the scale of the destruction, a voice pulled Adam from his thoughts. He groaned, bracing himself for more bad news. A hunter approached, face ashen, delivering a crushing blow. Huang Dongsu was dead. No breath, no pulse. Adam's gaze swept across the battlefield, but his unease grew when he noticed something else. There was no sign of Sung Jinwoo. The battlefield was left in ruins, but the hunter responsible for it had already vanished, leaving only the echoes of his confrontation. Back in Seoul, South Korea, Jinwoo sat silently atop a towering building, gazing at the city below. Using shadow exchange, he had swapped places with Baru, returning to Korea while Baru tended to Jinho's injuries in his stead. It had been some time since Jinwoo had been back, and as he took in the familiar sight of Seoul, memories from his past flooded him. Meanwhile, in the United States, Baru was doing his best to heal Jinho, his efforts focused and unwavering. As time passed, one of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers approached. The soldier, a knight commander in rank, knelt before Jinwoo, humbly requesting a name. Jinwoo shifted his gaze to the soldier, intrigued by the request. The soldier had once been Huang Dongsu, a man undone by his own greed, and it was this very flaw that had led to his downfall. Jinwoo considered this for a moment, a faint, bitter smile tugging at his lips. He thought it fitting to bestow a name that would forever remind Dongsu of his past, of the greed that had ultimately claimed his life. "Your name will be Greed," Jinwoo said. The former Huang Dongsu, now Greed, bowed low in gratitude, his voice full of submission. "Thank you, Master." Jinwoo turned his attention back to the cityscape of Seoul, his eyes unwavering as he prepared for whatever would come next.
The next day, America was buzzing. Every major broadcast station, every newspaper headline carried the same story. The hunters had gathered for the International Guild Conference. Yet among the crowd of global elites, one name stole every headline: Sung Jinwoo. Flashes burst like lightning as reporters fought for a glimpse of him. "Mr. Jinwoo, is it true you fought Thomas Andre? What really happened in Los Angeles?" The barrage of questions was relentless, but Jinwoo remained silent, his expression unreadable as Adam White led him through the chaos toward the waiting car. The Hunter Bureau had already secured testimony from Huang Dongsu's party. The truth would soon be public. But Jinwoo's thoughts were far from that incident now. He hadn't come to America for politics or press conferences. He had come for answers, and once he got them, he would leave. When they reached the conference hall, Adam handed him an earpiece, prepared to translate the speeches for him. But the moment Jinwoo stepped inside, the air shifted. Conversations halted. Every gaze turned toward him. Hunters, the strongest from across the world, froze in place, watching him with a mix of awe and unease. To them, Jinwoo was no longer just an S-rank. He was the man who had pushed Thomas Andre, the indomitable titan, to the brink of defeat. Even the sound of footsteps seemed to hesitate in his presence. A whisper ran through the crowd. "Is that him? The one who crushed the scavenger guild?" No one dared to approach. Then, the lights dimmed slightly as a man in a white coat took the stage. Dr. Belzer, one of the leading researchers in the Hunter Bureau, began his presentation. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, his voice amplified through the hall, "the world is changing faster than we can comprehend." He spoke of the increasing number of gates appearing across continents, stronger, more unstable, more dangerous. But it wasn't the gates alone that concerned him. "There's something new," he continued, clicking a button on his remote. Behind him, a digital world map illuminated with glowing clusters of red light. Anomalies in the atmosphere. The magical energy concentration is spiking. We've named this phenomenon the Magisphere. A low murmur spread across the audience as the term appeared on screen in bold letters. Dr. Belzer explained how this invisible layer of dense magic energy was forming above the planet, a living storm of power that seemed to grow stronger each week. Then, using his laser pointer, he highlighted 9 glowing zones across the globe. These are the regions where the Magisphere is most active. But one location, he paused, his voice tightening, one stands above the rest. The pointer stopped over Seoul, South Korea. The room went silent. And then, almost as one, every head turned toward Jinwoo. Murmurs broke out immediately. "Of course it's Korea. Could it be connected to him?" Dr. Belzer raised a hand, trying to calm the tension. "Please, everyone," he said firmly. "Let's not jump to conclusions. If Hunter Sung Jinwoo truly were the cause of this phenomenon, then we'd be dealing with a force beyond human comprehension." The silence that followed was deafening. Even Jinwoo didn't move, his gaze fixed on the map, his thoughts far away. Because deep down, he could feel it too. Something in the world had begun to shift, and it was calling to him. Jinwoo sat silently, his gaze fixed on the glowing world map. 9 points of light pulsed on the screen, each marking a region where the Magisphere gathered most densely. 9. The number stirred something in him. Could it be a coincidence? Or were these 9 locations somehow linked to the 9 monarchs, the beings whose power and hatred still lingered within him? As that thought settled, Dr. Belzer's voice broke through his reflection. "We still don't know what's causing this," he admitted. "The Magisphere continues to expand, and our current instruments can't explain why. But one thing is certain, something enormous is coming. And we must be ready." The words hung heavy in the air. Even the most fearless hunters in the room could feel it, the faint pressure of something vast moving beneath the surface of the world. When the presentation concluded, the lights dimmed once more. A new figure stepped onto the stage, David Brennan, director of the Hunter Command Center. His expression was grave, his presence commanding. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his tone firm yet edged with unease. "I regret to inform you that we have received devastating news." The atmosphere shifted instantly. Conversation stopped. Every heartbeat in the room seemed to echo louder. "Approximately 2 weeks ago," Brennan continued, "Christopher Reed, one of the world's strongest national-level hunters, was assassinated." The words struck like thunder. Gasps filled the hall. "What? That's impossible." Even Jinwoo's eyes narrowed slightly. Christopher Reed, the Iron Wall of America. A hunter whose strength was said to rival the legends. For someone like him to be killed, Brennan's voice cut through the rising murmurs. The attackers remain unidentified. But make no mistake, this was no ordinary assault. Whoever did this possessed power beyond anything we've recorded. Uneasy whispers spread like wildfire. Could it be another monarch? No, it can't be. Wait. Wasn't Thomas Andre just defeated yesterday? What if? Eyes darted subtly toward Jinwoo. Doubt, fear, curiosity. He could feel their stares, but remained expressionless. Then Brennan clicked a button on the remote, and the screen behind him changed. An image appeared. A man's face. For the first time that day, Jinwoo's calm expression shifted. His eyes sharpened, focused. "This individual," Brennan announced, "designated Suspect S, is our prime suspect in the assassination of Christopher Reed." The Hunter Bureau and the American Command Center are pursuing him as the leading culprit. The crowd leaned forward, squinting at the screen, and then froze. The face staring back at them looked familiar. Too familiar. A wave of tension rippled through the hall. The resemblance was uncanny. The dark hair, the sharp jawline, the cold, unreadable eyes. Whispers began again, quieter this time, uncertain. It can't be. He looks just like. No, that's impossible. Jinwoo remained silent, his gaze locked on the screen. The image didn't lie. Whoever this suspect S was, he bore a face that could have been his own reflection. No one in the hall dared to speak, yet the tension was deafening. Hunters shifted uneasily in their seats, whispering to each other, trying to convince themselves it was just coincidence, just an uncanny resemblance. But the more they looked, the harder it was to ignore. The man on the screen didn't just look like Sung Jin. He could have been his blood. Jinwoo's eyes locked onto the image, his expression tightening. The familiar outline of the jaw, the way the man stood, even the cold intensity in his gaze, it was all too familiar. Then, realization hit him like a blow to the chest. The face wasn't his. It was his father's. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to fade away. His mind raced back through memories, to the moment his father had vanished years ago inside a dungeon, never to return. To the mysteries the system had never explained. His thoughts echoed with Kamish's dying words. There were 4 humans who borrowed the strength of the rulers. Be wary of them, my king. The dragon's warning now rang louder than ever. Could one of those 4 have been his father? Or had the rulers used his father's image for something else entirely? Jinwoo's eyes darkened. If the rulers truly manipulated life and death, then perhaps his father's disappearance, and now his return, were part of something much larger. On stage, director David Brennan continued, unaware of the storm building inside Jinwoo. Based on the Hunter Association's findings, Brennan said gravely, the suspect, codenamed S, was discovered inside an active gate located in California. He is confirmed to be a humanoid monster capable of human speech and extraordinary power. The room collectively drew in a sharp breath. Brennan went on, his voice heavy. In an attempt to communicate, we dispatched S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo, as he could speak Korean. However, the negotiation failed. He hesitated before pressing another button on the remote. The massive screen flickered, and footage began to play. The crowd gasped. Smoke and fire filled the image, the Hunter Association headquarters in ruins. In the center stood the suspect, towering above the broken body of Hwang Dong-soo, his boot pressing against the fallen hunter's neck. Even among the seasoned hunters, a shudder passed through the room. Jinwoo leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp, unblinking. He could feel it. The aura in that image wasn't just monstrous. It carried something familiar. The video zoomed in. The suspect was speaking to Hwang Dong-soo, his lips moving calmly, almost gently. There was no audio, but Jinwoo didn't need sound. He activated his heightened perception, slowing the world around him, focusing entirely on the suspect's mouth. And then, he read the words. Don't ever set foot in Korea. I say this not for my son's sake, but for your own. You won't be able to close your eyes, even in death. The words struck like ice through Jinwoo's chest. A whisper escaped from the shadow beside him. Greed, one of his loyal soldiers, confirming what Jinwoo already feared. My liege, the aura. It's the same. It is him. Jinwoo's hands clenched, shadows flickering faintly at his feet. There could be no doubt anymore. The man on that screen, the one the world now called a monster, was Jinwoo's father. The conference hall was thick with tension. At the podium, director David Brennan steadied himself before speaking again. The Hunter Association, he announced, his voice echoing across the silent chamber, will formally request global cooperation in the capture of Suspect S. If anyone spots him or detects any unusual gate activity linked to his aura, contact the association immediately. The declaration stirred the audience. Hands went up almost instantly. Do we have proof that Suspect S isn't human? One hunter demanded. Brennan nodded grimly. Yes. The suspect's mana emission perfectly matches that of a magical beast. There's no margin for error. Another voice rose. But Suspect S claimed to be a human who went missing inside a dungeon. Was there ever such a person? David hesitated, just briefly, before answering. Yes. The individual described by the suspect did exist. He was recorded as a missing hunter several years ago. The crowd murmured, the weight of his words spreading through the hall. Then came the inevitable, dangerous question. Then why hide his identity from the public? Brennan paused. His composure cracked, ever so slightly. Because, he said carefully, Suspect S is connected to one of the hunters here in this very room. A wave of unease swept through the audience. The hum of whispers grew louder until a calm, deep voice cut through the noise. From the back row, Lu Jigang, China's strongest hunter, a 7-star national-level powerhouse, raised his hand. His presence alone commanded silence. Director Brennan, Lu said evenly, wouldn't it be wiser to reveal the identity of Suspect S if you want the world's hunters to cooperate? Transparency saves lives. David's jaw tightened. He understood the implications of that question and what it demanded. Finally, he exhaled. During interrogation, he said quietly, Suspect S identified himself as Sung Jin, the missing father of hunter Sung Jin. The words detonated through the room. Gasps. Whispers. Shock. Dozens of the strongest hunters on Earth sat frozen, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. A humanoid monster, claiming to be the father of the man who had defeated Thomas Andre. The connection was too bizarre, too impossible, and yet, the proof stood before them. Lu Jigang's sharp gaze turned toward Jinwu. Then tell us, Hunter Sung, he said, his tone curious but probing. If we are forced to hunt this being, what will you do? Every eye in the hall fixed on Jinwu. The silence was suffocating. After a long pause, Jinwu finally spoke, his voice calm but edged with steel. If this Suspect S truly is a monster, he said, then a hunter's duty is clear. We hunt monsters. And if that's the truth, I'll deal with him myself. He stopped, his dark eyes lifting to meet Lu Jigang's gaze. The air itself seemed to thicken as he continued, his tone turning cold. But if he's not a monster, if he truly is my father, then anyone who dares to lay a hand on him. The shadows beneath his feet flickered like living fire. I'll hunt them instead. The hall was silent. Not a soul dared to speak.